incapacitated. It's a whole nother thing. In a lot of instances, as far as an industrial type accident, if there's a fire going on, and you can't put it out with the fire extinguisher, in a lot of instances, you just want to pull back and call in the professionals and wait for a professional firefighting team to get there to render aid, or somebody that has a breathing apparatus so they won't be incapacitated too. I've trained stuff like confined space extractions. If somebody passes out inside of a large tank or a small area that they're hard to get out of, in situations like that, you don't want to make entry and then add to the problem because you inhaled the noxious fumes that they did, and now there's two people in a hole that you have to get out. When you're in a TCCC type situation, or when you're training in a TCCC course, the understanding is that you got to help yourself, and there's no immediate help or extraction available. So get yourself somewhere that you can call for an evac and make sure everybody's accounted for. But basically, you want to try and identify the threat and where the threat's coming from, and stay hyper aware of that at the same time that you're rendering care to yourself or others. It's just a whole new layer of things to consider and accommodate in addition to basic first aid. I've never practiced packing a gunshot wound to the abdomen or the body in my private training in the past. Honestly, I live in America, and this is going to be kind of a really dark thing. I know I probably should have practiced that before now, but it wasn't something I felt I personally needed to play out in case it happened. And it's not just gunshot wounds, it's just shrapnel. The majority of injuries here are not gunshot wounds, they are shrapnel wounds.
Yes, we've seen a lot of those sorts of injuries. Go ahead, Douglas.
What did they tell you about the differences, Ryan, between gunshot and shrapnel wounds? How do you approach it differently, or you don't?
You don't. You stop the bleeding. You pack the wound. You check and make sure repeatedly that respiration is still going on. They taught us how to identify tension pneumothorax. Just basic stuff. I guess one major difference is vehicle related. If you're in a civilian scenario and someone has a horrific accident and they're injured, as long as there is no danger of fire and the vehicle's not running, you don't move that person. You leave them in the car, you wait for somebody to show up with a neck brace and a body board, and you basically do everything you can to immobilize their spine and their neck in order to make sure that they don't end up paralyzed for life. Because if somebody gets in a car crash, the odds that they might have broken their neck or their back are high. And if you sever their spinal cord or pinch it, they're not going to walk again. Or they, might have a long road to recovery and walking normally again. When you're in combat or a war zone type situation and somebody has a car accident or their car is incapacitated, if their car was incapacitated because of an explosion, the odds that an incapacitated car is going to become a hard target for additional strikes is exponential. and you want to get the hell away from the vehicle because it has a giant fuel tank in it that is full of combustible fluid. So, one difference would be that if I came upon a car accident back home or somewhere that Russians weren't trying to invade and subjugate their neighbor, I wouldn't pull them out of the car. I would wait for somebody with a neck brace and a bodyboard, like Roman and Kharkiv, or some paramedics to arrive. And if that scenario were to play out here, if there's not a fire and if it's not an active incoming scenario, you would render aid there at the vehicle, or if it's large enough, in the vehicle, and then get them out. I kind of vehemently disagreed with that while speaking with one of the instructors day before yesterday, and he was telling me that, don't worry about diesel fuel, just get the tourniquet on him and then move him out. And I told him, sorry, Charlie, I don't know if it's a diesel fuel vehicle or a gasoline vehicle, and I don't intend on burning to death myself. So if I find somebody incapacitated in the vehicle, they're going to be moved out of the vehicle to the ditch immediately and then out render aid. And he said, actually, that's perfectly acceptable. Take care of yourself first and then help others. So I'm not gonna, he pretty much told everybody else. I agree with him. I know I just told you, put a tourniquet on him and then get him out of the car, but everybody has a different risk tolerance and a different risk threshold. And if you're not comfortable standing in or over a vehicle that might suddenly become a giant ball of fire, take care of yourself first, self-preserve, get them out of the vehicle, and then try to save their life. But that was one thing we practiced as well, is how to get yourself out of a vehicle that had been incapacitated, and how to get an incapacitated person into or out of a vehicle when you're trying to move them or evacuate them. It's just a whole another set of circumstances that you don't normally practice or play out in a non-wartime situation. It was extremely informative. There were people from territorial defense who had taken a couple of days to come do this training. There were a lot of Ukrainian civilians of all shapes, sizes, professions, you name it, young people, middle-aged people. Just it was, while it was a pretty solemn situation and thing to be participating in, it was also kind of motivating or uplifting for me to see that people all over the spectrum of Ukrainian society were there together, wanting to help their country and make sure they could take care of their friends and neighbors and people they might be going much closer to the front to try and help evacuate or encourage to relocate somewhere that is much safer and compatible with a long life.
Thank you, Ryan. See, this goes unnoticed, right? This doesn't make headlines. No one's going to say, and the group did, first aid war zone practice. Like, that doesn't go on headlines like Strikers and Bradleys and Leopards do. But it's really, really important. Alon, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you. I want to switch subjects a little bit, unless this topic isn't exhausted yet.
Go for it, Alon. I'm sure we're.
Yeah, so
Ryan will be okay with us stopping reliving yesterday.
So I want to switch gears a little bit and discuss some politics. As we all know, Russia a few days ago and assumed the presidency of the Security Council. It's its turn, and so I wanted to open the discussion. Maybe talk about some of the repercussions. How might the Russians use this its term to weaponize the presidency, to project its power? I know that they released on the very eve of assuming the presidency, they decided to release this new foreign policy conception of theirs. I don't know if you read this document, probably setting the conditions for the rhetorical efforts in the UN. Basically, it's all about forming anti-Western coalitions. So yeah, I wanted to open this discussion.
In which case, Alon, open it. What do you think is going to be the impact of any of this? Let's hear you out first before I comment on it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think they're going to try to use it as a method for projecting their power, as they've always done. And I think this new foreign policy concept document that they released is kind of a good reveal of some of the rhetorics to come. I don't know if you read it, but it explicitly states that the Americans and their quote unquote satellites um, it basically paints the West as this anti-Russian, internationally destabilizing force, far greater than the previous foreign policy concept. And it's all about the goal of creating this multipolar world order, subordinating under that the that Russia's broad foreign policy objectives, ending American dominance in world affairs, things like that. And they also claim that most of the world is interested in having construction relations with Russia. Most of humanity, so they claim. And this goes hand in hand with Putin's recent meeting with Xi, the Chinese premier, and their increasing attempt to rally the rest of the world against the West. Which she actually kind of refused to align China with Putin's visions of having a direct conflict with the West.
Exactly what I was going to bring up, right? I think this is really important here. Now, I didn't actually go read the 30 pages, whatever the document was, because I'm not going to give them the traffic, right? But I just read the summaries, and you know what? All of the summaries read like to me. They read to me like Russians have just now come out and written down the stuff that was always the subtext of their previous foreign policy papers and defense policy papers, or military policy papers. They just kind of said what was always there in the subtext, right? Before, they always kind of hinted at NATO and America and Europe. Now they just wrote it explicitly. I don't think it's really a difference, because everybody always knew what the previous ones always meant. And the one thing that I came away with is saying, okay, well, fine, they're just projecting as usual, right? Saying that they're being assaulted and attacked, and how dare everybody else be so anti-Russian. I also think that they're right in saying that most of the world wants to have upfront relationship with Russia. I think clearly all of the world used to have that. If you think through the 90s and the 2000s, pretty much everyone except for the countries right next to Russia that have been historically, repeatedly, endlessly assaulted and tortured and genocided against and deported by the various Muscovite regimes, pretty much everybody else was kind of, yeah, like we want to work with Russia, we want to have good relationship with Russia. If anything, too much, right? If you just think of the let's say Germans under Schröder and Merkel, cozying up to the Russians. So I think that that's on the face of it true. I think that they are again massively overinflating the impact and the meaning of it. Now, what do I mean by that? Russians are very good at taking something and then running with it way too hard. Taking something where they can do like a 5% and say, no, this is 80%, right? This is the thing that we find important, therefore we are good at it. Because if you just look at the real things, right? If you look at the real things, like for example, looking at the voting record in the UN General Assembly on the question of Ukraine, right? How many countries do you see that always vote with Russia? There's very few that always vote with Russia. You see countries like Belarus, Syria, Eritrea, Nicaragua, not even Cuba, right? That always vote with Russia. Places like China, India, they abstain, right? They very consistently abstain. So, for example, India, of the 17 votes, they voted with Russia 6 times, mostly earlier on, since the 2014 invasion, and then abstained 11 times. China, where's China? China, same, right? Voted with Russia 11 times, abstained 6 times. Okay, so kind of the flip of that. With some other countries that they might think of as kind of on their side. Who can we think of? Who do they work with? Sudan, for example, right? He traveled to Sudan recently. Lavrov voted with Russia 11 times, abstained 5 times. The only ones that really get consistent, there's like 5 or 6 that they really get consistent. Those are really their proxies, or like Iran, North Korea, and I kind of think, okay, big deal. You saw, what did you get from Xi's visits to Putin? What I got is kind of the feudal overlord in Xi visiting his ever more clearly vassal in Putin, right? They came out with that press release, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, it's going to be great. And then the next day, the Chinese are kind of like, yeah, I mean, maybe we'll start building that pipeline for Russian gas to China. Maybe we'll see. They don't care that much. So because of that, I think this is where I think they're massively overinflating the actual impacts of what they can achieve. It's kind of like a wish list. The Russian foreign policy is like a wish list document. It's like what they want to happen, but it's not things that are actually going to happen. It's just things that they want to happen. And that's that's kind of silly and amusing. But what do you think, Alon? Do you think that there's actually going to be a different approach from them now than it has been before?
No, I think they're going to use the. I think they're going to use their position in the UN, as they've always done, to project their power, to advance the narratives. We've already heard from what's his name, the Besniev, the representative to the UN,
the ambassador,
yeah, that they're going to form this council revealing the so-called true situation in the Ukraine, and they're probably going to hammer down. Just a second, I've got a phone call. Just 1 second, please.
Well, while we're waiting,
Mockers, while he handles that phone call, I did notice that one of the people who participated and helped put on the course a couple of days ago made a tweet himself, so I took the liberty of posting it in the nest. From my understanding, he has been a speaker here on MriyaReport before, and since he's already posted something from the training course, I figured I would go ahead and share it. They asked us not to share everyone's face just to protect their confidentiality, but if one of the coordinators of the course has released these, then I'm perfectly happy to amplify his voice because I think they're doing amazing work over here.
Perfect. Thank you, Ryan. That's check out what Ryan was up to yesterday. Up in the next.
I'm sorry about
Alon,
that.
continue. No worries.
Yeah, they've already indicated that one of the things that concerns them is the arrest warrant by the ICC against Putin and what's her name, Maria Belova, for deporting Ukrainian children to Russia. So I think they've already announced that they have plans to hold these informal meetings as soon as possible to discuss the so-called real situation involving Ukrainian children taken to Russia. Uh, um, uh, the, they're going to use this platform to deny all the ICC accusations against Russian officials. Um, um, uh, he and I think also Putin made a bunch of comments that proclaim their commitment to the UN, their commitment to the Security Council, to the UN Charter. And if you take those things in tandem, both the ambassador's comment and Putin's comment, it's just that they're just going to use their position in the Security Council as a base of projecting their power and setting conditions to posture about their supposed commitment to the Security Council. By doing that, I think Putin is kind of positioning himself to continue to exploiting the Security Council and Russia's veto power, and we'll probably see more and more on that in the coming months. And as far as the meeting with Xi, um, I think she didn't exactly signal an intent to provide, at least not directly, support for Russia in Ukraine. He made some vague assurances, vague diplomatic assurances, which I think is probably a step down from what Putin was hoping to secure. Um, I think he very likely failed to secure the exact sort of partnership that he needs, the exact sort of partnership he desires. And and she kind of left Moscow having secured assurances that are more one-sided than Putin, I think, intended them to be. And Putin said that they had very substantive and candid exchange of views, something like that. And this kind of rhetoric, you know, it lacks the language you normally see used in diplomatic readouts, the kind of language that indicates that the two parties have come to some definitive, some substantive agreement.
I agree. It doesn't look like it, right? They've stopped pretending in some ways. That's for sure. No, I agree that they're going to try to use their presidency of the Security Council to do stuff. I mean, remember last time Russia was held the presidency of Security Council. It was last year in February, during which they started the invasion of Ukraine. Now, at the time, for those 4 or 5 days, they could actually leverage it towards themselves. They could also do that before they invaded Ukraine, right? They were kind of laying the groundwork to try to garner support for it. But remember how the Russian invasion of Ukraine went and what the Russians were expecting, right? I mean, the Russians weren't expecting 3 days. Russians were expecting 10 days, 2 weeks that it was going to take. But they thought this is going to be done really quickly, right, and easily. Still, I mean, 2 weeks for invading a big country is still an easy one, right? Because they thought they were really well prepared. and they thought they had this big network of intelligence people, especially including priests, right? The ones that were arrested yesterday. No, one of them, there were readouts yesterday of what he was telling the Russians back home, the I don't know, FSB or whoever is responsible for this, saying yes, west of Ukraine is already occupied by the Hungarians and the Poles, and they'll just let us have the rest. That's what their intelligence thought. No wonder they thought it's going to be an easy win in like 10 days, 2 weeks. But the same kind of applies for this, and I think there's a really good parallel for them saying, most of the world wants to have good relations with Russia, and that's why they're on our side. No, most of the world wants to buy Russian stuff, ideally for cheap, and doesn't really care about much of the rest, and is really annoyed when Russian actions are driving up prices of other stuff. And that's the bit they don't get, right? This is the difference in the 5% and the 80%. That's the difference between
Agree.
it's going to take 10 days to take the whole country, or 14 days to conquer the whole country, versus what actually happened. And this is where, they're off. I do wonder how the next month in the Security Council is going to look like, because it's going to be a right circus, right? But I mean, that's really what I'm expecting. What do you think? Is it going to be a total and complete circus and full of nonsense in the Security Council for the next month?
Oh yeah, most definitely. I think we're going to reach new heights of entertainment in the Security Council in the foreseeable future. I think the expectation of using this platform to form anti-Western blocs. I mean, Russia economic power is declining. The military efforts in Ukraine. I mean, the military is degraded, and so they offer very few incentives to countries to express any serious interest in the proposal for forming anti-Western blocs. Um, so, as I said, as you said, the there's an enormous gap between their expectations and what in actuality they can actually achieve. But they will use this opportunity to create a lot of discord and mess. Um, have you heard Medvedev? He made some comments about sending peacekeeping forces to Ukraine.
Sorry, what kind of forces? I missed the word.
Peacekeeping forces.
Wasn't Orban suggesting something like this?
Yeah, yeah. I think Medvedev was responding or interacting with Orban's comments about the so-called European discussions about sending peacekeepers to Ukraine, and Medvedev said that the Russians would target these hypothetical peacekeepers, and it would end something like Yugoslavia or something like that. But yeah, I don't think there's any indication outside of Orban's comment that the West is discussing such a proposal. Is there?
No, literally nobody else is. At this point, literally nobody else is really. What can we say? Uninformed enough to even propose something like that. I bet for Orban it was kind of like, go out and say this, launch this narrative for us. Otherwise, we're gonna put you on the real unfriendly list, or something like that.
Mhm. Yeah. What do you think about Lukashenko? He's releasing these high-profile statements to trying to portray Belarus as a independent, sovereign state, despite the fact that it's in, de facto occupied by Russia.
Yeah, it's a colony, right? It's literally a colony, and he's just the local governor. What I want to say on that is something just came out written by Keir Giles at Chatham House. It's called the research paper on Russian nuclear intimidation: how Russia uses nuclear threats to shape Western responses to aggression. go off and read that. I mean, Chatham House, everybody knows about Chatham House, right? It's how long is it? 20 pages, something like that. It's super good. And this is something that every single journalist covering, thinking, talking about what Russians say, what Lukashenko says about nukes, what Russians say about nukes, what anybody's saying about nukes. This should be the context within which they should be treating it, right? And do it responsibly, because Russia is literally trying to message Western support away. And I think many more politicians have gotten much wiser to it because they've slowly gotten briefings. It's like, actually, no, look, this is the reality. It's just threats, whatever. The problem is that there are far too many people still who have, visible roles in media who haven't figured that out yet, and who haven't figured out, just how wanton these threats are, and what these threats really mean. Because what they really mean is they don't have another thing to say or to do, right? All they have is this. So that's why. And this is what Lukashenko is doing, right? Lukashenko just got a memorandum in the morning saying, okay, now you will go out and you'll act real crazy, and you will say, we're not just having tactical news, we're having strategic news also, whatever other nonsense, right? And just went out with that. It really shouldn't be keeping anybody back. It shouldn't be keeping policymakers back. It certainly shouldn't be being amplified. These Russian approaches shouldn't be amplified in our media. I'm very, very, very certain of that.
I agree. It's all about all these things are about a strategic Kremlin aim to split the West from the UK, to deter or to delay the provision of Western materials, and just in general to undermine Western support for the UK and to undermine the cohesion of the coalition. And all these campaigns, many of these campaigns, uh, sometimes they pursue specific operational objectives that set conditions for some planned military undertaking. But the West has to realize that all these operations, for what they are within the context of battlefield events, and the West, especially the leadership, they have to resist the temptation to engage with Russia on this information space, just purely on their own terms. I mean, more of these narratives will continue to emerge, and the West needs to consider them very critically. We need to consider battlefield realities critically because they're attempting to undermine the effectiveness of these war efforts. And the West needs to continuously monitor the emergence and intensification of certain operations, information operations, particularly at times, to properly assess and to react to these campaigns, just like Biden did before the full-scale invasion. I think their ability to conduct skillful campaigns, information campaigns to support their hybrid warfare was severely damaged by the fact that Biden issued a counter-information campaign and by their own actions and their own failures in Ukraine. But now they're trying to restore this informational operation capabilities. And so far, I think they're achieving very limited, but for them, they are important successes, especially when Putin can shape information campaigns that resonate with discussions and with traumas and concerns and fears that are already salient in the West.
Hey, 100%, right? You need to just take a deep breath and say the right things, stick to the truth, be determined. Don't speak unnecessarily. I think that's another another lesson that some people in positions of power still need to learn, right? Don't misspeak. Like, prepare what you're gonna say. Be clear, be outright, be determined. Don't do what Russians do, right? Because what the Russians do, I think Russians have learned something since the Soviet days, Alon. Because back in the Soviet days, they had one truth, right? In the Soviet days, communism best, everything Western worst, simple. But it didn't gel with anybody's actual lived experience, right? And as soon as people had any interaction with anything foreign, they were like, well, but that doesn't fit what the government's telling me, right? It was really easy to it was really easy to say that. So whenever they got a Western newspaper that somebody dropped off in the bin at the airport, or when they got a pair of Ray-Bans or a pair of jeans or whatever, right? It was like, well, this is better, or like Western music, this isn't awful, this is pretty good, and they got glimpses of it. And they listen to Radio Liberty and at night and on a crackly stereo, very at a very low volume, so nobody would overhear what they're listening to. Um, but what did that say? That really made sure that it didn't gel with the propaganda that they were being fed, the domestic facing propaganda they were being fed. Now look at them now. Everything that happens, you see Solovyov saying one thing, Simonyan saying another thing, Skabieva saying another thing, the Ministry of Defense of Russia saying another thing, another politician saying another thing, some other commentator saying a seventh thing, and so on. What does this cause? It gives like a buffet, it gives a smorgasbord of options. But then truth doesn't matter, right? Because truth is then forever fungible, and it just doesn't make any difference what is actually true, what's false. In this way, they're just going to go away and ignore everything, and nothing matters, and tomorrow we're going on Berlin, like in the olden days. And this is the big difference, and this is why Western politicians should really take a deep breath and say, okay, no, we need to be serious about things. We can't feed into this noise, and we need to be extra clean, clear cut, and determined with a clear goal in mind. And I think this is the lesson to be really learned here.
Oh, I agree. I agree. And another point that they often use is um is about uh negotiations, right? Um, Usually when the Russians discuss negotiations, it's not about negotiations or about conditions for peace at all, but it's usually an information campaign specifically targeted at getting Russia through some window of opportunity or because of vulnerabilities in the battlefield. We've seen this numerous times. Um, for example, remember that they started this information campaign centering on peace negotiations around December, and it was obvious that it was aimed, among many things, at delaying the provision of Western tanks and delaying the provision of other advanced equipment, which was essential for the Ukrainian counteroffensive. So, yeah, that's another thing that they often that the West should consider. Um, it's all uh, 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 um, uh, uh, yeah.
Yeah, and there's stuff that needs changing. Hey, Alon, can you give us like a 20-second briefing on what happened in Israel? Because we remember the big protest, but then did it all kind of die down after Bibi said, "Well, we're not actually going to go through with the justice reform." Then
Yeah.
is there a government?
Is there a government? That's a good question. There's a government, but it's not dysfunctional. Um, um, right now, BBS, as you said, BB announced the delaying of these judicial overhaul, at least temporarily, and he's negotiating with the opposition on possible agreeable terms for implementing a more consensual reform, but both sides who participate in these negotiations kind of already know and indicate that it's a farce, that it's not being held in good faith, and that both sides can't really be brought uh, uh, into any kind of zone of agreement. Meanwhile, protests are continuing in full speed ahead. Just last night there were 150,000 people marching in Tel Aviv alone, and many thousands elsewhere around the country. Um, my hopes are that eventually Netanyahu decides to um, um, realize that. My hopes are that there's a critical mass of advisors around Netanyahu whom he trusts that um, describe and portray the repercussions of him going full forward with this, um, and how awful and disastrous they would be. Um, and I hope that he eventually decides to completely halt this reform. For now, it's again the immediate threat was lifted, but so it's kind of like tactical a tactical achievement for the crowd that opposes these reforms. But we're kind of in an operational pause at the moment, and we'll see whether or not the government continues to pursue these reforms in full strength in the coming weeks. If they do, they will most likely face enormous pressures by uh, by the protesters, and they could face institutional clash with the judiciary, which could have disastrous repercussions. One branch of the government fighting with another. Um, so I believe that ultimately Netanyahu um, has enough people around him to kind of guide him in the right direction, and also like historically he's kind of a very I would say uh, a risk averse person. He did not engage in any kind of huge undertakings in his 12 years of reign. So I don't see why he would um, uh, uh, push this issue to its limits, um, given all the risks involved.
And thank you, Alan. That's really good to have a nice, concise explanation, interpretation of what's going on. I don't think he's going to get a majority in parliament for this. I think it's as simple as that. I think he overplayed his hand on it, not knowing that much, but just the high level. And one quick question on Israel regarding Ukraine. What's stopping Israel from authorizing the re-exports of Spike missiles that are already in possession of other countries like Germany or France or wherever else? Well, I mean, I get why Israel doesn't want to look like they're delivering weapons to Ukraine directly, and I know that they've definitely sent something here and there. But I'm curious why prevent the re-export of the Spike that's already, say, in German service?
I think since 2009, Israel has been in this political crisis. Basically, we've had 5 election cycles since 2009. and now we have this this coalition that's, as you said, doesn't have any more enough fingers, barely stable. So dysfunctionality is the key, and adjusting to major world events such as the war in Ukraine and reconsidering and repositioning Israel's strategy is something that uh, 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 currently we're just unable to do effectively. That's why Israel is kind of the very last, let's say, on paper, Western affiliate country that um, uh, decided to officially participate in supporting Ukraine, and even now, this this move is not complete. Israel is not part of the sanctions. It's not sanctioning. It didn't cut down diplomatic relations with the Russians, and so on. Yes, there are concerns about Israel freedom of operation in Syria and in the northern parts of Israel because of Russian presence there. But I think it's more of a point to move the goalpost um, rather than making an actual decision at this moment, because decisions, especially tough decisions, are almost
Instability is what leads to indecision, instability is what leads to indecision, and without that, maybe some changes would be made. Of course, not wholesale ones, because of the question of Syria, question of course Jewry in Russia, right? It's a big deal, and Israel is duty bound internally, constitutionally, I think, even technically, to look out for them, right? But at the very least, re-export license for 2,000 Spike missiles could make Russian lives in Ukraine so much harder, because they're just such good equipment, and I think it's a low enough bar that it will get crossed at some point. It's just a shame it hasn't yet.
I agree. I think Israel should do a lot more than that, personally. And I think Israel can take a lot greater risk against Russia, even in Syria. Russia pulled out a lot of its forces from Syria because of the war in Ukraine. Pulled out some of its some S-300 systems from Syria because of the war in Ukraine. So the presence there, the footprint there is weaker than it used to be, and even when it was at its peak, I think Israel could have taken more uh, uh, serious active measures in 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 uh, in spite of Russians. Uh, uh, I'm going to in spite of Russia's um, disapproval, um, because I personally believe that some of these systems are not as capable of these Russian systems capability of facing a modernized air force is at best questionable, and they would not like to. I think they would not like to see to showcase their failure in Syria. Um, so yeah, I think Israel could have taken greater measures over there. I have a lot of criticism about Israel's indecisiveness and lack of participation in supporting in solidarity with the Ukrainians.
Thank you, Alon. Yeah, I think there's space, and I hope it will happen. Funny you said 5 electro cycles since 2009. Bulgaria has gone through is now in its fifth election in less than 24 months. Is happening today. So 5 in 14 years isn't that long. Thank you, Alan. Thanks for the chat. 2019. Oh, okay. So 5 in like 4 years. Okay, still Bulgaria is still like double 5 in 2 years.
Yeah.
You can, if it makes you feel better, then if anybody's complaining, you can say, Bulgaria is twice as many.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the chat, Alan. This is great. I think we tackled a bunch of good stuff. Anda, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Well, I'm better, much better. Glad to see you up. Glad to see you up. Missed a lot since I've been on the space. I'm kind of out of touch, so I'm trying to get up to speed. And as I was doing that, I stumbled on some pieces of news, and I was wondering, for some of them actually I wanted your help because there are not some things that are not clear to me, and I don't know how they fit together. So.
Let's get straight into it.
All right. So, to my understanding, there is a new NATO meeting coming up. I saw that. I saw that there was a meeting in Bucharest. In preparation for the one that will take place in Brussels. There is a so let's put it this way. Apart from NATO, there is a separate organization which is called the Bucharest 9, where foreign ministers from 9 countries participate in order to have coherence for the eastern flank of NATO. So what I don't know, what I hope, is that if you have heard rumors from outside, from outside my country or outside in general, that there will be some new deliveries to Ukraine, because mostly all these meetings, they are not about Romania or Poland per se, or not even NATO as NATO being threat, right? Because at this point, NATO's purpose was to be strong against Russia's invasion. That was always a possibility, but right now it's more about helping Ukraine, right? Ukraine is not in NATO. They are trained, actually. They most of them have the capability of joining NATO troops and adapting to NATO standards pretty fast. But most of the meetings that took place in the last year in NATO they had one direction, and that direction was help Ukraine, support Ukraine, discuss among ourselves how can we do this better, discuss how, for example, the EU countries and EU as a organization can work together better with NATO, which is a military alliance, while EU is an economic and an economic one, not only economic, but so what do I mean? EU is not a military alliance in no way.
That's not technically. See, let's. This is why sub clauses can be problematic, because then we get into questions of, oh, but what is really true? Because there is indeed a defense clause in the Lisbon Treaty of 2009. It's a mutual defense clause, which says that in the event that any of the EU members is attacked, other EU members have a duty to help according to their ability. Now, it's very poorly defined, and it's very poorly defined because there's the majority of EU member states are also members of NATO. There are a few that are not. And there are a few that want to be very, very neutral. And I'm looking at you, Austria, because Austria wants to be extra super sure that they are always very, very super neutral. And because of that, they didn't allow any stronger language to go into that document, the Lisbon Treaty back in 2009. Then the one that basically says, to the best of your abilities, you shall help. So it kind of is, nevertheless, it still kind of is there is a defense component to it. But you're right, it's not principally, but then otherwise I get letters written in green ink if I don't address such things.
Well, you are right. There is such a clause. Actually, this is the sneaky part for which I have to be fair, right? This is the sneaky part for which Romania pushes so hard to get Moldova and Ukraine, if possible, in EU. We would have liked to have also Georgia. Romania always supported all three of them and still advocates for all three of them to join EU. And this is because basically, even if Austria doesn't want to participate in helping defending other countries, they cannot oppose us helping other countries in EU. It's much harder for us to do this from outside. From outside, like looking into Moldova and Ukraine and Georgia. And well, yeah, it I have to be mean. I will get past my meanness really fast, but I have to be mean. It's easy to be neutral and to uphold extreme neutrality when you're out. You are in the middle, not only landlocked, but in the middle of the EU, like literally. Who's gonna attack you? You're neutral, yes, you are, of course, but really, it's not like anyone is threatening you. It's like me saying here, like I'm neutral, but nobody's attacking me. It's like I'm the best in it. We have this expression, Dom, and I have to tell you, when you're the best in the parking lot, but the parking lot is empty. Uh, this somehow resembles. Anyway, I have to move forward from this one. I'm sorry. I'm mean sometimes. I have to say this. One other thing that struck me about Romania is that our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bogdan Aurescu, will become a member of the European Council of Foreign Relations. They are that's a non-government and non-profit organization, and it's seen as a unique community of leaders that advance European.
It's a think tank.
Yeah, that's actually a term that I never understood. So, if you can explain to me what that means, like I've heard it
Absolutely.
but has no meaning to me. So
okay, so it's an organization which writes policy papers, pretty much. So our dear Peter Duran ran one such organization previously called CEPA, Center for European Policy Analysis. There's he now works at the other one, the FDD. What they do is they think and they write on things that have to do with today. They often specialize either in international foreign policy, defense policy, environmental policy, whatever it might be. Some are a little bit more generalist, covering many areas of policy. Some are very specific. So some deal particularly with taxes or whatnot. Sometimes so often they're very country based or an international organization based, right? So there are think tanks which are, let's call it, NATO aligned, right? There are think tanks that might be focused on one particular country. There are there are think tanks that kind of look at things very party political, for example, right? And they will write policy papers, and they will write and they will basically explain, why a certain viewpoint, the argumentation behind a certain viewpoint, into far greater depth than any actual politician, decision maker might be ever taking them. That's the purpose of it. That's the idea behind them, and they can be, in some cases, very good, very useful, and in some cases could be a little bit of a waste of time. The ECFR is very good, very very useful think tank, to be sure, and they like to pick up politicians, especially sort of more younger propulsive politicians. They quite like to pick up as associates. That doesn't mean that spend an awful lot of time with them, but maybe it's also a bit of a networking use, and there will be there might be some additional interaction that your foreign minister will not have with some analysts, thinkers, writers that otherwise wouldn't have had. That's kind of what it is, what the purpose of it is. Yeah, that makes sense. It's basically a place that writes policy, right? It doesn't write like draft laws, but writes and shapes approaches, attitudes, policies. So that I hope that kind of makes sense. So I referenced, for example, the a think tank paper just an hour ago, right? I mentioned the Russian nuclear intimidation research paper by Keir Giles that just got out of Chatham House a few days ago. They're very useful. I tend to read quite a lot of these because they provide more in-depth argumentation. It's kind of like a research paper minus the or like an academic article minus the peer review, if that makes sense. It's more like a monograph. It's a little bit closer to a book, so it doesn't undergo the same sort of review. So you kind of have to trust their internal review processes, the co-authors, review processes and honesty. But they do sometimes also produce academic papers as well that do go through peer review through journals, but those tend to be somewhat shorter often. Not. Under that, does that help?
Yes, it does, actually, because that was a term that I encountered several times during the last year, mostly. But it wasn't prominent enough for me to look up what it is. And it was always kind of in passing, like, oh yeah, what's that? And then I moved forward. So it was really useful for you to explain this to me, and thank you. And I have also good news, like a fun good news before you go to Vojta, or maybe you can go to him and I can rejoin. You go
Vojta,
ahead.
do you have some good news?
Good morning, everyone. Not sure whether good news, just a question, and it's totally different topic if you don't mind.
Go for it.
All right. Yesterday I have read a short thread in Czech language from some Czech male blogger who was writing about the system which was called something like Grom or Hrom 2, which is supposed to be the Ukraine domestic ballistic missile system, and they are supposed to be able to, to have this system ready. You know, I think they launched a couple of missiles to the Crimea airbase, and I'm wondering whether you have any more or some more how to say insight to the system, because this little blogger was suggesting that this system might be providing similar capabilities as, for example, ATACMS. So this might be a nice approach, how to have the same capability without the ATACM, the scary escalation stuff.
Yeah, I'm very happy to go into this. So Grom 2, Hrim 2, depending on whether you want the Russian language or the Ukrainian language designation, it means exactly what you think it means, right? Like thunder. I think I think literally every Slavic language has the same word, or almost exactly the same word for it. Yes, so it's a ballistic missile system that Ukrainians have developed. They have in part developed it with Arab money, I think, pretty sure, because the first one that they've made operational, they haven't actually kept themselves. They kind of sent it off to Saudi Arabia, I think, and there were some rumors that Saudis returned that one operational system after the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine back to Ukraine, so the Ukrainians can use it. So it's a pretty good. It's a pretty good ballistic missile system. Apparently, probably, it's not 100% sure whether how well tested it is and what the specs actually are. But the specs are supposed to be about 400, 450, maybe 500 kilometer range, so even a longer range than ATACMS. The difference between an ATACMS and a Hrim is precision. So Hrim 2 will have a bigger warhead than an ATACMS warhead, but it's expected to be less precise. Now, how much less precise is it? Nobody really knows, because obviously the Ukrainians didn't conduct extensive testing on this. They don't have good statistics. Even if they do, they're not really going to publicly say them, but it's supposed to be less precise. And the way you should be able to tell whether it's an ATACMS or a Hrim is whether on inbound, ATACMS should be coming vertically straight down, versus the Hrim should be following a ballistic trajectory, if you know what I mean, right? So it should be slightly parabolic, so it should be striking it at a slight angle. But yeah, they're apparently very good. What's unclear is how many Ukraine has, right? How many of these rockets Ukraine has. So
Yeah, exactly.
getting ATACMS would be super useful, because they could say, okay, now we have 200, right? Instead of, do we have 6? Do we have 12? Do we have 20? That's probably the sort of numbers that they're actually in. Wojta?
Yeah, that was exactly my question. How many do they have? Whether it will be like useful soon or not, or this kind of questions. Yeah, but I was thinking about that. This might be, if the U.S. Government is not providing the ATACMS, this might be a good way to provide a similar capability. Yeah, this would be really cool. Yeah. So I was wondering whether you have some additional insight into this topic, because it was quite interesting for me, and the new information. Yeah, and about the precision, as Thomas Steiner said earlier, for the Russian listeners, relax, and you will find out.
100%, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Look, if they can, the producer of this is Pivdeni, also known as Yushmash in old style. So they're from Dnipro, or from close to Dnipro, and there was an allegation that they managed to evacuate everything right as the Russian invasion was starting, that they were one of the few places that actually cleared out all of the stuff somewhere else, because obviously they'd be a target for the Russians, right? They're also the producer of the Neptune anti-ship missile system, which was at least in part used to sink the Moskva, right? The sinking of Moskva was a little bit of a choreography, right? It was like keeping a whole symphonic orchestra playing right to be able to do it. But the Neptune was the soloist, I think, in that combined effort of various different systems and various different operators, different branches, even likely different countries. What I'd be really curious to see, Wojta, like yourself, would be if they've managed to start up a production, maybe somewhere hidden inside Western Ukraine, or maybe in Poland, right? Of these missiles. And maybe they actually have way more than we think, and maybe that's why ATACMS aren't being provided. I'm okay if that's the explanation. I'm okay with it. But I don't know how many they have. No, I would love to know, but if I did know, I probably wouldn't say. But I really don't know, so it's very easy for me not to say, because I have no clue. And I think that's on the top 20 list of things that nobody who knows is allowed to say. That's in Ukraine, and I think it's extra tightly controlled information, because it is of such very specific importance to the Ukrainians, right? I don't know what is additional information, because I obviously don't know what the who wrote the thread, and I obviously haven't read it, so I don't know where what's addition and what you already know. But I don't think that I have a whole lot more beyond what's already public and what you already got to read.
Yeah, basically, what you summarized was exactly in the thread. so no additional information from my side.
I'm guessing we're probably, whomever wrote this and I are probably reading the same sort of sources. But if you want to send me a link to that at some point, I would love to see if there's anything that I haven't seen before. No rush whenever
Yeah,
you
okay.
get around to it.
Yeah, I will send it to you shortly. And thanks for your summary on this topic. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Vojta. I think it's an important thing, and I think we can't really touch upon it too much. You mentioned Thomas Tyner. The other thing that Thomas said previously was, would be pretty clever if an ATACMS guidance module could be integrated into the HRIM2, because this way that you would get you make it basically safer. You'd make it more difficult for it to be shot down, because if it comes down nice and vertically as opposed to following a ballistic trajectory. But also, it would be it'd be very good because it'd be a lot more accurate, right? And it would be kind of like a super ATACMS because of the longer range, as well as at the same time a bigger payload. So for some things, it might actually be even much better than an ATACMS. The other thing that I'm not 100% sure on is what fusing options they have. Because one of the things that ATACMS is very good at is a delay. So not explode on impact, but impact first and then only then explode after you've penetrated into the soil for a bit, or into the building for several floors, because that can make a difference in the efficacy as well, right? Imagine an explosive that's placed on top of a bridge versus an explosive that's placed onto the pillar or inside the pillar, even, right? One's going to be a lot more effective than another. So I'd love to know more, but I don't think that the precise details of this are ever going to come out of Yushmash until they have been well experienced by the what do you call it, by the Russians. There we go, by the Russians. And I see that somebody sent me something about news that apparently HRIM missiles are produced in Poland. I'm not 100% sure if I do believe it outright, even if somebody's saying it. We'll see, but I hope they are. That'd be a really good thing if they were indeed. So I guess I'll kind of leave it at that. Thanks for bringing it up, Vojta. This is it's an important component of what might well be a deciding factor for Ukrainians at some point. Having this ability to reach out, 400 plus kilometers, 300 miles, right? That's a long way to reach out. And it would really, really benefit Ukrainians if they can, if they can do so routinely, not just once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, because they only have a handful of missiles. But if they can do it a lot, it can really make a big difference. Troy, your hands up. Go ahead.
Hey, this is Troy. I was trying to catch up with Ryan, but it looks like he stepped down. I caught up with him in the States, and I'm over in Kyiv now doing that mission with the 12-volt Starlink boxes, field boxes, where we're going out and converting their Starlinks to run just straight off of cigarette lighters. So it's going well, and I was going to give a little update with Ryan since he had some background on it. But I think he stepped down.
I'll see if I can get Ryan in the next couple of minutes back. Let's see if he has time for it, and we can circle back. That sounds like a cool project, though, and something that's super useful. I think we're gonna get Ryan back.
Yeah, it's been amazing, the people I'm working with here. I wasn't expecting to get this much help, and I got people who've been up on this space more than once, who are really just getting me connected, and it's been very effective mission this go around. So yeah, we'll see if we can get Ryan back up. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Let's go to Anda, and then if Ryan has the opportunity to jump back up, let's circle back to it together, because I think it's probably best to have several inputs there. Anda?
I still see Ryan as a speaker. Probably he's my personal ghost. I see Ryan's. All right, so stop me whenever Ryan comes up. Three things, because I read in the meantime, so push me down when when you think that was enough. First and foremost, a question, because you were talking about weapons. I saw a piece of news, stating that Germany. So they said something like this: 160 Leopard tanks will be delivered, as a full number, but I don't know when they started delivering them. At the beginning of April. And they said only 60 of them are Leopard 2s and 100 are Leopard 1s. Are these from the stock, from the batch that was discussed in January, February? Is this it?
Seems like it for now, that this is indeed it, right? So this is about 20 of these are going to be Leopard 2A6. I think 21 of these are going to be Leopard 2A6, and then about 40-ish are going to be Leopard 2A4s. And then on top of that is going to be about 100 Leopard 1s, which are going to be kind of drip fed into Ukraine as time goes on, because they can't all be done at the same time, because they all need to be tidied up a little bit. But the ones from Flensburg, and I think there might be some in the Netherlands or Belgium as well that they're being, I forget. Or no, sorry, the Dutch ones are already with German industry, with the manufacturer. So they need to be tidied up a bit. That's going to take some time. And the first ones are going to, I think, be showing up late April, early May, something like that, the first batches. But it is what it is for now. I think there's going to be, further availabilities made later in, towards the summer, probably. I think once it's evidenced how useful they are, and they can make a clearer case of, look, we've used them this way, this is the difference it makes, whatever else. It could well be it could well be a useful thing for Ukraine to make a stronger argument for more deliveries. The other component is that Finland's now a NATO member, or it will formally be sometime this week, I think, since Erdogan signed the document. So now, and the Hungarians deposited theirs with the State Department in Washington. So all we're waiting now is for the Turkey to deposit the paperwork at the U.S. State Department. That's the only thing the Turkey still needs to do. And then another document needs to be created, and Stoltenberg needs to give it to Pekka Haavisto, I think is the foreign minister of Finland, that needs to sign it. Then it's done. So, and that needs to be deposited in Washington. Now let's see if this can be done before Easter. So that is to say, if this can be done in the next 4 or 5 days, all of it, or if it will happen the week after that. But Finland becoming formally a member of NATO, and then maybe an American cavalry division deciding, this would be a nice place for some prolonged exercises, right? That might release a few tanks as well. We'll see how it goes. I think another component here is there's a number of Leopard 2 A4s mostly around Europe that aren't exactly fully functional, that aren't in the best condition. So let's see if the work has started in any countries on rebuilding those and regenerating those, especially, say, Spain. Spain has a bunch in storage, because that could also increase the volumes which might become available later, but that just weren't
That was my next question. What about challengers? So they were already delivered. That's awesome. Awesome.
We saw a video yesterday of a Challenger with its turret backwards, traversing a forest, because that's what you usually do, right? You go barrel backwards when you're in a forest because you don't want your barrel to get impaled into a tree. If you're doing that, because then it gets damaged, then you can't maybe fire so well. So it looks like they might have made it to Ukraine already. I don't know if Reznikov had. Markers, do you remember? Did Reznikov have a photo op with challengers yet? It's really hard to keep track because basically every day this past week, every day he had a new pictures taken, videos taken with new sets of equipment that are now officially deployed in Ukraine. I don't know if he did challengers.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
There we go. Then it's official.
That's it. That's awesome. Awesome.
Did
awesome.
he have a cup of tea, cup of soup from the boiling vessel?
Yeah.
He didn't, but he did have a big grin on his face.
Understandable. So that's amazing. Actually, this was the part of the good news that I wanted to share. The good news is NATO expands because one, the country requests, and two, the other countries approve, right? This is the mechanism through which every country joins NATO. Romania has joined NATO 19 years ago today. So today is a celebration day for us. And yes, we asked for this. We were not invaded by NATO. We were not occupied by NATO or by the American troops that we allowed on our territories. We are really happy they are here, and we are really happy that we are part of this organization. Our army is better because of it. By ourselves, we are not Finland. Like Finland managed to do this by themselves, to organize their army, to train their army, to have everything set up, right? They can actually start training with any other country, and I think they can be deployed in 6 months anywhere, together with other NATO troops. For Romania, it was a longer road. We had to improve our systems, reorganize the army, reorganize everything, because we have had a conscripted army prior to the revolution, and now we have a professional army. So they are permanently employed, paid by the state. They are training inside the country and outside it. So I kind of wanted to point that out, like a good news. We celebrate today. It's a good day for us, but it's also a good day for NATO, right? And a good point for NATO. It's how should I put this? We stand witness of the fact that we were not invaded by NATO. We asked to be part of this alliance, and we were approved by this alliance, and this mechanism is still rolling. And this is what happened with Finland. They asked for joining NATO. Actually put it in that's the best meme that I saw in a long time. Putin being awarded the best NATO salesman of the year 2022, because he managed to swing two countries which were undecided to request to be part of NATO. So I'm I'm really happy about this, and I really hope to see Sweden soon as part of NATO. But to your point, they organize themselves. So Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, like 2 weeks ago, they signed this how
Do you
is it?
mean the Air Force's joint command and
Yes.
joint logistics training for the Air Force is kind of forming a Nordic Air Force? That's really cool, obviously, and that wouldn't have happened if Finland and Sweden, because you said undecided. They weren't undecided, right? They were decided. They were decided to be neutral, and obviously this wouldn't have happened beforehand, right? This wouldn't have happened were it not for Finnish and Swedish application at the time, and now Finnish joining and Swedish application still for joining NATO. But did you see the name of the Danish general in charge of the Danish Air Force who was there at the signing of this agreement?
No, I missed that.
Okay, so his name is Jan Dam. So on the patch that he wears, it says JDAM. And we can. This is pointed out by a keen-eyed listener. I think it's absolutely fantastic. You can only imagine who's going to be in charge of the ground assault, right? Of the close air support. They say that sometimes your name determines what you do in life, right? So somebody whose last name is Miller maybe is more likely to go and work at a mill, or somebody whose name is Smith maybe it's more likely to go and become a blacksmith, at least historically. But goodness, if he didn't choose a really a career path really befitting his name. I don't know who does. It was just too good, just too excellent in there.
And we can assume ever since JDAMs are in operation, he got some. So I know Danish people. Most of them are not very funny, but I think he got some hit over his name in the army. I know he knows what's very close to his name, like what weapon is very close to his name. So I really enjoy this. I think it's really funny, and thank you for sharing this with me. It's really, really good. Actually, I have another a totally change of topic, if you allow me. If not, we can. I see we have Ryan up. Is he
No,
up?
we don't. We don't. You think, but look at where he is, and look at his mic. It doesn't look like it's muted. That's how you know it's a ghost, not him.
All right. So, I for the past 3 days or 4 days, something like that, I've been really pissed because one of the sports I follow is tennis. And in tennis, there is let's say people are undecided which side they are on, right? So since the current tournament that I'm looking at, this is how I got pissed, right? So the current tournament that I'm looking at, and they will have their final today. It's in Miami, and in semi-final, there were two Russians in one of the semi-finals. One of them advanced to the final, and I'm really pissed seeing him there. Like, it's not funny, the fact that I'm very much aware. Some of them were in the army. Some of them pushed for this idea that it's human rights, that which is appalling to me, for so many reasons. And then I heard about the Wimbledon ban, right? So I heard about Wimbledon putting out the fact that they will allow Russians to participate, which I find appalling, again. And at least I want to see them beat to a pulp. Like, that's the least that they can get. But I would very much prefer them not to be there. I 2 days ago or 3 days ago, I was so tired. I came here in the space. I didn't make any sense at that point. Basically, my point is this. The tennis players, not only them, but the sportsmen and women, are paid by the state, right? They are like employers of the state. Many of them. Others are sponsored by the state, especially the guys that arrive with Olympics team. So they cannot advocate, is their free will, is their right, which is hindered because they don't represent themselves. If I pay for my trip, if I pay for my gear, if I pay for everything, and I come to you and say, I am an independent player, I don't even train in Russia, I don't like Russia, I don't like Putin, I want to participate in this tournament because I like tennis, I like sports, and this is something I want to do, not as a Russian, but as an independent person with my own free will, then yes, that's one case. But when you come with the Russian Federation with a white flag, what are they surrendering? It's your gear is paid by Russia. Your salary is paid by Russia. You will get a prize from Russia when you come back from the Olympics with medals, because they are good. Nobody takes that from them. They are good.
I don't know. The anti-doping people do.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about the guys who are doping, and unfortunately, a lot of them do. But over the years, right, there is a word in Romanian, it's called acerb, a very a feisty competition, of steep competition, right? They usually are pushing for medals. So it's not about that. It's about them representing a country which has invaded another country. It's like I made yesterday a comparison, and I stand by it. It's like UK accepting German players just because German players come with a white flag to play with the British ones during the Second World War. Like, no, you are invading other country. Your country is invading other country, and you are representing that country, and you are paid by that country. So you're not paying for yourself. So I don't know if this makes sense. I hope today I make better sense, but I'm really annoyed by this. I know they will lose a lot not participating in the tennis tournaments, because all the ATP tournaments get you points. So if they miss them, they miss the points, and then they are they get lower into the ranks of ATP order, international order, which actually, if you're good, is not important. The only difference is you need to prove yourself in the qualification round. So you get to play some more. So it's not a tragedy. This is my point. Like, after all this, if we ban them and they do drop during a year or something, how much this war will last, and after that we decide to accept them again, if they are good and they keep training, it's not a tragedy. They can rejoin anytime, because every ATP tournament has qualification rounds in which you can get and eliminate some other players and get to the main screen. So it's not a tragedy from this point of view. You're not training with others. That's true, but you're not deserving. Like, you're taking money from someone who kills other people. Like, it's like me taking money from a organization who is polluting the soil, and then going to an organization who is fighting for environment, and said, I'm coming here as an independent party and I want to advocate for environment. No, you're not being true to yourself. You cannot be true to yourself when you're paid by others. So, and the good, I have a good part of this. Sorry, the IOC is pressured. So France joined Germany in the request not to allow the fencing team to participate, the Belarusian and the Russian fencing team. So they said they will boycott and they will go out if they participate. So it can be done. That's my point. We can do things. I want us to do things and to exclude Russia and Belarus from this.
Yeah, so the fencing union, right? The International Fencing Association was one of the first that initially banned Russian Belarusian athletes, but they allowed them back in. So first a Finnish tournament, the Finnish association cancelled it. And then a really high level one in Denmark got cancelled a few days ago as well, because they said, well, if they're going to make us have them, nope, we're not doing it. I think that the way to go about this, I think the easiest way to go about this is for France to say, well, we're going to have really stringent checks on any Russian athletes that want to try to get in. And as you said, the tennis players, I'm not so sure. Right, tennis players tend to be privately sponsored, but in many cases in Russia, they're sponsored by state-owned companies or very state-related companies, of course. But many of the others, right? Many like athletics, gymnastics, that sort of sports, they don't really get private sponsorship much. And the vast majority of those, certainly the medal getters, the top ones in Russia, they're all either part of the Red Army Club or Dynamo, right? So the ones that aren't related to the army, they're related to Dynamo. Dynamo is the club of the police, of Rosgvardia, of the intelligence and security services. Is that better? If anything, it's very plausibly worse. Now, the real rationale, I think, can be said. Well, we don't want to allow them in because they might be a danger to our country, right? You can't have members of the armed forces which are currently literally committing genocide 3 countries over. How can you let them into France, into Paris? This is a matter of national security. Could be as straightforward as that. Let's see. Shaggy, good morning, Shaggy. How are you doing?
Very good. I was a bit tired today and a little bit, but then I heard Mockers mention Sugurny the beaver earlier on this morning, so I was like, oh, I wonder if, because that was my suggestion for the name. So I did a little bit of digging around, and yeah, apparently my name suggestion got 53% in a poll, so I have named the beaver. I'd never thought of naming a beaver before. To tell you the truth, it wasn't on my bucket list or anything. So yeah, so hopefully that name sticks. Sugurny beaver. Yes.
I mean, I think it's compensation for your van getting destroyed, right?
Yeah, for my van. Oh yes. I've seen a few of those destroyed actually. So my Shaggy the magic mystery machines. Actually, funnily enough, on Friday, sorry, not Friday, on Thursday. So on Friday, my car was due in for an MOT in the UK, and on Thursday, the exhaust fell off on the way back from work. So that was interesting as well. So it's a bit of an up and down week, literally, for me.
Well, on the way to the MOT?
No, I was away from work. I had the MOT the next morning, so I pulled over. Fortunately or unfortunately, it's happened to me before in a previous car, so I now carry some wire, some metal wire with me. So that came in handy. So there was me under the car in a bit of rain, 2 wheels on a curb, so I could actually get under the car because it's a Peugeot, as I like to call it, as I heard somebody call it, a Peugeot Cabriolet. So I crawled underneath it and just hung it up, suspended like a hanging basket, and I got home. So yes. Yeah, so the beaver naming cheered me up something rotten this morning when I heard that and did a little bit of digging. So yeah, that's all I came up for really.
And the new reporting on the beaver, right? Shaggy says that the beaver is staying in the trench, doesn't want to go anywhere.
Yeah. Apparently, there's some rumours that it's a female beaver, so that's kind of handy with Sugurny, even though they're going to use that name anyway. But it might be pregnant, and that's why it's kind of a little bit it doesn't mind people. It just wants to dig its den or whatever it is. So hopefully they'll look after it. I think people are trying to find out which unit it belongs to, so they can do a fundraiser for that unit. So yeah, it's all brilliant.
Well, the engineering unit, clearly, right? It's a beaver. That's where it should be.
Yeah, the engineering section should be good. Where am I now? I am Shaggy 5 bars. So I don't know why you just cut out there for a second. So, yeah, the engineering unit, the Canadians are trying to get in on the act, as it were. But it's definitely a Ukrainian beaver. I don't think it's an immigrant or anything like that. It's definitely a Ukrainian beaver, and it's called Sugurny. So brilliant. Have a lovely day, everyone. I'm going to get back to my shift now. I'm on a Ukrainian overtime shift, so my earnings today go to Ukraine. My day 6 of working, so I better get to it. Take care, and I'll catch you later. I'll continue listening.
Very good, thank you, Shaggy, and very well done. What I'll add to that, right, is people who are now listening might not be familiar, but people in North America will be. Various universities in the US tend to do lots of sports, but they also have sports mascots, right? And the beaver is both the mascot of Caltech as well as MIT, the two premier engineering schools, historically at least, engineering schools in the US, which I thought might be of some interest to some. Of course, many Canadian universities also have the beaver, but that's because they're Canadian, and not because they care about engineering particularly. Marcus,
Yes, my lovely.
since it's Palm Sunday, did the UK MOD pass on making a report? I think they failed to make one on Christmas. Did they make one today?
They did make one today, and it's quite amusing, actually. It gave me a giggle, but obviously, I am twisted. So I will bring it to you because it's a bit of fun. So it starts off really chirpy. While Russia has suffered up to 200,000 casualties since its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, a significant minority of these have been due to non-combat losses. So, on the 27th of March 23, a Russian Telegram news channel reported that there have been extremely high numbers of accidents, crimes, and deaths linked to alcohol consumption amongst the deployed Russian forces. Other leading causes of non-combat casualties include poor weapon handling drills, shock, road traffic accidents, and climactic injuries such as hypothermia. And I'm going to add here that we've seen plenty of black feet, so, that too. Russian commanders likely identify prevalent alcohol abuse as particularly detrimental to combat effectiveness. However, with it has long been seen as tacitly accepted as part of military life, even on combat operations. So, a bottle of vodka a day keeps you going, apparently, if you're in the Russian military.
Keeps the effectiveness away.
Absolutely.
I mean, what else, right? What else? I think it's a key element in making sure that Russians aren't very very good at what they do. I do wonder, what the rates of this are. They didn't. Nobody has good numbers, right? But as they say, a significant minority of losses were non-combat.
Yeah, and we've heard this before of people not actually making it to the front because they've either had an accident on the way or people have fallen out and ended up scrapping to the point of one of them dying. Yeah, it's a very functional society they've got going on there.
Damn accidents. You just never know how it's going to go, do you? You just never know. Ivana, please.
Good morning, Marcus, Doman. So yes, we have seen a lot of reports about anything from diseases, about the camps in Belarus, to traffic accidents, to hand grenade accidents, to fuel on the stove accidents, and so on. So no wonder that a part of the casualties were due to misfortune, let's say. But I just wanted to attract your attention on the Institute of the Study of War Assessment for today, because yesterday it was the 1st of April, and I don't know if we remember that there was a new goal for the Russian offensive, seizing the Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast until the 31 of March. And as we know, this failed. So Institute for the Study of War is just saying that Russian, Ukrainian, and Western sources observed on the 1st of April that the Russian winter offensive has failed to achieve the Kremlin's goals of seizing Donetsk and Lugansk. Gerasimov, the Russian General Staff commander, said in December that they were focusing on seizing these oblasts, and they failed to do it. So also the winter offensive was kind of not very visible. Well, we have seen what was happening in Bakhmut and in Vuhledar and Avdiivka, but their gain was about 70 square kilometers, which is not much. If you look on the map, it's just a small area that they managed to gain. And apparently this is upsetting meal bloggers and commentators in Russia, and it's a good thing to just take note of this. And I guess we are now all waiting for the Ukrainian spring offensive.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Ioana. We're all on tenterhooks waiting for the Ukrainian spring offensive. And I would say that we are going to have to wait a little bit longer, just purely because conditions will dictate what they do. And I believe it's still snowing in Bakhmut, and it's still rather wet in other places. So unfortunately, patience is a virtue that I don't have, but we have to try and,
What do you think the offensive would look like? What would be the general look on the battlefield?
Effective. I don't think we can leave it at that. But this is really it, right? This is really it. Ukraine now has a bunch of different types of stuff, right? No normal military has this many different types from this many different lineages of things. Nobody says, well, what we're going to do is we're going to have 10 different kinds of tank manufactured in 5 different countries or 4 different countries or something. Nobody designs a force like that, right? Nobody says, yes, well, what we're going to have is we're going to have 5 different kinds of IFV or whatever they have now. Nobody designs a force like that. So just keeping that choreography going is going to be difficult. But on the plus side, what they do have is substantially better than what Russians have. What they do have is also going to be, I think, in some cases, better adapted than what the Russians have, and it's going to have to rely on high mobility. And because it had to rely on high mobility, it will have to rely on solid ground. I think those are the key highlights here. Ryan, what do you think? You've seen some stuff around.
I could completely and wholeheartedly agree with that. It almost seems like a parade of different vehicles from time to time. Occasionally, you'll see a large convoy of one type of infantry fighting vehicle or a mine-resistant people hauler, all traveling in a group together, but it's much more frequent that you will see 3 or 4 different types of equipment, like a mine-resistant vehicle, all at the same time, loading up or staging up at a fuel station or somewhere else. And along with them will be a small fleet of maybe 5 or 6 Ladas and 20 or 25-year-old BMW and a couple of Toyota Helixes or, some kind of pickup truck. It's just kind of a ragtag amalgamation of whatever vehicles they can get that have 4 wheels and will roll and get people where they need to be. I wish they had 2,000 Bradleys and all the Humvees we could pack on a boat. Humvees aren't perfect. Nothing is perfect, but anything is better than having to walk.
And this is why, Ryan, yesterday, right? There was lots of news yesterday came out. Of course, a lot of news were April Fool's jokes, but there was one that I'm pretty sure wasn't, and that was that Ukraine is ordering 100 Rosomak APCs, IAVs, depending on the setup, right? Depending on exactly what armament they have, whether it's just a machine gun or whether they have the 30mm Bushmaster chain gun, which are Polish-made APCs, IAVs, which are made under license from the Finnish Patria, right? So they're a little bit cheaper than the Patria student workforce, but it's paid a bit less in Poland than in Finland. But they've ordered 100 of these, and it's going to be paid with US and EU money. So there's facilities for this that both the US and the EU have started. And what are they? They are 8x8 vehicles, wheeled vehicles, have lots of space for infantry in them, and in some cases they have quite a bit of firepower as well. But I think this really says it all: armored mobility, right, Brian? That's what they really desperately need in vast quantities.
Absolutely. And one thing that isn't mentioned is the Ukrainians have some very special Leopards now, because as far as I'm aware, Leopards don't have explosive reactive armor. And the Ukrainians were provided some Leopards and very quickly rigged up exterior frame system so they could mount explosive reactive armor on the outside of a Leopard. So give something to Ukraine, they'll make it better.
This was all over German mill Twitter for like months ahead of time, ever since Leopards were announced in January. Right, there were photoshops of how does a leopard look like when it's completely covered in contact adin. No, but that's what they've. No, I don't think anybody was surprised when that. I think Canadian leopard came out with ERA all over it.
Well, nobody has to wonder what they would look like now, because Ukraine will show them the prototype, and maybe the Germans can improve on their design.
Maybe they can. Ioana, go ahead, and then I want to ask Ryan after that a little bit about some ships with oil on them. Ioana?
You can go ahead with Ryan if you want.
No, go for it.
No, I meant what we expect from this Ukrainian offensive. I expect them to surprise us. I expect them to be very flexible in using the equipment they have. They have a large variety of equipment, so they will try to adapt everything for each battle group or brigade, and they will try to use them to the most to be the most effective. In the Kiev offensive, we have seen that besides the sheer bravery, they used terrain and local knowledge very well. In the Kharkiv offensive, we have seen that they used SOF and intelligence in a very clever way, as well as combat teams that were fit for the forested area that was there. So they changed the tactics and it worked very well. In Kherson offensive, we have seen that they used the equipment they received and they targeted ammunition depots and other, concentration of forces behind the enemy lines, practically making the Russians retreat as an only option. So for now, we have a very long line of front. I believe that they will choose very wisely where to attack. I believe that they will organize the equipment in a way that allows them to be confident about the foreseeable results. And I guess we have to trust the Ukrainian forces.
Exactly, and one of the things you said, that's something I always think of, right? It's they're going to do something in somewhere where nobody is expecting it, and something that nobody's quite expecting. Remember Eastern Kharkiv? Nobody was talking about that. Nobody was expecting it, and all of a sudden, it's 9,000 square kilometers in a week or something like that.
I think I've figured out the song that's playing in Olaf Scholz's head, and if it's not, I want to plant that seed.
Is it the theme from Pippi Longstocking?
No, it's not. I'm feeling unusually upbeat today because we have a secret surprise party planned, even though it's kind of dreary and overcast and raining today, but I'm pacing around in the house waiting for somebody to show up here with a surprise birthday gift from one of our fellow volunteers. And I came up with the little one myself. It goes something like, anything you can do, Ukraine can do better. Ukraine can do anything better than you. Specifically applicable to the leopards, but I wonder if that's not a song rolling around. I'll come in. He might be a little fearful that this economic powerhouse that will soon become an EU member might outsize or show up the German economy. Hey, I got to help unload something heavy, so I'll be back in a bit. Oh, sorry, I dropped off a minute ago too. I had to pick up 20 IFACs because some random group from Sophia Foundation knocked on the door and gave us 20 IFACs for the front. Ah, sorry, I just got my hand slapped by Julia. They're not a random group. It's two wonderful guys from the US who were dropping off stuff to us in Poland months ago. They're wonderful dudes. I'll send some pictures in a bit, but now I have to unload something before Julia hits me with something.
That sounds like a wise decision. Right? That sounds like a wise decision.
Julia, what am I unloading?
Okay, I've done Ryan the favor and muted him, so we don't accidentally breach any information that shouldn't get out. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Right, Mockers, sure. If you want to go somewhere, go for it.
Well, I just have a little tale for you, an amusing tale. But
is it a tale of Russians messing things up greatly and it having bad consequences for them?
It might be. It might
Excellent.
be. Yeah. Well, a pensioner in Russia tried to set fire to a military registration and enlistment office in Povolisk, maybe. But she was convinced she was participating in a secret operation for the security forces against terrorists in order to receive a reward. So, an investigator apparently convinced her that she'd managed to help foil something and promised that if she did something else for them, that they would give her, 600,000 rubles. So she was offered the opportunity to take part in an operation. She was given a code name and curator and sent off to buy a bottle of champagne and some car oil for some reason. So she poured away the champagne and poured a combustible mixture into it. She was told that this was needed to solely scare the terrorists who operate at this building. Granny then drove to the military registration and enlistment office. Oh, no, sorry, she went by bus. She bought a lighter, but she couldn't figure out any way to set it alight when she got there. And she was also struggling to shoot it on her telephone. So she gave up, went home, and decided to try gasoline instead. So she returned with the gasoline and unfortunately got caught on the doorstep. Yeah, so apparently she is now a hooligan. So yeah, she's been branded a hooligan and arrested. So sorry, Granny, but nice try. A little bit.
So who was telling her that she'll get a prize?
I don't know. Some guy pretending to be like a Secret Service operative on the telephone to her. I think to begin with, they convinced her by getting her to sort of do something with her bank account, and they basically swindled her out of about 2,000 rubles or something like that. But they said it was to a good cause, and they pacified her, and she was like, "Oh, okay, when do I get my reward?" You know, and he's like, "Oh, very soon you'll receive 400,000 rubles as a reward." You know how they do. It's a bit like that Nigerian prince scam.
I was gonna say, I didn't know Nigerian princes got into Molotov cocktails.
Well, first they convinced her with the Nigerian prince method, and then they got her to try and blow up a recruiting station. So good for her for carrying on. Yeah, I can't imagine my granny going anywhere with a Molotov cocktail, to be fair.
No, it's more of a Finnish grandma drink, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say so. But I wonder if some of these sorts of things are behind these places actually being firebombed and stuff. I mean, there was a little old fella, who set fire to a cash machine, which seemed a bit random at the time. Just stuff like that. I do wonder if there's quite a bit of this just sowing a bit of chaos going on. And of course, I keep going back to the phrase that Budanov said, it's amazing what you can pay for in Russia. So yeah, sowing chaos, it's something I'm particularly enjoying watching. Talking of sowing chaos, have we seen well, you have, because I sent it to you, the latest video from Gherkin, who is obviously hilariously making himself a target for a window, I thought. What do you think?
Target for a window? Is window the one that targets you, or how does that work?
I think they must hunt people down in Russia. You know, they must be sentient, these windows, and actually hunt people down, because falling out of a window seems to be very common indeed. But yeah,
it's a special operating system. It's the Windows Russian edition.
oh, of course, yeah, I got it now. Very good, very good. Yeah, but anyway, he's basically declaring that the Russian army is going to be defeated, which, it's nice to hear the truth coming out of somebody. They do talk about a pro-Western coup, which is, they're talking about the West going to come and take over Russia. No, we don't want your shitty Russia, I'll be honest. So, they're establishing a club of angry patriots who are not afraid to say that they're going to accept military defeat in Ukraine. I kind of like this new, stance. I kind of like that he's trying to encourage other people to also accept military defeat. I'm not sure how good for his health this is going to be, but you carry on, Gherkin. I always picture him small and green and bobbly, by the way, because of his name. But yeah.
Well, he was the original little green man, right? So that fits. Because he was kind of in charge of the little green man invasion of Crimea, and then starting it in Donbass in Sloviansk, I think. Yeah. No, but it's very interesting because he's been through so many different roles, be it in the so-called permitted opposition, be it in other types. It's very it's a very interesting it's a very interesting mixture, and I don't know, it's fun times.
Interesting that you've got enough protection to be able to say this.
No, exactly, and do you know what that means? That means that he's not actually a danger. That means that everybody who's thinking that he's kind of tiptoeing the line, right? That he's on the edge of what is permitted, of what is allowed by the regime. It actually clearly isn't that close. Otherwise, he'd be in greater trouble, or he just wouldn't be heard from at all. So I think that's, I won't say missing necessarily, but I think that should be that has to be thought of a little bit differently. Assumptions need to be readjusted. It's generally something that's not being done enough, right? Assumptions aren't being readjusted enough, and this includes, for example, the journalists, media, when they report on Russian nuclear threats, especially. That their assumptions aren't dealt with appropriately at all, not even slightly, and that's really missing, I think, in a lot of cases there. It really needs more thought and more nuance when reporting on things like Russian nuclear threats. Because far too many people are taking it at face value, and I think on the one hand, the decision makers, politicians, by and large, have started kind of realizing and figuring out how to address this, how to approach this. But it's the journalists who are still lacking a little bit, because there's too many people who are used to reporting on other sorts of things and just take it at face value, really unnecessarily. I mean, Ioana, I know that you've been listening to this and following this quite a bit more closely than most, right? With Lukashenko's nuclear threats over the last 3 or 4 days, saying, "Oh, we're going to have strategic nukes, not just tactical nukes. It's going to be great." Why are there so many journalists who just take that and just report it at face value as though it actually has a chance of being a thing, and not seeing it for what it is, the delusional commentary of a governor of a oblast, a colony of Russia?
Well, I really don't know, because it seems very self-contradictory in a way. On one side, he says, as the Russians are saying in the foreign policy, he says that he's for peace and he wants an immediate ceasefire, and that something should happen at once in order for the war not to go on. And on the other hand, he's promoting all those threats that we already know, that Russia will be forced to do something, that Russia will be forced to do to use any kind of weapon, and he's at each and every step he's placing, like for example, his and this is anyway. I don't know. It's really difficult to understand. For example, he says that they should use any kind of weapon: phosphorus ammunition, depleted uranium, enriched uranium. There is no weapon system that is using enriched uranium. So it's used solely for the nuclear power plant or for the nuclear weapons. So he's just placing at every step. And also, as you said, Putin wanted to place tactical nuclear warheads in Belarus. Tactical means the area that is covered is quite small, so it's not a powerful bomb. But he's asking for strategical nuclear weapons. So sometimes I'm wondering if it's Lukashenko talking, or if it's Russia that is sending a message through Lukashenko, because Russia doesn't want to seem weak, saying that they actually really want to stop the conflict on this and froze the borders, and they are trying to find a way to negotiate something in order for them to keep something that they already have right now. Yeah, it's and yes, as you said, journalists tend to take them all these statements at face value, failing to notice that they are just propaganda, as it was very well said in in Commerçant by the Russians. It's about weapons of mass persuasion, and I guess they still work in some places.
Now, this is where I've said it once before today, but this is where it's really worthwhile to highlight the new research paper out from Keir Giles at Chatham House, saying exactly that. Right, there needs to be much more caution given to that, and just saying, "Oh, now the Russians have introduced a new foreign policy or whatever else." What's really the meaning of it? No, they've published a new foreign policy, but what have they really said in this new quote unquote Russian foreign policy paper that they came out with a couple of days ago?
Oh, it's complex, and it's I will comment on this later, but I will say just what they say, that so they want to promote Russian Federation as a state civilization, a stronghold of the Russian world, and one of the sovereign centers of world development. Russia does not consider itself an enemy of the West, but cannot help but engage in eliminating the rudiments of the dominance of the United States and other unfriendly states in the world affairs. They want to transform Eurasia into a single all-continental space of peace, stability, mutual trust, development, and prosperity. So I'll call this, I really like Umberto Eco, and in one of his books, who calls Pendulum, there is a talk between two people, and they are, well, they are talking about nonsensical expressions and oxymoronic things. And what Russia is promoting is a belligerent peace. They say that they are pro-peace, but they are doing war all the time. If you look in the history of Russia, Russia was always at war. War is the Russian policy. But at the same time, they say we are promoting peace. Peace through war? Yes, maybe a war can help establish a peace. But when you are at war all the time, and when you are saying in the same time that you are a peace-loving nation, it's kind of mind-blowing. So if you want, I can continue with what they say, but I just want to for everybody to notice the contradiction in everything they are saying. And also in the Twitter environment, I observed that all the Russian embassies are promoting this foreign policy, or all of them are posting and reposting and talking about this. I think it's a wave of disinformation again, because they are trying to filling up the space with this peace talk and peace promoting, while in the same time they I think that they want to distract the people from the reality that a war is fought, and they are attacking civilians, and they are fighting in Ukraine all this time. And it's sometimes I'm just contradicted by all of this. Yeah, sorry for talking so long.
No. I want to ask you one more thing on it. What's different in this statement of Russian, foreign policy as stated to the outside world compared to the last one?
Well, you caught me there. I don't have the 2021.
On it is missing a little bit. I don't think there's anything written on it is different. I don't think the actual content's different. No, they have forever previously identified the West, America, whatever, as their opponent, which is always kind of funny, right? Because nobody else is really thinking of Russia as an actual opponent for a long time. Russia's really been building up to this. They've put a lot of effort including through cyber attacks, to influence operations, etc., to really stress just how important they were to themselves, and how much of an enemy they made out of themselves for say America, right? I think that's really interesting, and I think that that's actually really important, to say what's actually the difference, because everything else was always the subtext already. Everything else was always already the subtext of what their policy papers said, right? The only difference now is that they explicitly say, well, the rest of the world is with us, America's against us, Europe's against us, we are adversaries. That's the only difference that they ever said. The other thing that I thought was quite interesting, Ivana, was them saying, "Oh, the rest of the world wants peaceful coexistence with Russia." I would dare say that they're the ones turning others against them. If anything, first of all, they're overestimating what the rest of the world wants. Right? Just look at UN General Assembly votes. Usually, they get like 6-7 countries that always vote for them, and then a handful, maybe others that sometimes do. But mostly, especially in the last year, it's mostly been abstentions, right? Including from places like China and India, mostly abstentions. But really, what I want to highlight here is, no, they're massively overestimating their own abilities. They're massively overestimating what they can actually do, and they're also massively overestimating how much the rest of the world wants, a good relationship with Russia. Most of the world doesn't really care. I'll admit that, doesn't really care particularly, and wouldn't care if Russia wasn't doing all of this invading and genociding, right? Because most of the world just wants to buy stuff for cheaper. And frankly, that was kind of the case for Europe as well, until very recently. Just look at the lengths and the efforts that, for example, the big economies in Europe, like Germany and France, went to look away and just to continue buying cheap stuff from Russia and selling them technological products in exchange. The people who changed that were Russians, and Russians had to do really bad things in order for that to have changed in the first place. I think that's not to be forgotten. That is the particularly moving thing here. And yes, again, people, most of the world wants to have peaceful relationship with Russia, absolutely. But that doesn't mean that they are allied with Russia. That doesn't mean that they agree with Russia. That means that they are that they just don't want to do anything else but buy cheap stuff from Russia and sell them whatever they make. That's the extent of it, really. Ioana?
Yes, I agree with you. And I was searching for something new, and according to them, there is something new. They want to adapt, to facilitate the adaptation of the world in order to the realities of a multipolar world. They already used this before. But now they give priority to eliminate the vestiges of US and other unfriendly states' dominance in the world affair, creating conditions for the abandonment of any state from neo-colonial and hegemonic ambitions. And they also say that they want to do this on a fair basis as required by UN Charter, which enshrines the principle of the sovereign equality of all states. And they are doing this right now, isn't it? They are really doing it, respecting the sovereign equality of all states, and fighting the neo-colonial ambitions, while they are fighting a colonial war, basically. So it's so mind-blowing. Sorry.
Exactly, right. It's total and complete projection on top of it, and beyond that, all it is just a clearer statement of things that everybody already knew, and their thought is, oh, but China's with us. How did Xi's visit in Russia go? No, there was this big press release. Oh, we're going to do all of these things together. It's going to be great. And then a day or two later, the Chinese came out and said, well, yeah, maybe. But we'll think about it a bit more. Maybe we'll start building that pipeline. Maybe we won't. We'll see.
Yes, according to some sources, it didn't really go as well as the Russians want us to think. The Russians had some purposes to this meeting. Some increase in trade, the pipeline, the Siberian pipeline, and basically they wanted support from China for this conflict with Ukraine. Maybe trying to strengthen the military alliance, maybe trying to obtain some military help, but it didn't go well. And a few days after this, China enforced some of the sanctions. Basically, one important trading company stopped trading with Russia. And also about the Siberian pipeline, we don't have news. And apparently Xi Jinping was also kind of not happy with the Russian decision to place tactical nuclear warheads in Belarus. According to some commentators, the Russians did this exactly because the meeting with Xi Jinping didn't go very well, and they missed an opportunity for propaganda, so they had to create another. And I really wanted to have your opinion on this.
I agree with that. I think that's about right. I'm not sure if they would have done it otherwise anyways, or they did it because of the Chinese thing didn't go through very well. But I'll say this, and I think this the best reasoning for why we can say that, yeah, it was probably a because, is the China is always very hesitant to want to back anything nuclear, right? Anything adversarial nuclear, because China knows what lays in the future, and in the future, what awaits them is even more food imports than thus far. They don't want to touch that for very practical, realistic purposes. There are things that they just stay away from for good, and with good reason, because it doesn't actually benefit anyone. It doesn't benefit them, but it also doesn't benefit anyone else. If there is anything, if there are any nuclear events ever, it's just a bad thing for them. And they realize that, and they're very upfront about that, and they do not want to allow the possibility of anything like that. Imagine that there's actually a few millions of hectares of agricultural soil out of production. Prices go up. China imports a lot. They're already annoyed with the current situation. It's bad enough. But imagine that they say, well, for objective reasons, it's going to be bad for the next 20, 30, 40 years. They don't want that. They really don't want that. Get out with that, right? I think that is really underappreciated a lot of the time by many others. That's why they're so annoyed with Russia in the first place. China would be perfectly happy if Russia could actually have taken over Ukraine in 10 days, like they probably told the Chinese they would. They said, no, don't worry. This is going to be easy. No, we're going to say 3 days. It's not going to be 3 days. It's going to be like 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, we'll just have a bunch of extra oblasts. It'll be great. And China's probably fine with that. No. But they're certainly not fine with this. This is a mess. Now, it does weaken Russia. And the Chinese are happy with that, because they're happy with things that weaken Russia, right? Because what does it mean in the long run? It means cheaper stuff. It means that Russia can be something of a monopson, because they will be the only ones who will be big enough and interested in buying Russian stuff. So they'll get it for less, because they'll be able to dictate the price, because nobody else will be interested in it. That's good for them, right? They're happy with that. That's not a problem for for the Chinese. But they certainly don't want this. They certainly don't want. They're certainly not terribly happy with the current setup. Also because it's remilitarizing the West and it's making any of their possible future expansions harder. The other thing is, of course, Ivana, what happened yesterday? What was the worst joke of yesterday? I think we can all agree.
The UN Security Council, the presidency of Russia. I think this is the worst joke. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly right. That's exactly what I was going for. Right. Now, this was known. This was planned. This has been known for many months. That on April 1st, Russia would take over the presidency of the UN Security Council. That doesn't make it a whole lot better, though. There's some fears. There's some concerns about it. I will say I don't think it's that as bad a thing as it's being portrayed. No, but this is like saying, wow, if an alligator bites you, it's probably not going to be as bad as you think. It's probably not going to take your whole arm. It's probably just going to be punctured in lots of places by alligator teeth. That's not as bad as actually losing an arm, is it? In that sense, it's not as bad. But objectively speaking, it is still pretty bad. The thing to remember is they don't have that much power as the president of the Security Council. They're kind of the ones who decide on what's going to be discussed and what votes are going to be done, on what witnesses are going to be called. And that's all bad because it's all ridiculous, right? Because everything that they will do is going to be fundamentally ridiculous. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there is a danger in this. I think, I don't know. Have you looked at the members of the Security Council? The states that are now in Security Council are Albania, Brazil, China, Ecuador, France, Gabon, Ghana, Japan, Malta, Mozambique, Russia, Switzerland, UAE, UK, and the United States. A lot of countries from Africa, and we know that Russia has a real influence in Africa. Also, countries from South America, like Brazil and Ecuador, and they will try to promote their narratives. They will try to promote their policy, and even if Western countries will boycott, maybe this will happen. I really believe this will happen. There are still the other members that may just listen, and I don't know how far the Russian influence can go, but I'm not very, I'm not feeling very good about this.
Okay, can we go through the non-permanent members again? So from Europe, it's Albania, Switzerland. Anybody else?
Just give me a minute. So non-permanent members. Malta.
Okay, so Malta, Albania, Switzerland. Okay, that's all from Europe, right? Okay, and then from Asia, it's Japan and.
Let me check. Well, China, and I think that's it.
Okay.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I don't want to do permanents because we know which 5 are the permanent ones, right? Okay, so Japan. Okay, so that's 5, and then you said Mozambique. I heard Brazil. Who else? There should be 2 more.
Ecuador, Gabon, Ghana.
Okay, Ecuador, Gabon, Ghana. Anything
Mozambique,
else?
yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's it.
And UAE.
And UAE. Okay, sorry. So there's 5 plus 11 or 5 plus 9. Okay, fine. So I don't think that they'll find 6 to vote with them in total. Right? They'll have themselves, but beyond that, they'll have probably China, possibly Brazil, probably Mozambique. Ecuador's a 50-50, and that's kind of it. And I think UAE is going to be abstaining a lot. Switzerland is going to be abstaining or voting with the West. I don't think it's that bad, right? And what can they do with like 6 votes at most, 5 votes, maybe probably 4 votes at times. I don't think that's enough for them. I don't think they have they have that much of a sway. They'll try, of course, they always try, but I just don't think they'll be able to achieve all that much with it.
Yeah, I didn't meant exactly about votes, and even if there are votes, the resolutions are just some resolutions. This usually doesn't mean anything in practical terms. I mean that if the Western countries will try to boycott the meetings, this may not work because the others may stay. And boycotting this month of UN Security Council could have sent a very powerful signal to everybody that we are not agreeing with Russia, and Russia is not entitled to be the president of the UNSC, and it's not a good thing, and it should be changed. And I still believe, this is a parenthesis, I still believe that it could be changed. But if the meetings are taking place, even if the results will not be, will be non-practical and just some meetings that are taking place, they will still be taking place. That's what I meant. I don't know if this is a thing.
No, that makes sense, of course, right? It's still they still exist, but it's just not a case, I think, when that's actually going to make a difference. I think that there would have been some concern if there was a different constellation, maybe in the Security Council, where they could schedule some really stupid votes and actually get a majority for it, or at least a clear majority not against. But I don't think that in the current constellation they'll be able to do it. So if you look at the votes that they were proposing last year, when they had held the presidency during February, during which they conducted the invasion of Ukraine, let's not forget that, during which they started it. During that time, they were scheduling a bunch of stuff about and bringing in witnesses from like the including, I think, some people who might have gotten arrested yesterday, or who might have been there when arrests were happening, mockers. I think they called some of those up as witnesses, or at least some of their friends as witnesses, which is a particularly interesting one. But yeah, it's I don't think they'll have the same sort of sway this time around. What else did I want to note on that? There was something else.
Yes,
else. Right. Yes. Go ahead.
Sorry, I hope it is this. I said that I still believe that Russia can be removed from the UN Security Council, and I have seen that there is an initiative from US congressmen to remove or to try to remove Russia from the UNSC. Have you seen it? Can you comment on this? Because I'm not really very good at this kind of comments.
I have seen that there is an initiative. I think it's a good thing for it to be out there, right? I think it's a good thing for it to be discussed, publicized. I don't think it's gonna be successful. I don't think it's gonna happen. But it's good that there's some discussion of it out there. Now, why don't I think it's gonna happen? I don't think it's gonna happen because it would require a vote of the General Assembly, and as many countries as there are that are very super frustrated and annoyed with all that Russia is and does, including countries from around the world. And the ICC warrant is, of course, very significant in this, right? I don't think that there is enough to push it over the edge. I don't think that there's enough to actually lead to a to an expulsion or demotion from the permanent status. The reason for that is that Russia has the largest number of nuclear weapons in the world. I know we're back to that one thing, right? But Russia has the largest number of nuclear weapons of any country in the world. And I think that alone is going to keep a whole lot of countries from around the world to basically say, well, but what would be the legitimacy of the Security Council were it for the Security Council to not include Russia any longer? And I think that's going to make the deciding difference why it's never going to be expelled. Not unless the global political situation really changes. Nevertheless, it's a great thing for this to be discussed and for this to be done, kind of upfront, because at least it's a conversation, at least it's a consideration. And this is where it's also very good and very wise to include the discussions such as, oh, but why is Russia a legitimate member of the Security Council in the first place? Why do they have that post? And do the little historical reminder of this never actually having been voted on and never actually having been ratified. Just kind of accepted by the world, right? Just kind of accepted by the world during the dissolution of the Soviet Union because they had all of those nukes, because the regime in Moscow just happened to be the one who was in control of all of those nuclear weapons. And I don't think that's a good enough reason. And it's good that it's being brought up because it delegitimizes their position in the eyes of other countries. Because in the eyes of other countries, like, oh, they kind of cheated to get there. And it's not like they're there for any good reasons in the first place, right? So I think that's kind of a helpful thing to be bringing up, even if it doesn't happen, even though it doesn't happen. I think it's still a useful thing of it bringing up. What do you think, Ioana?
Well, it's exactly what I think, that Russia isn't really entitled to be there. And I don't know if there are legal means to demonstrate this. There was a CEPA article one time detailing how could Russia be removed. But also I agree with you that it's the fear of other countries that is keeping Russia in the UN Security Council, exactly because the nuclear arsenal. And this is a circle, I don't know exactly how to say it in English. It's I don't know. I really don't know.
A vicious circle, yes.
Yes, exactly, a vicious circle in which we acknowledge the fact that it's not a good reason for Russia to be there, but in the same time, it's the fear that keeps them there. And yes, I really don't know. I have to check if there are legal ways in which this could be done. That CEPA article seemed to be very, very coherent. So maybe this could be done. I don't know.
Well, there's one approach, right? And it's the same approach as was done in, what was it, 1973, I think, when the China seat switched from ROC to PRC. And that was done through the General Assembly vote, right? So actually, the West was kind of against that for a long time. And it was only really because of the Sino-Soviet split that it kind of came through. Because before it was just assumed, well, why would we do this? Because then China's just going to vote with the Soviet Union and everything. Like what benefit is there to us? But a combination of more member states and the combination of more kind of thoughts about, oh, but why are they there? Why aren't they there? That all kind of came to a fore, and then it got switched. So it's down to a vote in the General Assembly. That's really the best summary of the procedure. Everything else is just unnecessary detail. Shaggy.
Yeah, on the subject of Russia on the taking the presidency of the Security Council, yeah, it is silly and daft and ridiculous. So I reckon I think other members should run with that and basically put little signs up, just pointing an arrow to the Russian delegation saying "terrorist state." Maybe take a leaf out of NAFO's book and just point out the ridiculousness of it. And use humour just to ridicule them, but on the Security Council. It's not very diplomatic. It kind of wouldn't be a new go against convention. But yeah, something that has to be done if they're going to have to sit there and listen to the Russians' nonsense. then yeah, little signs saying this is pronounced nonsense with arrows pointing at them. I think that would be great. It'd certainly get a lot of headlines around the world on the main news. It would basically what NAFTA does, but on steroids. What do you think?
I think you're closer to a serious proposal than you think, Shaggy. Ivana, tell me this: like you've read these this foreign policy change document and so on. What does it scream out as? What do they really want? What are they desperate for?
Friends?
Okay, friends, yeah. What else? Like respect, being
Legitimacy.
taken seriously,
Yes.
legitimacy. Exactly, right? So this is why I keep saying the right way to approach them is to mock them incessantly. And I think this is where NAFO really has it right. And they deserve mockery because of the ideas that they put forward.
And what bigger place to do that than on the Security Council? Yeah.
The Latvians have got it correct.
Ivana?
Oh, about mockery. I am very much agreeing with it, and I wanted to talk about it well, for a long time, because I think this is the way. This is the way to deal with this kind of information, disinformation attempt. And I like to do analogies. And in Harry Potter's books and movies, there was a creature, I guess it was called Bogart, that was used for training, and in fact it took the shape of the greatest fears and of each people, so they were training on this Bogart, and when it was released from a cabinet or something, it took the shape of the greatest fears. And the way to deal with such a creature was to mock him, to do a spell and mock him. And I think that's what Russia is doing every time. It takes the shape of our greatest fears, which usually are the nuclear war, and it's using it to insinuate in our thinking and to obtain their objectives. And I think it's very important. And if I may do another analogy, I already mentioned Umberto Eco. It's one of my favorite writers, if not the favorite writer. And there was in the Name of the Rose discussion about all the book. In fact, is about laughing. But you realize this only at the end. And there was a discussion if laughing is allowed in a religious environment. And it was between Jorge and William. And Jorge condemned laughing because he said it ferments doubt. And William argued that sometimes it's right doubt, and doubt is good, and laughter can be a weapon against liars and against those who denies the truth, or who want to change the truth, or who want to present another truth. And it's good to laugh, because in this way you can undermine the false authority of someone, and the absurd, and you can showcase the absurdity of their propositions that are offending reason. And NAFO is doing a very good job, and this is the way. And I also mentioned earlier about the posts of Russian officials and embassies. Please comment on them. Do not retweet them, but comment on them and make them feel it. Just make them feel it.
Yes, the utter inconsistent disrespect. Mr. M, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Doman. How are you? Oh, I think you are good also. Ioana, do you know how you can approach a Bogart?
No.
You say the spell ridiculous.
Oh yes, yes. Yes,
Because
thank you.
just what you said, it's pretty fine to ridicule everything they say because it's all bullshit. But I had something else. I had some news about a second group of Ukrainian artillery recruits have come to the end of their training on the formidable AS-90 155th millimeter self-propelled gun.
When was this from, Mr. M? Because I think I read that like 4 days ago.
I just see the post from the Ministry of Defense of the United Kingdom, and it is just posted 7 minutes ago.
Interesting, because then either somebody isn't doing their job very well, and they said second again, or it's actually a third, or the person who said second a few days ago was wrong and it was actually the first.
That could be, maybe that's the possibility. It's a bit confusing, but at least we know they do it, and they do it good. They are training. They have trained on it, so that's a very good news.
Absolutely. I think we actually saw at least 1 or 2 AS-90s in Slovakia a few days ago, already going somewhere towards the Ukrainian border. So I think there will soon be an AS-90 announcement with, Alexei Reznikov showing off. This is what we have now. This is great. Another new thing for us. I think that will be very soon. Very, very soon indeed.
Bit by bit, all the equipment that was promised and would be delivered is tripling in Ukraine at this moment. So that's why I asked this morning about the view of the battlefield when the Ukrainians start their spring offensive.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where it's going to be difficult, right? It's going to be difficult for the Russians to figure out what's going on where, because, like Ryan said also earlier, there's so many things moving around, so many places. Who knows? Who knows which is meant for what? Who knows which is going where? Who knows where the main push is going to be? Who knows?
Let's say the Russians are in for a very, very big surprise. I wouldn't want to be a Russian at the moment the Ukrainians start their offensive. I really don't want to be in their shoes. Seriously.
I mean, I'd never want to be in their shoes.
They think that Bakhmut and all the other fronts that those are hell. Well, I don't think they have seen hell yet.
Mr. M, Dinjon's coming to join us. And I think I know what Dinjon's going to tell us. Dinjon, I don't think most Russians have seen hell, because hell is a village in Norway, right?
Yeah, but first let me say that Mr. M is assuming they have shoes. So you have to start from the start. And I lost about 20 seconds cycling up, so I don't know what you were talking about.
Mr. M said that Russians will see hell and that they haven't seen hell yet. And I said, well, of course they haven't, because most of them haven't been to Norway, and hell is a village in Norway.
Yeah, you're right there. And it has earned its name.
Is it that bad, really?
It's Norway, come on.
Tell us about it.
But
Tell it.
I don't know much about it, Mister. But I know there's like an Australian Scottish band who actually wrote a song about it. Well, actually, the road going there, but I don't know if I wrote about the actual place.
Is it like a little road or is it a big road?
It's a highway. It's a highway.
Highway to hell.
And then they actually.
You know, I hear they wrote it when they were on tour in Norway, and just took them forever to get there.
Yeah, and do you know what they wrote afterwards? Actually, this is completely wrong because the chronology is wrong. But there was another one, Hell Ain't a Bad Place to Be. But that was actually written before. I think they wrote that before they've actually been there.
Yeah, they had high expectations, right? They didn't know what awaited them. Maybe it was their like agent that wrote that one. You know, trying to persuade them that yeah, it's gonna be fine. Just go, try it out.
It's probably that, yeah.
Shaggy. Oh no, go ahead, Dintron.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
was just, you know, the Finns are kind of nowhere to be seen. I hope they're outvoting. Not outvoting, but voting.
Outvoting who, themselves?
Yes.
Let's see. Hope they're not too hungover still. Shaggy.
Yeah, I just pulled over. Right, yeah, I actually stayed in a hotel hell in Ortizi when I was skiing around the Salaronda in northern Italy. So yeah, hotel. It was some aspects of it were pretty hellish actually. That hotel, so I wouldn't recommend it. But yeah, hotel hell in Ortizi. That's just my hell reference.
Did you get around?
Oh yeah. It's when I just started snowboarding as well, so I made it all the way around the Salaronda on a snowboard. That apart from one fall that I had, which really made me cry. Actually, that really hurt. But yeah, got my snowboarding board on, as it were. It's great. I love that. It's my favorite place when it has snow. Last few years it doesn't have snow, but that year it was loads of snow, and it was just powder-tastic.
You were snowboarding for a week and only fell once, or one notable fall?
One notable fall. I mean, I kind of slipped over a few times, but one when I was going really fast down a icy black bit and just landed on my coccyx, and basically that really hurt. It knocked my mojo out my body for about 2 or 3 days. Actually, I was doing great up until that moment, thinking I was going to be an Olympic snowboarder, but I then suddenly realised I wasn't.
I mean, for a start, you weren't at the Olympics, right? That made you not an Olympic snowboarder.
Yeah, no, but in my own mind, I was thinking, oh, this is I was a bit old actually. It was only 15 years ago I started snowboarding. I'm normally a skier, but yeah, I learned it pretty quick, and really, I definitely prefer snowboarding to skiing. Actually, hopefully that's not sacrilegious in some people's minds.
I'm sure in some people's it is. I didn't really care one way or another.
Okay, I got to crack on now. Enjoying listening at the moment. Cheers.
Thank you, Shaggy. Yeah, I do wonder what they prefer up in hell. Probably cross country skiing, right, Dintron? Telemark.
Yeah, Telemark. It's one.
Is hell in Telemark?
Oof, this is now getting very particular. Likely. Isn't all of everything outside Oslo Telemark?
No, some of it is Finnmark.
You got me there.
So, Dintron, it's speculated that I think about $500 million is going to be in EW equipment from the Americans in the next package. You like EW, right?
Yeah, I do. I kind of sympathize with it. Yes, it's a lot of microwaves and actually incoming and outgoing. So yes.
Why do you think the Americans would be sending Ukrainians lots of EW equipment now, as opposed to like a long time ago?
Could it be like maybe they're gonna disturb someone's communication and pick up some of that communication as well. In preparation and execution of something that's hopefully soon gonna start.
Yeah, and I was specifically thinking in terms of, these sort of things the other side can kind of adjust to, right? When stuff suddenly stops working, they can figure out what works and what doesn't. But with some things, it might be a good idea that you don't introduce it until it'd be too late for them to adjust to. How does that sound?
Yeah, actually, that's a very good point. So far, probably they haven't seen much of it, if any. So that's going to be, it's going to take them time to adjust to, and hopefully they will not have the time to adjust to. So yeah, good point.
Right, it makes sense for the Ukrainians to have first taken out all of the Russian ones, or a bunch of Russian ones, because they've kind of been targeting them the last few weeks.
Yeah, and in addition, they have taken out and they also captured it. So maybe some of whatever they get now has been kind of tuned in to what they know the Russians are capable of.
Yeah, it's a good point. I didn't think of that. That's an excellent point. Really, really optimize things. Really make sure that you have the right stuff and that the Russians don't have an opportunity to figure out how to counter it.
Yeah, and I really hope this. Really hope that's the case. I really want to see the booms. I'm sure Mokas would agree to that, and many others. But of course, this is extremely important. So yeah.
That's how you get to the booms, right? That this is a necessary precondition for booms to happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there are certain weapons as well that will require the Russians to not be jamming if they're GPS controlled, I believe. So, having your own EW equipment to suppress the Russians, I suppose, is going to be useful. Do you know what day it is, Doman? I'm going to tell you anyway, then.
Is it the 2nd of April?
It's the 2nd of April. Well done, yes. This is the day on the 2nd of April 2022 when Ukrainians were informed that the last Russian unit had been removed from the Kyiv region. So during this particular occupation of Kyiv, 1,374 people are known to have died, including 38 children, and mostly with small arms. So that's just something I thought we would remember because it's important to keep that in mind. But it is important to remember that the area was liberated by the Ukrainians, and at the time with a lot less assistance than they're receiving now. So I have absolute faith that they will continue to liberate the rest of their land.
Exactly. At that point, Western assistance went to small arms, javelins, and those. That's pretty much it, right? It wasn't a whole lot of different stuff. It was, a relatively limited set of things. And I think that spurred on. The first Ukraine contact group started in mid-April, late April. The first original Ramstein meeting. Why? Because Ukrainians demonstrated resolve. They also demonstrated success, and it was the combination of that facilitated that. On a previous point, Tenshan, Jörn says that Telemark is hellish, but hell is in Trøndelag, something like that. I don't know how to pronounce it correctly. I guess you can tell me.
You can thank him for me, Doman. I'm sorry I didn't hear that. But then also I will actually consult my Google Maps to find out, because now I'm curious where it is.
And another Norwegian informed me that it's so good they've even God has opened his own shipping office there. It says Gos Expedition, but apparently that means packages as opposed to God. Just fun. That's an excellent picture.
Yeah, goods.
Would you like some good news, Doman?
I always like good news.
Me too. I love a bit of good news. So, the electricity restrictions applied by Ukrenergo in Kyiv, Zhytomyr, and Kharkiv regions have been lifted. The company report that the repairs are now complete on their power facilities, and there are no network restrictions in those areas. And well, I've got to say, considering what we were looking at just months ago, you know, what an incredible job.
It must be very frustrating for the Russians to see all the things they are being damaged, and as soon as the Ukrainians liberate the regions, that all the things that were damaged are built up in no time. Just like the power grid, it's repaired in no time.
They don't mess about, do they? They don't hang around. If there's a need to get things done. A bit like Chef Genya the other day. He said, you know, we don't have the time, just get things done. And it's something that I've seen happen an awful lot, that, you know, no time wasting. Even people who are, you know, supposedly on leave and things like that, they're still training, they're still taking time to help others. It really is a movement rather than, you know, a job as such. It's something that people
it's not a job, it's an adventure.
Yeah, but it's something also that, you know, people walked out of offices and signed up to the military, and their entire lives have changed, and yet they are all still willing and, you know, still determined that it doesn't matter what it takes, even if it takes their life, they're going to liberate the land that is theirs. And it's amazing to me that virtually a whole country did this. I understand being patriotic, but they all knew who the enemy was, and they all decided to stand up. And yeah, it's something which has been a real inspiration to me. I don't know about anybody else, but when I saw that actual rising up of people to do everything they could to fight back, I knew it wasn't going to be easy for the Russians. I knew it wasn't going to be the Russians that succeeded, because they don't have the motivation. And they don't have the ingenuity or the skills either, or the stuff these days. I see one side on the battlefield getting stronger, training, doing all the things that they can to make themselves a better team, a better fighting force. And, well, on the other side, they may have numbers, but yeah, they're digging deeper into their stores for stuff that may or may not still work. They're bringing tanks to the front, which people joked about that they would ever appear, and yet they've dug them out of these boneyards somewhere in the Far East, and out they've come to the battlefield. And well, let's just say there were some shocked faces, but an awful lot of the military people just had to laugh because they were like, "What the flipping Nora?" I can only say that if at some point someone manages to catch a photograph of a T-55 type vehicle next to a Challenger or an Abrams, that would just be hilarious to me. On the battlefield, obviously. Yeah, that would just be hilarious to me because the size difference in them alone is quite substantial, I believe. Be like,
Yeah, when the Ukrainians capture one,
Big Daddy. Yeah, meeting the
when the
Big
Ukrainians,
Daddy.
they need to recreate that picture from Iraq, right? Of them next to each other. You know what's the real irony with the size differential?
Go on.
Well, a Challenger will still hit T-55 at 3 kilometers, but a T-55 will miss the Challenger at 2 kilometers.
That is actually quite beautiful, and yes, high in irony, as it's a much bigger target. But yeah, brilliant. Love that. I'm not sure the Russians really realise what's going to hit them, you know. I said it this morning. This is the most telegraphed punch in the history of the world, as far as I can see. And they still don't quite understand what's coming at them.
Yeah, I think everybody at least kind of knows what's coming, right? Nobody knows exactly what's coming. I mean, it's nobody's business except for the Ukrainian general staff, right? What exactly is coming? But whatever it is coming. It's going to be making a difference. I think that's a critical point.
And I would just like to add as well, despite the fact that there's a lot of fighting still going on very heavily in Bakhmut, there is word that in some of the Donetsk area, Ukrainians have actually taken back some of the ground that the Russians had been occupying. So, you know, they might have taken it in Bakhmut, but they lost more than that in Donetsk earlier on. So I know it's very much give and take with the battlefield at the moment. You know, I think the Ukrainians are just taking opportunities to, you know, wherever they're presented to them, they're taking opportunities to grind down the Russian forces and their equipment. But they're not, you know, they're not actually on an offensive. They're just in a holding pattern. And you can see by the maps and everything recently, you know, 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. These sorts of things can continue on a daily basis. So until there's time and the correct conditions, I don't think we're going to see any massive differences. Frustrating as it is. Iwana, my lovely, go ahead.
Yes, Moka. So I just wanted to confirm what you said. Apparently, Oleski Dimitrashkivsky, which is a colonel and spokesperson for the Ukrainian military, was on TV yesterday, and he said that Ukraine's military has pushed the Russian troops back from several positions in the direction of Donetsk. And now the Ukrainian forces are busy equipping these positions for defensive combat operations. This means that they are confident to keep those positions if they are preparing for defensive combat there. So it is a good thing. And also, he said that Russians attacked again the town of Avdiivka, which we know was under attack for the last weeks. Continuously, they attacked it, but they didn't succeed. So this is a good thing. And if I may add something else, Monkers?
You may.
Thank you. So you mentioned the offensive that we are all waiting, and I wanted to say that I have great hopes from drones. You know, we talk here in the space a lot about aviation. We talk a lot about tanks. We are talking a lot about combined arms. But the fact is that drones are not really included in the classical traditional doctrine of combined arms. And Ukraine has fundraised a lot of drones. They had several initiatives, both aerial drones and naval drones, even ground drones. They are using ground drones right now. They gathered a lot of drones. I have seen news about preparing 3 brigades with drones. I have to search for it because I didn't expect it to talk about it right now. So they are preparing with a lot of drones. And another thing about drones is that Ukrainians have begun to use a tactic that resembled the swarms of drones. Of course, they are not swarms in the accepted meaning of the term, because the swarm, well, I will comment on this after this, but it's kind of technologically complicated. They are using operators for each drone, but they are using more drones and they are sending them to the Russian positions, and they are confusing their air defense and their defense on the ground. And when you have multiple targets from everywhere coming to you, it's kind of scaring to fight with this. And in my opinion, these are some tests for the next offensive, some tests for the use of drones. Yes, I'm speculating, but it seems a little bit like this. It was reported by the Russians on their channels. The Ukrainians didn't talk too much about it, but for me it gives me hope, because if they manage to integrate these drones in their offensives and to use more drones, many drones, not like just one dropping some explosive or one doing some reconnaissance, that will be something that we never seen before on the battlefield. That will be something new, and I think it will be the base for a new combined arm doctrine with the drones. What do you think about it?
Well, we've already seen an awful lot of drone action, haven't we? But it would seem that there is a heck of a lot of new drones turning up in Ukraine at the moment. Yeah, I'm very excited to see what's going to happen. I'm not sure they're quite into the realms of drone swarms yet, but certainly the Ukrainians have been known to use drones to as like a decoy. So they send a drone up that's maybe or maybe not holding a munition, or even holding a fake munition. And everybody runs away from that particular drone towards another drone, who then drops munitions on them. This has been known to be done with up to 3 drones, basically one of them taking the attention, and the other ones collecting the people who run. So yeah, I think there's put it this way, the gamers have certainly learned some new skills. Ioana, go ahead.
Yes, I agree with you. I don't think that Ukraine could use the swarms of drones in the accepted meaning of the term. Swarm drones will need swarms of drones will need a very high computing power and very good communication, very good bandwidth if I can say so, between the drones and the operator. They would need artificial intelligence to coordinate. They would need technology that is on test right now. I don't know exactly where it is in the United States, because of course it's secret, but it doesn't really function to the full extent right now. For example, I had this maybe joke from a person that is working on the autonomous cars, and he said that because of this image recognition and artificial intelligence, the autonomous cars are kind of blocked right now because they struggle to turn left for now. So it is a technology that I'm not sure that Ukrainians can use, but what they can do, and I think it's very interesting to see if this will happen. I believe it will. They can do something like a proto swarm. Link 2 or 3 drones together with an application and try to use them in a certain way. If one fails, the other can do the thing, and so on. Use them, as you said, as a decoy. Use some coordinated drones as a decoy in one place and attacking in another different place, maybe a few hundreds of meters away or something like this. I think we will see some of the proto swarm technology right now. I'm not sure about it, but it's kind of a logical step, let's say, if they have so many drones, because they have many drones. We are not seeing them right now. I think they are saving them for the offensive, but we have seen that they managed to gather a lot of drones, a lot of different drones. Some of them are very powerful, some of them are flying and can carry quite a significant weight. So yeah, I'm eager to see that. And also I'm very happy, sorry for talking so much about drones, but I really like the subject. They are using those racing drones, the FPV drones, which are very, very special. And if they will have more trained operators on using this, because it's quite difficult, you have to have a certain talent to use them. Those you have to be like almost a pilot, because it's a 3D vision, first-person vision of this, and they fly very fast. They can reach, I think, almost 200 kilometers per hour or something like this. They fly low, they follow the terrain, and they go fast into the target if you can use them in this way. So this use of racing drones is also something that is kind of recent in Ukraine, and if they manage to have a lot of them, it will be amazing to see them in a tank battle. It will be amazing, because they are because their profile, their low profile and high speed, they will be very difficult to attack with small arms and with ground arms, and they will go into the tanks. And I think it will be amazing to see that, something that we never seen before, actually. So yeah, I'm eager to see how they will be used. And sorry for speculating so much, but yeah, it's kind of a quiet hour, so I hope I didn't. But
we're still awake. It's fine.
Okay, thank you.
And yes, I saw a video yesterday of 120 drones of these FPV type drones, all stacked up in somebody's room, waiting to go somewhere. And well, let's just say it looked quite exciting.
Yes, I'm so excited. Imagine you have a tank battle with 10 tanks and, I don't know, 20 IFVs and something like this. And the Russians have the same 3 or 4 kilometers away, and you try to fight each other, and then you have 20 drones like this. Imagine what can happen.
I don't know about a drone taking on a tank per se, but certainly any supporting infantry, certainly any vehicles with open hatches, and I would imagine anything that's like a transport for troops. They're generally not very well armored, are they? Not the Russian ones anyway. And so those sorts of things, prime targets. Yeah, and anything electronic as well. They're always a good thing to blow up.
Well, a drone will not destroy a tank, but it can disable it. It can go for the tracks, for example. It can explode under the tank. It can go for the turret and disable some things that are there. So they can be dangerous against tanks. And of course, they can be even more dangerous against less armored vehicles. But I'll stop talking right now about this. I see hands.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I was going to talk more about it actually, Joanna. So I haven't seen it for a while, but you know, I was watching some of because they have those drone racing championships, don't they, around the world? I don't know if you've seen those, and the speed that they fly those drones is absolutely incredible. How they do
Those
it.
are, Chris,
Yeah.
those are also special drones, racing drones.
Yeah.
I know. I can see where you are going. So
yeah.
continue.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Exactly. Yeah. So the yeah, but well, I'm going to like a Freebirds of the drone world and that. You know, for all I know, there's some there. There's some drone racing drivers there in Ukraine already, for all I know. But it would be interesting to get them there, wouldn't it?
Yes, indeed, it would be very interesting. But I assume that there are a lot of good pilots already, drone pilots already, because drones are not from the present. They are not just in. They are like how many years there are drones for the commercial to play with. So I think there are many of the Ukrainian kids who are now growing up know how to operate these drones. I find it very interesting how the Ukrainians have made commercial drones into use to make it very difficult for the Russians to proceed in what they wanted to do. I myself have just bought a very cheap drone. So I yes, I see you laughing, Delman, but I find it very nice. There are very funny things, the drones. You can do a lot of things with it. So I'm gonna use my drone this summer and make some pictures.
Very good. What I wanted to say is, you know, one thing where Ukrainians have been using them a lot has been this kind of a cleanup job, right? So imagine a Russian tank drives around, goes in the minefield, the track blows up, right, on a mine. Crew either gets out or the turret stops, whatever, right? But if the tank is relatively in good shape still, what Ukrainians have been doing is quite systematically denying the Russians the opportunity to recover them, and I think that's a really important thing, right? Because what you need is a precision weapon. You don't need a very expensive, very complicated precision weapon. What you need is one of these little quadcopters fly over and drop a grenade through the open hatch, and that makes the tank pretty much completely useless and unreparable. Maybe they can get some spare parts off it, but that's about it, right? So something as simple as that is already making a big difference. Make a tank not be able to be recovered makes a big difference. Now, it's a sitting duck. You could hit it with an Excalibur, but why would you spend €100,000+ Excalibur, or $100,000+ Excalibur round, if you can drop in a $100 mortar grenade and with the drone and fly it back and you're done? So much cheaper, so much easier. as to what else is going to happen, I wonder. There were these reports of some swarming drones from Taiwan. I wonder what their EW resistance is, how that works there. If they can switch frequencies in between each other, if they can kind of cycle through lots of different bands as well. So maybe the jamming out the communication between them is more difficult. That'd be kind of interesting. And I don't know enough about it, but I'd be quite curious to know more, frankly. Then, John, do you know anyone who understands this whole frequencies, communications?
I understand a little bit, but just let me comment one thing on Mr. M. Did you also buy a 3D printer by any chance for the fins?
No, no, I didn't.
You should get the full package. Come on. Domen. So about now I'm gonna reveal myself here. But about resilience to noise and disturbance in the radio spectrum, which is quite old technology. Frequency hopping, which is quite old technology. Frequency hopping, it has been used since forever. More recent technologies like wideband CDMA, where you actually have a code instead, identifying your channel. So a receiver will only listen to a specific code. So every transmission is I don't know how deep I should dig into this, but basically it works like, imagine yourself being in a room with a lot of people talking, and most of them are talking in a language you don't understand, but there's a few who's actually speaking your language. You will actually, in that noise cloud, you will actually understand your own language in all that noise. So that's likely one way, one technology they are using, but I really don't know what they are using. But I think this is one of them. And they are all talking in the same frequency, right? Or there's a lot of frequencies at the same time, but you hear the code, your language.
And maybe get away from that a little bit, and keep them functioning as one. That's interesting. Thank you, then, John. Mark, how are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks, Darren. How are you? Well, yeah, this technique of just dropping grenades down these open hatches, I want to know. Do you think they're going to leave the hatches perpetually open, or do they have another special drone that goes around opening the hatches? I mean, it's amazing how many these abandoned vehicles have got their hatches open.
Well, when they leave, right, they forget to close the door behind them, often because they're in quite a bit of a hurry.
Yeah, possibly so, but it just seems very, very careless and to be commended.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's it's fine by me. That's for sure. When Russians do that, but I really think it's primarily, at least almost entirely, a consequence of them bailing out rather quickly. That's it just takes takes a while if you're going to if you're going to leave a tank rather quickly. That's why. It certainly wouldn't be my top priority. Trying to make sure that I don't get blown up by some artillery. I would be thinking, yeah. Do you know what? Let's bolt down the hatch real quick. And maybe all we see also is a sampling bias, right? Because we only see the ones sorted out that have the hatches open, not the other ones. So maybe we're just missampling because of that. That could be true as well. That's a component of it as well. All right, let's go to Freight Monkey. Hi, Freight Monkey. How are you?
Hey, Dom. Hope you're well. I had a comment or question about the hatches. And my question is, do Russian tanks have air conditioning? And the reason why I'm asking that is, Doman, you and I, we've spoken a lot about the Eagle One, you know, the one that the Danes have sent to Ukraine. On the Swiss version, there's a bunch of hatches. There's no air conditioning in the vehicle, and you can't open the windows. So this is not relevant to right now, but in summer, essentially, it becomes a complete inferno inside of there. There's heating, but no aircon. And it's the only way to get some air circulation is to open the hatches, which is, of course, from a tactical perspective, not allowed. But we used to do it anyway when we would drive because it would create sort of air ventilation inside. I've got the feeling that going into summer with old Soviet tanks, I don't think there is air conditioning in there, but maybe someone can correct me, that we're going to see more and more tanks driving with open hatches because it might just become completely unbearable in these Soviet tanks. I don't know if anybody's got a comment on that. I don't know if this is a misguided view, but that's just something that came to mind now.
So I wasn't sure. I remember that there was some talk about some leopards, that some of them do and some of them don't. So I Googled it and I asked, does the T-72 have air conditioning? And it said, air conditioning, in quotes, in the tank is provided by a small, unshielded plastic fan located near the gunner's left knee. I think this is a long way of saying no, it doesn't have air conditioning.
Yeah,
Then
it doesn't have aircon, but I think the Leopard 2 A4 has aircon.
I think maybe the 5 hasn't, 4 hasn't, or maybe it was an optional for anyway. And then a different one says that the T90 export version, the S, does have air conditioning because the principal export market tends to be quite hot places, right? India bought a lot of them, for example. So, and there was another one on Interfax saying that Russia's newest tank, the T90M, which is the non-downgraded version of the S, will be the first Soviet and Russian tank with an air conditioner. So that's basically what it says, right? T90M has air conditioning, that's it, or the S. And the rest have a small unshielded plastic fan located near the gunner's left knee. Right, Monkey?
So here's the scenario. It's the middle of summer. You're a Russian tank crew. You're in a quiet part of the line, and you're absolutely sweltering inside your tank. So you open the hatch, and then some Ukrainian dude 5 kilometers away drops a grenade through your hatch. That's the scenario. And you're not doing it because you forgot to close the hatch. You're doing it because it's the only way that you can get some air. So that's the thought that came to my mind then. Sounds good. It's good.
I think that's very likely. I think that's very plausible. Yeah, could well happen. Could well happen. Let's see what actually transpires. Now you mentioned the Eagle. Great Monkey. For a number of Eagles have landed in Ukraine, haven't they? And there wasn't exactly.
But they were the demilitarized Eagles. You see?
They were. They've had their wings clipped.
They've had their wings clipped. But you know, the Danes have already demilitarized their Eagles a long time ago, because the original version that was exported with the turret, I mean, it's not exactly the same version that I've worked with, but that turret was bloody useless. It changed it changed the center of gravity of the vehicle. It made it a lot heavier. It's a manually operated turret. You can't actually see anything from inside the turret. You have to manipulate your machine gun from outside the turret. So it's kind of useless. So it seems that the Danes already took away the turret a long time ago. Because they were smarter. So, but I don't know what the legality story is. I mean, it seems that there's a little bit of panic.
I know some of the story.
Go ahead.
So the Danes bought these things, and for anybody who wants to know what we're talking about, think of a Humvee. it's basically kind of like a Humvee, right, Freight Monkey? Is that a fair thing to say? Like if you describe someone who's never seen a Humvee on the telephone in like a minute,
No, but
and then
it
they
is a
see one
Humvee.
of these, will they think, "Oh yeah, that's the thing that I just got described on the telephone"?
It's a Humvee. It's got the same engine. It's got everything. The inside is basically a Humvee. It's just slightly modified because they made more trunk space at the back instead of having that sloping trunk. They've got a bigger trunk space, and they put armor on it. But it's really weird, guys, because the armor is really thin on the sides. It's actually very thin everywhere except on the windows. It's got real bulletproof windows, but it's got thin armor on the side. So if you actually shot at it with anything heavier than a 5.56, it would probably go straight through, I think. Except on the windows, they're like real bulletproof windows. So it's a Humvee where you can't open the windows, so you can't shoot from the inside of the Humvee, and they've added a turret. So it's too heavy to actually be a light vehicle. It's way too light to be a heavier vehicle. It's a typical compromise, military compromise that is not that smart. Luckily, the Swiss did learn some lessons from there, and they created the Eagle 4 now, which is it's much more suited for the job of either a light reconnaissance vehicle or sort of observation platform. Let's put it that way.
So I know roughly what happened, right? So in the 90s, Denmark bought 36 of these, according to Neue Zürcher Zeitung. This is all in the basis of an article in Neue Zürcher Zeitung. You can find it somewhere from a couple of days ago. In 2013, a German called Thomas Bockhold bought 27 of these 36 from Denmark. The other 9 were either scrapped, I guess some weren't working very well, maybe some had accidents, who knows, right? What with their heavy windows, or went to museums. And I don't know why you would want to put one of these things in the museum. It's just a car. I mean, it never did anything notable either, but fine. Okay, so he got 27 of these. He used to be an officer in the German Bundeswehr, and I'm guessing at least since 2013, he's definitely not been an officer in the German Bundeswehr, because he's been, buying lightly armored cars. So he says that as far as he's concerned, everything was already done by Denmark. The weapon system and the armored glass have been removed. Even so, the one redeeming feature of this vehicle, the Freight Monkey highlighted, which is the very heavy armored bulletproof glass, that's apparently been removed as well. So in other words, he says it's been completely demilitarized. Says that the vehicles would only serve to protect the occupants. So even the glass being removed. I didn't notice that when I last read it, but that's because you spoke about the window. So he says that in Germany you can file an application, and the application filed is that a weapon of war, so military equipment, has been rendered unusable as such. And such certificates are in Germany issued by the Federal Ministry of Economics and Climate Protection. Okay, Habeck's ministry, right? And he says he has the documents that these are officially demilitarized. So the same thing kind of happens, if you kind of collect old rifles, right? And you get a rifle from the 19th century, and they demilitarize it, and they do that by removing some components that would be necessary to fire it, or put a stick down the barrel of the gun and weld it in place, or whatever, right? There's several ways of going about this. But in other words, as far as they're concerned, it's demilitarized. The problem is that according to Swiss law, nothing changed. So even though Denmark already took down the steel turret that had the machine gun and everything else, Swiss law still says that the contract should be followed, right? The contract had the re-export clause, and the re-export clause said that every time this is sold, you can sell it, but only with the permission of the Swiss government. So that's the current legal standing. I think, so he says that not all of the 27 have been sent to Ukraine, have been sold to Ukraine. Okay, whatever. So it's some number. We know that the number is less than 27 of these in Ukraine. And the German authorities have signed off on it, it seems. It's just Switzerland that hasn't. Thomas Bockhold says that as far as he's concerned, this is between the German government and the Swiss government. He has nothing to do with it. As far as the Swiss government is concerned, he hasn't followed re-export licensing restrictions. And I guess I know where he's not going for a skiing holiday next year. Right, Monkey?
That's quite funny. I mean, I sincerely hope the Swiss don't start, being difficult about this. From the perspective that, I mean, it is not a weapons system. It's just a car. It's a car with a bit of extra steel, and it's not particularly environmentally friendly, but it's just a car. And another thing that I wanted to note, I mean, Swiss law is very, very strange. You're allowed to buy firearms in Switzerland, but the definition of a firearm in Switzerland is very, very specific. If your firearm is not able to be operated by one person and is larger than if it's larger than a certain weight that it can't be displaced by a single person, there's some kind of wording that I can't remember how it goes. It doesn't count as a firearm, so you can actually sell it without any licensing whatsoever. So I've got a friend in Zurich who bought an infantry cannon from the infantry cannon 1941, just like that. So it's kind of funny that you have to have a re-export license for a car, but in Switzerland you can literally buy an artillery piece without any kind of paperwork. Of course, you can't find the ammunition for the infantry cannon 1941, but it is pretty funny that my friend has that in his garage.
Yeah, but he can't export it.
No, he can't export it, but it doesn't count as a firearm.
That's wonderful. Well done. So what does it count as? A museum exhibit?
I don't know. So you can freely buy, if I'm not mistaken, I might need to recheck this because the laws have changed, but I think you can freely buy Oerlikon anti-aircraft guns. Not that there's many for sale, but I mean, it's a very niche thing, right? If you want to buy yourself an anti-aircraft gun, you need to be like, you need to be a special kind of special to really want that. But it's just something that I find quite amusing about the Swiss. We're a strange bunch of people, I got to admit. But anyway, I hope that all the eagles get sent to Ukraine, because they're really not going to do much good in the future in militaries, because they're not very well suited for anything, but they're still better than nothing. So might as well use them up instead of just scrapping them, right? So I really hope that that every single piece of equipment that can be used to a certain amount of effectiveness it does get the possibility of finding a home in Ukraine against the Russians.
Exactly, and I really understand this. This German former officer, right? Because he genuinely had just a car without even special windows, a car with way too much steel in the doors and I guess some other panels as well, and with a poor fuel economy, as you said. But he just had a car at this point.
But the windows are actually, in my opinion, the weak point of the vehicle. Because I know why they thought about this, but essentially, if you've got one of these, I mean, if you've ever watched that or read the book, the Generation Kill book, which is the American soldiers from 1st Recon Battalion that go into Iraq, they're like the spearhead of the of the invasion of Iraq, and they're a recon battalion, but they basically got Humvees, and they get into all kinds of crazy situations going through towns in Humvees. And they didn't have any of the windows. They spend a lot of time firing from inside the vehicle to the outside. It makes you incredibly vulnerable if you're not able to fire out. And if you've got such a light vehicle anyway, which will literally be penetrated by anything, having heavy armor-proof windows is not exactly going to help. If you get a rocket-propelled grenade or a heavy machine gun, because eventually those windows will also just break. So maybe the Swiss are pissed off because that German guy made the Eagle into a more combat usable vehicle by taking away the windows. You never know.
And apparently the Danes took away the windows already.
Ah, okay, yeah, good for them.
I mean, it's clear.
I
that
wonder
this is
with
all
what
about
purpose,
precedence, right?
Yeah, exactly. They don't want, and it's a shame that this is the thing that this card was used on, kind of, because it should have been used on something much more relevant, much more important, whatever that might have been, like piranhas, for example. But still, it's.
One sentence which you laid out, Doman, is obviously, shall we say, is a bit wanting. That a former long-standing officer and long-serving weapon system expert, logistics expert, and arms dealer licensed. I remind you, licensed, because Germany does not know Swiss law in that regard. How likely is that, Doman?
I don't know, nor particularly care. But he basically said, "I don't care what it says. I have a paper that says this isn't a weapon."
And he doesn't produce that paper.
No, he doesn't. But he says you either have to believe me or not. I believe him that it. No. But actually, I believe that he has such a paper because it is just a car, so it's very plausible.
Yeah, that's not what it says on the tin. Armierung, Panzerung, gepanzerte Fenster. These are components. The object in itself is one. It's sold as one.
Okay, that's fine.
Good.
But
just
if I sell you a tin and it says
no, it's not a
Confino
tin.
on it, but there's only
No,
beans
it's
in
not
it.
a tin. Since the 1950s,
Well, you asked what it says on the tin.
Since the 1950s, we do not speak necessarily about a component or even a vehicle. We speak of weapon systems, active or passive. He knows exactly what he has been doing.
So let me ask you this on a related thing. Say collectible weapons, rifles that are disabled. How does that process happen? What needs to happen to such a thing in practice in Germany for it to be considered disabled and to be certifiable as no longer a weapon?
You have to. The weapon has to be tested. You have to show it, and it has to be tested, and then it has to be either, if it can't be fully disabled, it has to be handed back in. Or if it has been fully.
So, for example, how do you disable it? Is what I'm getting at. Like weld a rod of steel down the middle of the barrel, or what do you do?
For example, you would disable the barrel completely. Yes, you would take away the breech block. For example, the breech block is the most important for an artillery gun.
Okay, so really what was done to this car is the same, right? All of these weapons functions in any way were taken away. All that's left is the car.
What was taken away are passive components. Well, because it's a passive system. So you've taken away passive components, which can be easily replaced by reintegrating them through a third party.
Well, the turret, right? The turret with the machine
Well,
gun
that's
that was taken
previously
away.
gone.
No, everything was previously gone, according to what I read. The Danes already
if I'm
took it
not
all away,
mistaken,
including the
according to
windows.
according to him, who did the windows?
I think the Danes.
Do you?
I think the Danes also did the windows. Let me see again what it says.
I think we both have the same article.
I think we both have the same article. No, he just says that both has been removed.
Yeah, exactly.
But it doesn't. I guess it doesn't say who did what. But I mean, the turret was definitely done by the
Yeah, of
Danes,
course the
right?
Danes didn't remove the turret, because otherwise it would have been an active system and they could not have sold it. He knew exactly what he was doing. Trust me. He may even have.
Oh yes, I see. He replaced the glass, and Denmark took away the turret.
He
Okay,
replaced
yeah.
the
It
glass.
says that. Yes.
What did he do with the previous armed glass?
I don't know. Shoot at it repeatedly to see how good it is.
If only you could sell components modularly and separately when you have a passive system, right?
Okay, but the real question is, Axel, because for once, right, you're being legalistic as opposed to practical. What does it matter? What does it matter? It is just a car.
This is all about precedence. There's someone who may have, not inadvertently, but deliberately, set a precedent. And that's the interesting part about the whole thing.
No, there I completely agree, and this is why I said this wasn't the system to be, testing this out on necessarily.
Well, it may very well have been, because it has active components which were disabled a priori, and then there are passive components which were disassembled and seemingly sold or kept in different ownership, or kept temporarily out of the same ownership. That's the interesting thing. What happened to the glass?
So, does anything change, Axel, if he produces the document where it says, does anything in your argument change if he produces the document that says this is no longer considered a weapon?
I haven't made my argument yet. Just highlighting, I haven't made any argument yet. I am just specifying that this is an interesting case. The argument is a different one. We'll come to that. At the moment, we're looking at the fact that there is somebody who has invented a new, who has seen through a legal asymmetry. If he has if he has the export agreement by the German government, then the German government has already superseded and therefore derogated Swiss export law. That's the whole point. This is what this is about. If there's one case only, Vasily, one case only, then it becomes very interesting.
Right, Mikey?
Yeah, I think I agree with Axel there. I mean, maybe it will help sort of, be the icebreaker for something to come. Let's see how the Swiss react to it, what they say, and we should follow that closely, because it might be the beginning of something. Maybe something a little bit bigger. Let's see.
It certainly is not a matter of his future holidays in Switzerland.
Maybe he'll just go to Sweden instead anyway.
Yeah, I think he has. The thing is, he may have just unhinged one part of the Swiss confidence in its export restrictions to be applied because one government already having provided for an export license for one party, meaning for one party domiciled in the EU, but more specifically for one party domiciled and licensed as a weapons systems trader, if you so want to call it, merchant in Germany. If only there were Germans who may have had these issues in the past or are facing them currently and can't be denied a license now. Hauptschwyz. See, Doman,
John?
it was not so legalistic.
Hey!
Go on, Axel. I wish.
It's fine. I was just highlighting to Doman that it was not so legalistic as how I spent my early afternoons in the sunshine with you.
Yes, Sweden.
Now let's send the bullets for the gepards.
We'll demilitarize them first, though.
Yeah, what they'll have to do is take the shells, remove them from the belt, and
Yes.
send the two separately, and then put the shells back in the belt.
I was thinking just putting them in a different ammo, taking them out of the ammunition case, putting them
It's like
into
apple crates.
putting into the apple crates or gigantic Tupperwares, and then it's demilitarized. Then it's actually a food product. It's a food product for the Gepard.
Promotes good digestion.
Our friends are decomposing the food groups you need daily.
I mean, if you can have oysters, mussels, why not these kind of shells?
Yeah, I think this is more about other movable equipment.
Like piranhas?
Leopard.
Great monkey, go ahead.
So you can a piranha, for those who don't know, is like a striker. There's nothing in a piranha that's a weapon system if you take away the weapons. So you could just take away the machine gun and the turret or whatever it is, and just export the piranha without it, and then it just becomes what would it be? A large family truck, really. A very heavy one and very environmentally unfriendly, but it would be easier to do that than to claim that the Leopard is not a weapon system.
Yeah, it's difficult with that, but I think surely piranhas are the thing that has been tried to re-export to be re-exported to Ukraine.
How many?
That is the most.
How many of those?
Malleable.
How many of those were around, Roman? Remind me. And what do you do?
I don't know, many hundreds.
Yeah, and how do you
Not
qualify?
into the
Yeah,
thousands.
and how do you qualify ARVs?
Armored recovery vehicles? Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is armored recovery vehicles? Engineering equipment? Maintenance equipment?
Yeah, but on a weapon systems platform, because there's a chassis and a FET. So let's just say that'll be an interesting case for re-export, isn't it? Aye. If only. Anybody need some ARVs? at the moment? Anywhere? Somehow? Somewhere?
How about some demining equipment? I mean, that's a humanitarian mission, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Dorman, creative you are, young Padawan. There's a whole slew, isn't there? So many.
I mean, I'm not even kidding. It is really fundamentally.
This is what I'm saying. This is a very fundamental question.
Can I just mention something that I saw about drones yesterday? Just because we were talking about drones and it came into my head, but I was answering several messages and the conversation moved past it. But I did see yesterday a little land drone, like something with wheels that whizzed across the ground, and it was being used to transport bits and bobs and bits of equipment, some supplies and things like that to people closer to the front line, because it wouldn't be picked up by any sort of radar equipment or anything like that. It runs on the ground, and as long as they don't take it anywhere where it's not supposed to be, it works really well. And I just thought this little drone courier service was pretty cool.
I also saw a video of that, Marcus. It was a very nice piece of equipment. Small, not seenable from a distance when it goes over the ground. It also could deliver anti-tank mines on specific places. So I have seen it's a very nice thing.
Sorry, mute button not working there. Yeah, I just thought it was pretty nifty, and obviously that's a bit more ingenuity that's come out of this. Just think it's real fun. Sorry, I saw something earlier on today that McDonald's had officially left Belarus now. Sorry, just coming in with a tangent for you. And the new restaurant chain is named We Are Open. I suppose it's probably a good idea that they do confirm that to everybody, just in case they were wondering. However, one of the things that they're going to do, which I thought was quite a good thing, and Doman agrees with me, that they were going to replace the plastic toys in the Happy Meals with wooden toys. However, well, I'm just going to retweet the image that's been sent to me by Daniel, explaining what the wooden toys are going to be, and you'll see why I had a little giggle, because that is perfect. It's basically a pine cone with legs.
Well, either way, I do wonder, what would they call it? We are open, except now we are closed at night or holidays. It'll be that. I think that's an underexplored that's an underexplored question. Then
Yeah, my question is, will they serve various different dishes of potato by any chance? I mean, there's many ways to do it.
I think they'll have to, right? Because the one type of potato the Russians can't get for their replacement for vkusnoye tochka, right? Because they don't have the right kind of potato to make the McDonald's equivalent fries. I think you can go around that. At the end of the day, it's it's not that difficult. Surely, it's not that difficult to to just replace the McDonald's version with another version of potato would be okay. I don't know.
They can always try to make country potatoes.
Sure. I mean, there's the one thing that they're not short of, right? Is allegedly, supposedly potatoes. Unless they've had to use too many of them in the production of their. John?
Yeah, Toy, if you can have a look at the legs, well, the sticks, they are actually handmade. So I mean, some effort went into doing that. It's not like those, mass-produced plastic crap toys. This is something genuine. It will last for generations.
It depends. It depends. No, depends of whether there's a smoking accident somewhere, but it's present. There's options. Right. Anyway, where were we? Axel, I've had something I wanted to ask you about, which is a few days ago, the Bayraktar Akıncı has been tested, and it's the much larger Bayraktar drone. I think twin propeller driven. But the interesting thing, because those have been flying around for a few years now, the interesting thing of the test was that they tested an air-to-air missile with 140-kilometer range that they shot from said Akıncı. And apparently it worked well, and it functions well, and it's a. Would there be a use case for this in Ukraine? Because one thing that we keep hearing is that Ukrainians have these much shorter range air-to-air missiles that are maybe around 30 kilometers of range or something like that. And that one of the problems that they're experiencing is with Russian planes taking down Ukrainian planes with these very, very long-range air-to-air missiles, as the Ukrainians are shooting down Shahed drones, for example. And I don't know how many times it's happened, but seemingly a few Ukrainian airframes have been lost to that. Would a small number of such Akıncı drones not potentially be useful because they have this much longer air-to-air missile? Or would they likely just get shot down even much more quickly because they're less maneuverable, less responsive than a manned craft is?
Doman, curse you for sending me that video. I then had to watch it about 10 times.
I'm sorry.
Nah. I did see something yesterday, though, which I shared with our friend David Brookfield, because I said, you will recognise this. And I'll share it with you now so you know what the heck I'm talking about. There you go. Yeah, this is something I saw yesterday, which I thought, I don't know, I just thought this sort of thing was relegated to films. But no, a TA57 field telephone hooked up to a tree. And apparently it's fairly common. So there's Ukrainians walking around with their, iPads and what have you. And these guys are reverting back to the field telephone. And one of them they found even had quite a lot of, bits and bobs with it. It had like the documentation. Its warranty had expired some decades ago, though, but it still worked. So, you know what they say about old things. You know, they make them to last. Well, yeah, apparently the Russian field telephone is still alive and well.
That's an old picture. I remember seeing this picture months ago. Or maybe I haven't seen this picture, but maybe it is just a new picture of something that's already been there months ago.
Yeah, they keep finding these things, and they found, you know, in a lot of these sort of areas that have since been cleared, they found quite a few of these field telephones left in places where they've obviously been used by the Russians. They've obviously cleared out that fast they forgot to take their telephone. And so yeah, they are, whether that was an old picture or not, they are still being in use.
Walkers, what is next to the telephone?
On the tree?
Yes. Other than the tree, what else is next to it?
Oh, you'll have to bear with me a second. A temperature gauge. Is that the one?
It's a thermometer.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, first of all, the one that I saw months ago also had a thermometer next to it. So that's why I'm guessing it's the same one.
Uh-huh.
Other thing is, why would they really want a thermometer?
Well, I suppose I have no idea. Why would they want a thermometer there?
So maybe they just wanted to know how cold it is, right? That's plausible. But generally for, I don't know, infantry, I don't think it matters that much how cold it is because, you know how cold it is, you're there. I'm wondering if any equipment that they have might be kind of operationally temperature sensitive. That would mean like a car starter, not, but something else maybe. Because with planes, it's quite important to know what sort of temperature you're at because of icing and such, right? So you want to know if you're A, close to the freezing point, and B, if you're close to the dew point as well, whether you're going to get icing or not. And I think that might be because of drone usage in winter. Because there's no de-icing system on a drone, right? The helicopter has like electronic heating elements, I think, resistive heating elements to de-ice the blades. A plane before it takes off, if it's winter, it gets de-iced. Actually, I'm guessing fighter jets get de-iced somehow. Do they? Is that a thing? Must be, right?
Of
Otherwise, you
course
don't generate lift. Okay, so I'm guessing that's why they wanted to know what the temperature is because it affects their usage of drones, the Russians. I'm just guessing because I can't think of any other reason why you'd need to know whether it's -4 or -8 because if you're there, you kind of tell how cold it is.
Generally, the Russians can tell how cold it is by whether their fingers and toes snap off or not, can't they?
Yeah, but that's not a very reliable indicator. Oh, Christopher's giving me a great idea. The battery on drone depends greatly on the temperature, right? Lithium-ion batteries capacity depends greatly on temperature, so that would make sense. Right? Anything like that would really make sense because it's a shorter flight time if it's colder, and you can kind of say, okay, at this temperature, they probably have a lookup card or something. That's a good one. That's a good point. That's probably the most useful reason why you might want to know the actual temperature. But yes.
Yeah, there's another option that's artillery. Precision artillery fire, you might want to know what the temperature is just to have you keep the calculations right. And also air conditions for the flight path. I was thinking about those phones. There's actually an advantage as I'm using it as my beat to see them, that old stuff. If they're wire based, they can't be jammed. That's one of the pros of having landline based communication. So that might be a reason. If you're spending a lot of time in the same location, you might as well use landlines. So just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, you can't be tapped, you can't be jammed. No, that's true. That's why I'm not really questioning the phone nearly as much. But just curious about the thermometer more than anything else. Artillery would make sense, except it's the Russians and they're not that precise in the first place. But also, it's in a forest, so any artillery that they might have would be, outside of it, and I think it'd be sufficiently different probably. And in the winter, if you go into a forest, like it feels different at least. And I'm guessing there's some sort of an insulatory effect there.
Maybe it was a weatherman who uses that phone, keeping track on the weather. And
could be, but then I think they would have put the thermometer in the shade and put them sort of at least an anemometer next to it. Except again, measuring wind in the forest, not as useful. Yeah. So it's an interesting one. Either way, gives you a bit of an idea.
Anyway, David Brookfield did indeed say he recognised it, and he was like, "Yes, we've used those." So yeah, little trip down memory lane for him.
They use them for what? David, come and explain yourselves. What? Come and explain yourself. Why did you use a Soviet telephone? What were you up to? Is that why you were diving in that lake? Who knows? Is it an underwater telephone?
I don't think especially the Russian, but some kind of field telephone that works the same way.
Guess it's better than a couple of cans and a piece of string.
I did that as a kid also, Doman.
Friend Mike?
Can I give an ode to the field telephone?
Sure.
Because when I did my national service, we didn't have any very fancy, like communication systems. Our radios were from the 1990s. They always ran out of battery. There was always some issue with them. They were super heavy. The one thing that always worked was the field telephone. I can't remember which year the model is from, but it's like World War II era. At least you could connect your observation post to the little office that you'd have, where you'd be able to mark down where the enemy positions were or where they were supposed to be. Command posts, that's the word I was looking for. You could connect those through with a wire, and it always worked. And that's probably why the Russians still use it. It's one of the only things that actually still works with their communication system and doesn't require logistics that is maybe a little bit too complicated, or just using your normal telephone. So maybe they're just out of reasonable working substitutes. And if they're using communication devices, non-crypted, because they're the ones that they're supposed to be using, don't work because they're from the 1980s. Having handled some of that equipment, I sympathize slightly with their plight. So that is my ode to the field telephone. At least it works.
Well, yes, there is that. At least it works. Perhaps if they lose enough of them, they will run out. But they have actually they started cracking down on mobile phones and things like that, didn't they? So this was probably brought in as the solution to communications that couldn't be jammed. Definitely think that's probably the case. Definitely and probably, apparently. Sorry, I'm tired. I need some dinner.
Okay, let me translate this, or maybe Nick, you want to interpret this for anybody who doesn't speak English. The dinner doesn't necessarily mean an evening meal, but really, I mean, the first time I heard it, it very much struck me.
Oh yeah, no, lunch. Sorry, I haven't had my lunch yet. Is that better?
I think it's just clear to everyone else.
I've got to mention this, by the way. Again, I have had proof that Ukrainians are indeed descendants of Snow White. I tweeted a couple of videos today, and well, one of them is extremely cute, of a guy with a little bird coming to visit him, which is obviously very Snow White. But the other one is two little goats have decided that they've teamed up with a group of soldiers, and wherever the soldiers go, the two little black goats follow them. And well, it's hilarious that they've got themselves a little battle buddy team. Unfortunately, they're not very stealthy goats, and they tend to bleat a lot. So, but it is funny. There's a video of some soldiers like just laughing, just giggling their heads off, and trying to walk away while these goats are just like following them and going, "What are you up to? Oh yeah." Yeah, the amount of friendly animals that Ukrainians come across, it absolutely amazes me.
Even beavers.
Even beavers. You can't move Sigourney. She's digging a hole, and she's digging it in that trench, and there is no moving her, apparently.
She really gets grumpy when you pull her out.
Yeah, I think they've given up on that. They tried it a couple of times, I believe, and she just kept going straight back in. And so they decided, as long as she wasn't biting their ankles, what were they going to do?
I mean, you wouldn't want to have a wooden leg in there, would you?
No, you definitely wouldn't. But it just goes to show that Ukrainians get on with their neighbours, whoever they might be, apart from the Russians. Now, Twitter went bonkers on me yesterday, and all of the bookmarks that I saved for myself to talk about today have all disappeared like magic. So thanks for that, Twitter. Just going to say that now. I had about 10 subjects lined up, and I just looked at my bookmarks and I was like, rude. They've all gone. Cheers, Twitter.
That's inconvenient. Right, there was something I wanted to talk to Freight Monkey about, which was, Freight Monkey, do you remember? The tanker to tanker or ship to ship transfer of oil. So I know you've been reading up about it. I'm glad that you decided to not quit in Ukraine and join the Russians. But what are the Russians doing? How much more is there of this ship to ship oil transfer than there was, before last year? Let's say before that was principally something Iran did, right?
We don't really know how much it is. It's gone up in several orders of magnitude, though. But we don't. I don't know, at least. I don't think anybody really knows. It used to be done by, well, actually, Iran used to do something that we call the Fajera switch, which is they wouldn't even do a ship to ship transfer. They would just send a small tanker into Fajera and say, well, here, this is Iraqi crude, refine it. But
we just found this somewhere.
Sorry.
Here's some oil. We've found this somewhere.
Oh yeah, no. This is oil we bought from Iraq. Refine it, and the Fujairah guys would be like, sure, if you give me a big discount. And the Iranians would be like, yeah, we'll give you, $20 discount. And there you go. You've made Iranian oil into Iraqi oil. So that is something, and that still goes on to a lesser extent today. But it still obviously goes on in the region. And it's very funny because if you buy fuel from Fujairah today, if you try and get a guarantee from any company that this is not Iranian origin, they will only guarantee to the best of their knowledge. So, which means, sweet fuck all in legal terms. But we don't know how much STS operations have increased. But considering that if we estimate about 400 tankers in the dark fleet, I mean, it's probably multiple times more STS operations. And the risk with STS operations are oil spills, but they tend to be slightly small oil spills. So they're more dangerous in the sense that no one really realizes that oil has spilled. So you just transfer oil from one tanker to the other. If you do it in a proper way, it would require to retrofit a tanker with all kinds of bells and whistles to make it safe. Stuff like bow thrusters. For anybody who's in the Navy, they'll know what that is. A lot of commercial ships don't have bow thrusters because they don't need them. But typically, ships that are used for STS operations need that in order to maneuver around a lot more. But other equipment as well that I'm not particularly knowledgeable about. But essentially stuff that stops the two ships from crashing into each other or from disconnecting or etc. And the risk from STS operations comes mainly from the weather, swell. So if you're doing your STS operation in a place that has a lot of wind, a lot of waves, the ships move, and you could have oil spills. I'm pretty sure there are already oil spills that have not been reported. They might be small or smallish, and they're happening somewhere off Egypt, off West Africa, or northern West Africa, or somewhere in the Atlantic that you just wouldn't know about unless you're literally there.
So when you say a smallish oil spill, can you give a bit of context? Like a liter, a ton? How much is a smallish oil spill?
Well, I mean, that could be anything up to a few thousand tons. Would still be small by standards. I mean, a VLCC will carry north of 300,000 tons of oil. 2 million barrels in one shipment. So if 50 tons get spilt over the edge of the ship, it doesn't sound like a lot when you consider how much of this product is there. But it's still a lot of fuel that is in the ocean. When that happened off Gibraltar in 2005, I think it was, or maybe it was off. Maybe it was Morocco. Well, same thing, Gibraltar, Morocco, really. The cleanup would lasted for a long time, and it's obviously terrible for all the sea plants and animals, etc. So small oil spill is really subjective, right? It depends. It depends how strictly you see your environmental protection. If you go to the US and you drop a garbage can off your commercial ship, and the Coast Guard sees you, they will treat you as if you produced an environmental disaster. But if you're somewhere off Bangladesh and you discharge 300 liters of oily water, no one will actually care. So that really depends on each country. But I would say that any oil spill is too much. So any single STS operation should be very strictly regulated It should be observed. It should be done properly and by professionals, essentially. I've got nothing against STS operations. We perform them all the time in the company I work for, and we've never really had issues with those because it was always done properly. But you know, as soon as the wind is more than 14 knots, you stop for that exact reason. You know, you don't want the Coast Guard coming on board your ship saying, "We've detected oily water and you're responsible," because that can be millions of dollars of damages.
What are the, let's call them the legitimate reasons beyond what Russia does or what Iran does to do ship-to-ship operations? Maybe this is something that nobody outside of the business really has a grasp of.
So one of the STS operations that we're very involved in is in Argentina. Argentina imports quite a lot of diesel. If you go and look at a map, there is a big river that goes all the way into South America. It's not the Amazon River.
River Plate.
But exactly. And then you have Parana River and all these places. And these rivers they're big if you look at them, but they're actually very, they're navigable, but they're very shallow. So if you're going to import diesel and you have to bring it on a ship that will go all the way up the river, it needs to be a tiny ship. So the more efficient way to do it is to take a much bigger ship, and maybe you parcel several different cargoes for several different customers. You know, because you have separate segregated tanks on board a ship, and then you discharge 5,000 tons for one customer and 5,000 tons for the next customer, and etc. And you do that on a ship-to-ship transfer. So the big ship gets discharged by a smaller ship that then discharges into a smaller ship that discharges into barges that brings your diesel all the way up the river to some farm so that they can operate farm equipment. So that is the reason normally why you do an STS operation. Or it can just be, even though you have very large ports, you just have ships that are so humongous but it's still cheaper to do it that way. So you create an STS operation somewhere, and you bring this big ship somewhere, and then you discharge them into smaller but still very large ships to go to various different ports. So either it's a port restriction because the place where you're going to is just too small, or because the economies of scale are so massively in favor that it's worth combining a lot of different large parcels. So those are the reasons why you would do STS operation. And again, it's extremely common, and it's done on tankers, but also on dry cargo, and even on grain ships. When you go to Shanghai, for instance, with a bulk carrier, and you're asked to go up the Yangtze River, you're often just too deep to go up the river with your full ship, so they will discharge part of the ship onto barges. But of course, if you spill 5,000 tons of soybeans off the side of your vessel in the Yangtze River, it doesn't matter. Soybeans are not particularly polluting for marine for the marine environment. And the same thing really if a bunch of stones or iron ore or even coal falls off the side of your ship, no one will really care that much because it is what it is. But if you have diesel or naphtha or jet fuel or crude oil, the implications are a lot more severe. So those are the legitimate reasons why you would do it. The illegitimate reasons why you would load your ship via an STS operation or discharge via an STS operation is simply because you're not supposed to be in the place that you are in. And if Russians want to export oil by circumventing sanctions, they can do it by two ways. Either they can convince someone to go to their port, which might not be possible, or it might not be something that an owner is willing to. or he will ask all kinds of questions about, are you adhering to the sanctions? But if you have an STS operation somewhere off in the Atlantic, you can get people who won't ask questions for the right money. And by their due diligence, they have never actually been to Russia. So, whose oil are you transporting? I don't know. It's some dude who's Egyptian who gave me the oil. So that is the more illegitimate reason why you would do it, circumventing sanctions. So that is the main reason why today we're talking about STS operations and their risks.
So they have to basically sell it at a discount, but instead of selling it at the regular discount because of other market forces, right, and non-market forces, they have to sell it maybe at a less of a discount, and it can also end up some places where it otherwise wouldn't have. What I'm kind of curious with this is how much of this can be controlled just by saying, well, statistically, let's say, we know where you were in the vicinity of a ship that kind of disappeared, that didn't go anywhere. That's one thing. And the other one being, I think, chemically you can tell where stuff comes from, right? So a scrupulous refinery should be able to identify the origin of the oil, unless it's, let's say, overly mixed with something else, but that just complicates the setup even more.
Trust me, everybody who's buying oil knows where their oil is coming from. Some people just need a certain amount of plausible deniability, but the Chinese and Indian refiners that are buying this oil, they know exactly where it's coming from. It's not a moral issue for them. It's more of an economic issue. You mentioned about less of a discount or etc. That's exactly what it is. The amount of money that we have involved in this trade is massive. The cost of shipping a full VLCC, which is the largest oil tanker in the world, from the Middle East to China, is only about $2 a barrel. So, on a barrel of oil that's worth about $80, $2 is not a lot of money. So if you can make, if you can pay $4 a barrel, but make $30 on the sale of the oil, you will find bad actors who will be willing to do that. And of course, you always have ship owners who are ready to go and circumnavigate sanctions if they can, if it will pay them a premium. I even have talked to some people who, okay, they're not doing it inside of the realm of sanctions here. I've talked to Greeks who like to trade Russia. They trade Russia for relatively small premiums. They do it because it's fun for them to be able to, trade something that's a little bit spicy. So there are people out there who just enjoy that. Your average Panamax for grains gets about $4,000 or $5,000 a day more to do a Russian cargo than a non-Russian cargo. Some people just want to do that. So of course, $5,000 a day is a lot of money. But these people are loaded. They're billionaires, right? So you have, if in the European world you've got people who think like that, you can only imagine the economics that go behind sanctions for, say, a Chinese trader or a Chinese refiner.
Interesting. You say it's also done for dry cargo, STS. Is that mostly bulk cargo? Can you do containers in it? Is that done generally with what, like cranes and scoops, or if you do grain transshipment, is there some sort of a pump that you can put on a ship, or is that done sort of by cranes primarily?
It'll depend on the cargoes that you're transporting. I actually don't know if they transship containers on a regular basis. It's certainly possible. but I do not know, not being in the field of containers, that is something I'm not particularly accustomed to. But on board of bulk carriers, there are different ways of doing it, but in general, most bulk cargoes can be transferred with gears, which are large cranes, and then grabs, which you can Google what a grab looks like, and you've got certain grabs.
It's like a double bucket, right?
Exactly. So if you're transshipping grain with grabs, you do have a lot of slippage. So a lot of the grain falls on deck or into the water, which is not a big deal. But a lot is that's all relative. But the sort of suction based discharges generally are more shore material because they're much more expensive. And on the dry cargo side, it tends to be a very low. It tends to be people tend to try and spend as little money as possible on transshipment material. So it just tends to be a large floating crane and a bunch of barges when you come to dry cargo, basically, and then the different types of grabs that you can fit on them, which, as you said, are just like buckets. But in very efficient ports, you have for grains, you have all kinds of fancy suction. They look like massive. What's the word? Hoovers that will suck up the grain into a pipe, and then from there there's a system of buckets that will bring it up, and it's, you can Google all that if you're interested in it. But it tends to be a little bit low tech, and in the tanker world, it's pipes and pressure that is used to transfer the cargo.
Very good. Thank you, Freight Monkey. Now, one last thing, because I saw that you wrote something a few days ago. I thought, oh yes, I need to bring this up. You said it's just a matter of time before there's an oil spill in the Aegean or somewhere off of the Moroccan coast or something like that, and then it's going to be a right mess. And then what, right? And you basically indicated something along the lines of there could be some sort of restrictions on especially old vessels, for example these dark fleet, shadow fleet vessels, which are very old, which might not be very reliable, or indeed some sort of an approach to prevent this ship-to-ship transfers. Is there a kind of an understanding within the shipping world of how this would look like if somebody did go after them? On what basis, especially outside of territorial waters, out in international waters, could it be done? And the only thing I could really think of was there were some announcements of like a biosphere protection rules, which this would kind of fall under, right? Because at the end of the day, if what you're doing is saying, well, there's a risk of oil spills, we're preventing oil spills, we want to protect the animal life in this bit of the sea, that would kind of make sense, and I'm sure they can be. Well, I know actually they can be enforced outside of territorial waters, and they have previously been, not for this purposes, but in other terms, like no fishing zone, for example. So is there some space there, or how would this look like if there was any sort of attempted enforcement? Because one of the things that's very much a taboo, and for obvious reasons, is any interference with vessels in international waters.
So you will have seen that I wasn't actually on this space for a few days. I was in Geneva, and I spoke to the head of freight in one of the largest oil traders in the world about this. We had a quick coffee. He was kind enough to give one of the give me half an hour of his time to pick his brains, which was really fascinating, because he does he's involved with all kinds of stuff like this. But I also then had meetings with with grain traders, especially Cargill, who've just recently announced that they're exiting Russia as well. Not with the head of freight, but just with the people I tend to deal with there. So I had a few conversations about this over the past few days because I was trying to learn a little bit more myself. So all the regulations that are needed are already in place, essentially. You know, the oil pollution prevention, the MARPOL regulations, there's all kinds of stuff that are already there. But you've mentioned yourself what the bottleneck is. International waters. When you're in international waters, unless you're actually committing an outright crime that someone can really come and really put their foot down and say, well, you know, I'm getting involved regardless of the consequences, and for that it needs to be a navy, of course. There is no real jurisdiction for any individual person to go and board a ship and say, you know, I'm suspecting you of transporting Russian crude. That's just not really a thing. Of course, you have the agitators. Greenpeace, for instance, have been famous for going and boarding or trying to board Japanese fishing vessels involved in whale fishing. But apart from that, it just doesn't really happen. The easiest way to do it is to control the maritime choke points. Now, most of the oil, most of everything in the world has to go through a few maritime choke points. So the most famous one is the Strait of Hormuz, which is between the UAE, Oman, and Iran, and that's where I think 60% of the oil that is shipped in the world goes through there. That is one maritime choke point. Then you have the Straits of Singapore and Malacca Straits and Sunda Straits, which are a second maritime choke point, and everything that goes to China from the Atlantic and Indian Ocean has to go through there, unless it goes through the Panama Canal. But the Panama Canal is not as important for oil as it used to be. And the third big one is Suez, for obvious reasons. Then you have the smaller, lesser known ones, but are becoming a bit more known now, which is the Bosphorus Straits, which is controlled by Turkey, and Denmark at the end of the day. Now, you could, as Denmark, go and say to the Russian ships, if you want to transit these waters, you need to prove, you know, X, Y, Z, that you're adhering to all these different rules and regulations, etc., etc., etc. It is possible, but I don't think there is the political will to do it yet. Essentially because the Europeans and the Americans, in my opinion, are at the moment trying to diffuse any possible escalation on that front, because it's a can of worms that's just never been opened. Apart from Turkey and Russia in the Black Sea about the grains, no one in recent, at least living history, has in a meaningful way gone and stopped commercial shipping from doing anything. The last time that was done was during the Iran-Iraq war, and the Americans intervened and put, I think, a carrier group in the Persian Gulf to protect basically the neutral shipping from being targeted by missiles, etc. So, I mean, unless you were working in the 1970s, which I know some people on this space were, but I wasn't, you know, you've never actually seen any meaningful threat to commercial shipping from an individual state saying, well, we're not going to allow you to come through these waters. I think everybody's worried that if you start down that route, then, you know, the Chinese are going to start doing the same, because they like to do that kind of stuff. And of course, this cargo is generally going to China. So there is a bit of a fear and a lack of political will to do so. And the sense of the tweet that I was putting out the other day is when that will happen, because it's going to happen. A ship is going to ground, and I don't think it's going to be an STS operation where a few hundred tons go overboard, because, as we mentioned before, we probably won't even know it, at least for a long time. But if a VLCC or an Aframax or a Suezmax, even a smaller tanker, if one of those sinks in the Red Sea, off Gibraltar, off West Africa, and there's a 2 million barrel, oil spill there, I think the world is going to become, I think very quickly you're going to have changes there. But I think at the moment, no one really wants to ask themselves the difficult questions because it just hasn't happened yet. And the main fear is that it would be seen as a blockade, and a blockade is, by international law, if I'm not mistaken, it's an act of war. So that's the fine line that everybody is trying to be very careful with at the moment. I know it's not a satisfactory answer, but that's the situation we're in at the moment. But my theory is that with the amount of ships coming into the dark fleet, and the more time passes, the more it becomes feasible and certain, actually, in my opinion, that one of these things is going to happen. And we haven't had big oil spills from oil tankers for a long time. I mean, when I was a kid, I remember there was 1 or 2 cases still, but they haven't happened for a long time, and that's a testament to how safe shipping has become. And no one wants to see this coming back, but I just think it will. And the last big oil spill that happened was the Gulf of Mexico, the BP story. It wasn't an oil tanker; it was the
borehole, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and I think there was another one that happened with Pemex in Mexico recently. But yes, I just think it's been too long since we haven't had one of these disasters. So everybody's closing their eye and trying to push the conversation back as much as possible, because it's not a nice conversation to have, but it will happen.
So really, where I'm curious, isn't so much the transfers that are happening out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Where I'm particularly curious, and actually a lot of the Atlantic Ocean is kind of Portuguese exclusive economic zone. What I'm curious about is what, if any, ecological measures countries can take outside of their territorial waters. And there's one particular bit where I'm kind of looking at, and that is the precedent of the I don't even know how to translate this properly to English, but Croatia has established across its exclusive economic zone. So basically, the third of Adriatic that is nobody's territorial waters, but it's closer to Croatia than Italy, pretty much. What they call an ecological and fishing area, an ecological and fishing belt. So basically, there's lots of disputes around this, so clearly it's not a settled matter. There's less disputes now that Croatia joined the EU. But they would be not just enforcing their fishing rights, and that's in any other EEZ, right? But also that they wanted some sort of jurisdiction over the protection of the sea. And they were arguing that on the basis that Croatia depends very heavily on tourism, primarily beach tourism, and that they didn't want. So they started in the early 2000s, just after that oil spill off of the northern Spanish coast, right, in the Atlantic, and they said, well, we don't want this because, and we want to make sure that we can control things because we don't want one of these oil spills because that would completely ruin our tourism. So I don't know what the legal status of that is. I don't know what the disputes around that are. Well, as a precedent, to at least chase the ships away from the Aegean, chase these not very well done ship-to-ship transfers away from the Moroccan coast, perhaps, right? Just generally limit where they can happen, because the more they're limited as to where they can happen, the harder it is, the more expensive it is, the more, frankly, the more control can be done over the satellites as well, right? But is there, in your conversations in Geneva, is there any space using any such precedents? Perhaps I don't think blocking the Danish Straits is an answer. I think employing very stringent ecological regulations throughout NATO Lake in that context would be an answer, right? And putting up insurance requirements, for example. What do you reckon, Trade Monkey?
Inside territorial waters, it's super easy because it's the domain of its local law and the Coast Guard. No one has no international ship has an inherent right to go and lurk around in someone's territorial waters. So you don't even need to go to international waters to start doing something about it. I don't know about the precedents that you're talking about. It's not something I don't feel I'm knowledgeable enough for that. I feel like we should get some lawyer to talk about how that works. But the main problem is enforcement. At the moment, we're lacking the political will for that kind of enforcement anyway. You would have to, have your navy to basically be deployed for that. So it's a very, it's a question that I don't really know how to answer. I'm afraid, but yes, I think that should be what we should do. I mean, the EU could come and say, well, we're gonna pass some legislation saying that anything that trades within our economic exclusion zone has to have XYZ requirements, and in a way we're doing it with carbon, because from next year, if I'm not mistaken, you have to buy carbon credits when you're trading in or out of the EU or EU countries with ships. You have to offset your carbon emissions. It's the European Carbon Trading Scheme, or I can't remember exactly what it's called. It's not something that I'm personally involved in, because in my company we have a whole department that takes care of that now. But it's something that is coming. So it's not as if we don't have the legal tools to do so. If we can go and regulate how much carbon people emit in the air, well, how much carbon ships are emitting in the air, we can certainly go and enforce insurance, classification, and maintenance requirements for ships. It's really not that hard. Any large commercial ship has to go to dry dock every 5 years, has to do special survey at least every 5 years, if not every 2.5 years, and has to do in-water surveys every now and then, depending on the specific requirements of the ship. If you have a 27-year-old tanker, and tankers are not supposed to trade really after 20 years, but if you have a 27-year-old tanker that hasn't done a special survey in 6 years, I can guarantee you the ship is in a terrible shape. And the Coast Guard should be like, well, you're not in a seaworthy condition to come through my territorial waters. If you go to the US, by the way, they enforce this. You can say whatever you like about the US and environmental protection and however bad they are, but inside of US territorial waters, the Coast Guard is on your ass, and they will give you fines for absolutely everything. Some things are, by the way, ridiculous. They are so strict. They come on board your ship, they do inspections, they fine you, they don't allow you to go to berth. They require all the paperwork going back, since the construction of the ship, and they are absolute hawks. So as a result, the ships that go to the US, international ships, not the US flagged ones, those tend to be very old and badly maintained, but that's for different reasons. That is the Jones Act. But international ships going to the US tend to be of the high specification, and because you don't fuck around with the US Coast Guard, pardon my French. But in Europe, we've taken a very lax approach to these things at the moment because, it's difficult historically also to enforce it, especially since the Russian Navy likes to patrol around the Baltic and the Atlantic as well. So yeah, it's maybe not a very good answer, but I'm not the most qualified as well for this kind of answer.
But let's go then maybe to enforcement on the high seas as such, just for the fun of it. Wouldn't you agree that the dark fleet, meaning those who are currently in breach of the restrictions on the oil trade, should be pursued?
Well, they're only in breach if they're using Western insurance, for instance, or financial services, really. So I don't know if they count as being in breach as such.
Well, let's just say they are not carrying that insurance, but they're also not carrying equivalent insurance. What does that mean?
Oh yeah, but I don't know if that really puts you in breach of. Like,
well,
what
it would not allow you to berth at any other port if and when we were to enforce that as a sanction, right? Because there's a secondary effect to this. If and when they have been breaching the existing sanctions, or they have been using insurance from what I would consider to be a not equivalent source, they have not been insured. They should not be allowed to port at another Western port afterwards.
But they're not. They're generally not calling Western ports at that stage, right? That's the problem.
So then we should just do what the U.S. Navy has done and the Royal Navy has done in the past, right?
Absolutely,
check.
We should
board and check them, because I think during the Somali pirate crises, we've done exactly this on a regular basis as a continuation of the policy towards Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, which you called upon earlier. And that's not an act of war, that is just testing.
No, it's not an act of war. But if you remember the last time that the US did that, the Iranians, in response, sent a bunch of torpedoes on a UK-owned tanker, which did very little damage. But that's
what should we be doing? Should we then make sure that each and every Iranian Coast Guard ship and each and every one of their swarm ships is warned not to ever try this again? Probably, right?
We should, but that is, unfortunately,
needs a different administration, does it? Because the administration is very pro-Iranian, right?
No, but it would. I think in this region, in the Persian Gulf, they're really sort of everybody's stepping on eggs because they're a little bit afraid of where escalation can go, and it's even more so when we're talking about Russia. There's a lack of will to enforce. It's not as if the legislation isn't there. It's not as if the oil pollution prevention legislation does not exist. I'm pretty sure that Denmark has.
It's all there. No, we agree. It's all there. So the question is now, why not make their lives really, really hard?
Well, I completely agree with you, Axel. I completely agree with you. And I think, by the way, this is something where the international where the International Maritime Organization has a much more of a role to play. But the International Maritime Organization is a bit like the WHO or the
Isn't it more a little bit like the World Tennis Association?
I was about to say it's a bit like the Olympics guys. It's not. The IMO sounds like a very noble association, but there's a lot of.
Could you give it a face, Freight Monkey? Could you, for the audience purpose, because otherwise I have to do it, and I'd be bored to bits and pieces. But could you give it a face? Who is the IMO? Who are the participants? Who wields power in how the IMO creates its standards and the likes?
Oh my God! I mean, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to use the word retarded because the IMO is mostly just retarded, but they're trying to find it's all the states that sign up to it and all the ship owners essentially that get together and see, okay, how can we create frameworks of legislation that people will that countries and ship owners and charterers will all abide by. And if you've ever heard that that expression that a camel is a horse that was designed by a committee, that's exactly what the IMO ends up really coming up with. Mind you, they've done a lot of good things as well. There's a lot of good that has come out of it, but in generally, it's a pretty ineffectual organization trying to find a broad spectrum on which everybody can agree that we're going to abide by certain rules. For instance,
is it fair to say that a lot of totalitarian, authoritarian, and non-democratic people and nations are the main sponsors of the IMO?
Absolutely, but they've done good stuff. For instance, the sulfur cap.
So they've been good dictators. They've been good dictators, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that some of the stuff has been good, like the IMO 2020 sulfur cap. So for those who don't know,
sorry, did you just say that Hitler built the motorways?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Hitler built the motorways, so it's not all bad. What have the Romans ever done for us? Sort of thing. But if you burn sulfur and you emit sulfur dioxide, it's a terribly polluting substance. There was a time when I was a kid and before, when we talked about acid rains a lot and that kind of stuff. But the more dangerous side effects of sulfur are really for direct human health, like cancer, for instance. If you live next to a coal-fired power plant that emits a lot of sulfur, the rates of cancer in that area are always going to be a whole lot higher. So there's been this rush to.
Sorry, what you're saying is that the authoritarians have understood that if and when they allow this to occur, there's more revolutionary potential. Their power will be challenged by the peasants.
Well, okay, for China, that has definitely been the case. And if you've seen how China's been cracking down on their own sulfur stuff, that is definitely the case. But it's not all bad, because this has also come from a lot of the better states and all the ship owners, because the ship owners have seen it as a great opportunity to make money, to say we need to find a solution to reduce the amount of sulfur that we're emitting in the air. And if you
mean
listen to
Greek shippers like their islands too?
No, they don't know. Well, they care about money more than anything else. But I'm going to explain why the idea was good and why the implementation was bad. So they said, we're going to get rid of the sulfur. So from the 1st of Jan 2020, ships will no longer be allowed to emit more than 0.5% of the sulfur from fuel. So all fuel has to be below 0.5% sulfur. And that was a great idea. Let's all do that. Let's find alternative fuels. Let's build cleaner ships, etc., etc. But what has actually happened is that a bunch of guys installed what we call scrubbers on their ships, and it takes the sulfur out of the fuel when you're burning it, and it just dumps it directly in the sea. That was the implementation. So great idea.
Wait, Fred Monkey, you and I know this, but let's explain to people what this means. Which political parties like the ideas of scrubbers the most?
The Greens. Actually, the U.S. stock-listed ship owners for a while were saying about how green they were because they're installing scrubbers. So it's I have a personal absolute. I hate scrubbers as a principle. They're also difficult to work with. There's another way that you can do it, is you can just burn more expensive fuel, which most of the smaller ships do. So the larger your ship, the more it makes commercially sense to install scrubbers and to burn dirty high sulfur fuel. And the smaller your ship is, the less it makes sense to go through the process of installing these scrubbers, which have really limited. They don't make anything cleaner. Let's put it that way. But it
is
makes
the German
more sense
word
to burn the smaller.
Etikettenschwindel fitting?
Yes. Etikettenschwindel is perfect for that. So,
meaning
but
it's a green sticker, lipstick on a pig.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is the IMO for you.
But then, let's say something good about the IMO. They've made a lot of progress when it comes to seafarer abandonment, which is one of the saddest. It's the saddest thing that I see in the industry I work in, is when you have people who get abandoned on the high seas, don't get paid, and because they're in international waters or not in a sort of legal limbo, if they leave the ship, then they lose their claim. But if they stay on the ship, there's no one to there's no solution to the claim. There was a story in the UAE. Some guys were stuck on a ship that was beached for 10 years. They were getting food through charitable organizations, because if they left the ship, then they would lose the claim to the money that they were owed. So seafarer abandonment cases have dropped a lot, and so there are some good things that have come out of it. But the IMO, as in any super broad church that has to include absolutely everybody, you have all the crooks that are there too. So a well-intentioned organization the best equivalent that I can find is the guys who organize the Olympics.
No, the Paralympics. You mean the guys who organize the Paralympics?
Yeah, maybe. So that is
a well-intentioned organization for what is more than just a charitable, but actually a rehabilitation and integrative and inclusive purpose of the highest order, on the one hand, but still under the same roof as the genocide propagating, tolerating, authenticating, money grabbing, and utterly corrupt Lords of the Rings.
I don't think I can get really any bullshit past you, Axel. So there you go.
I found it was very charming. I think it's great radio. I would hope, at least. Dolan, shall we board more ships?
Sure. So what I'm really curious about is, outside of territorial waters, can you enforce environmental legislation, especially in the more closed seas like the Mediterranean, including parts of it like the Aegean or like the Baltic, areas which are by their nature more vulnerable in the first place? Can that be done? Is there pretense? Is there legal pretense or a legalistic approach that can be employed here somehow too?
I do not know, Dome. But what I can say is that most companies, I don't really know, because we deal with everything like with principle above everything else, at least in the company that I work for. So I actually don't know, because I've never seen a case of anybody getting in trouble with it. But it's not as if when we leave territorial waters with our ship that we start dumping garbage overboard, right? So I'm unfortunately I'm just not very qualified to answer that question. For anybody wondering what I do, I basically just negotiate contracts of carriage between different ports, between different people. I'm just really a commercial person, not much of a legal person. So I'm afraid that my answers are not going to be very very developed or probably correct there. So yeah, but I'm sure there is something that can be done, Doman. It's just, do we want it to be done?
Yeah, protecting the maritime environment is important, right? Protecting the maritime environment, especially in places that are already either eutrophic or have been previously overfished. Maximizing the possibility that they will be able to recover, perhaps even. That's really important. So, in that context, I think it would be good if there was a serious attempt made at maintaining them, right? And yeah.
I can only agree to that sentiment. I don't know how it would be done, but I am again certain that there is every legislation and law, everything is probably already in place. And if not, it's not as if you can't get it done. At least in the waters that countries consider to be their backyard. I'm not going to use the Russian word of zone of influence, of course, but the Mediterranean is a good example, and it's not as if it hasn't been done before. Another example, long before IMO came to cap the amount of sulfur inside of the Baltic, you are not allowed to burn anything that emits more than 0.1% sulfur. It's what you call an ECHA zone, an emission controls area. And that I have never seen a case of that actually not being abided by. But looking at the ships trading in the dark fleet, I am pretty sure that they are circumventing that. So I'm sure that you could stop them on the basis of that, because they would need to prove that they've got 0.1% sulfur fuel on board, which if they've been bunkering, which is fueling up in Russia, they probably won't have. So there's already that you can enforce. You don't even need to go with very complicated stuff. You could just enforce the emissions control area, which everybody abides by if they trade European ports. But of course, if you're bypassing all of them just during Russia, I'm pretty sure that some people are taking a shortcut there. So yeah.
So what this means is that the only way to deal with those Greek shippers you spoke of earlier, who find it funny and enjoy the spiciness of supporting the dark fleet and using one-way ticket tankers on their last haul prior to being then scrapped and sold for that we should just make sure that we check whether they have taken anything in US dollars, which, oh gosh, forbid, they might have, right? And they might still do.
Actually, the Greeks, I haven't seen evidence of the Greeks really doing anything related to the dark fleet themselves. They like to trade on the fringe, what is still legal to do in US dollars with Western insurance and financing. They just want to push it as far as it goes legally. But they generally don't get involved with, at least from what I know, with the outright, sanction circumventing, which that seems to be done much more by Asian-based companies or companies based in the UAE. Those might still have Greek interests, mind you. I'm pretty sure there's some Greek money floating around there, no doubt. But they tend to be more Far Eastern controlled, Hong Kong-based companies, UAE-based companies, and some Indian-based companies as well, or Indian-controlled companies. The Greeks
all of them still translate lots and lots of their funds into US dollars, correct?
I'm pretty sure, but then they do that in they do that a bit differently, because if you get paid in yuan, you can't actually they generally have separate companies. So let's say you've got a company A called Putin Trading, which is based in Wanchai, Hong Kong, and then you've got a second company which is a totally legitimate company, and you're going to call it, I don't know, Wanchai Navigation. And Wanchai Navigation is going to launder its money through, because you need to get US dollars in, essentially. They're going to launder their money by intentionally losing money on contracts of carriage. They will trade, for instance, Indonesian coal into China, in which they get paid in US dollars. And it doesn't matter how much of a loss they'll book. They're just going to find a way to essentially launder their money. So it generally won't be the same company. How afterwards, you enforce that? I mean, you'd have to go and arrest half of Hong Kong, because those kind of ethical and legal arbitrage has been what made Hong Kong essentially. So yeah, it's a bit like the story of gold smuggling out of Africa. It's there's actually, we're talking about dictatorships. The Al Jazeera guys did a pretty good documentary about gold smuggling out of Africa and how people get their US dollars in, which is very much based around Dubai. Over here, you have the absolute hub of gold trading here, but absolutely no gold mining, right? So it's all ethical and legal arbitrages. But just to repeat, the Greeks, from what I've seen, don't really get involved in anything too illegal. But they've always been trading on the edges. A few years ago, they were the only ones who really wanted to go to Iran, right? But they always made sure that it was World Food Organization approved cargoes. But they wanted to go and capture the extra premium for trading Iran. These same people are the ones who like to go to Russia for a few extra $1,000 more. And they all meet up in Dubai every 3 to 4 months and have big old dinners. So I know, because they're around. They're always around when I have lunch meetings in Dubai. They're always around. With their slightly shady counterparties.
Why are we not surprised? We are not, of course. The good thing about a large part of the Greek fleet, it is registered where? In the Marshall Islands. And who, afraid monkey, for the audience purpose, who supervises the Marshall Islands?
Is it a marshal?
Yes, it's a marshal. He's called Marshall Islands.
It's called the United States of America, exactly. Somebody should do a Freedom of Navigation Act and a port call there, and drop by this wonderful little one-story house called the Shipping Register.
Yes. So there's a few of these places. There's 90, I think it's 90 Broad Street, Monrovia. So Monrovia is a wonderful capital of Liberia. It's a charming place. And for some reason, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of single-purpose companies based in either it's 90 Broad Street or 101 Broad Street. I can't remember, but essentially it's one big post box. So you open a company there, you call it Blue Shipping Navigation, and you have your ship registered there. And if something happens, if you do something wrong on that ship, if you get involved in any kind of scandal, it's an individual single-purpose company. It's unrelated to the rest of the fleet. It's then managed by a management company based in Athens, and maybe they even have an exclusive broker based in London. All these companies, of course, the ultimate beneficiary is Mr. So-and-so in Greece, but that's how it's done. And it's not always nefarious. I mean, also A1 companies do exactly the same thing. So it's not all negative. It's well, I mean, if you want to call it that, it's simply tax arbitrage in a way. You're trying to make sure that you pay as little taxes as possible, and have the least amount of regulations on your ships as possible. It's not necessarily to do shady stuff. It's just reducing the costs. So Liberia, Panama, Marshall Islands, Malta to an extent has a lot of ships flagged, and nowadays we see Portugal becoming more and more of a flag state. I don't know exactly why. I would have to look into that, but there must be a special tax ruling there. And
how
then
do you like your wine? Do you like Madeira?
Yes, I do like Madeira.
But I'm not gonna take us down that road, because we can be here for the next 3 hours talking about Madeira if I'm involved.
Did I say something wrong? Should I not like Madeira?
No, I love Madeira. I just like it too much. They have too much to say about it.
As long as we don't start talking about pineapples and pizzas again.
I think pineapples and pizzas have already been put on the red notice list here.
Yeah, that the next thing will be red wine and Coca-Cola.
Did you have to entertain some Chinese guests?
No, but I've been to Spain. I was surprised. Yeah, I was surprised.
I know. They can't be helped. I know. They can't be helped.
My fiance, when we went to Madrid, she told me before we flew there, I speak a little bit of Spanish, and we landed there, and suddenly I realized that she's actually fluent in Spanish. And then she forced me to drink this calimocha, which is, I mean, it sounds disgusting, but it's incredibly good to get drunk on. I highly recommend it.
So you are a single-purpose drinker.
I'll go with anything, Axel.
Oh, you said that. I mean, Doman and I remain aghast, but still.
I would just tell you it's popular outside of Spain as well. I've never, tried any, but it's not just Spain. What I would want to comment on,
Doman, because you also don't like antifreeze.
Well, I genuinely don't like Coca-Cola, so that's why I wouldn't, drink it mixed with something.
But that's a very good start.
But what I wanted to say is Spain is kind of fascinating because of those big traditional wine-producing countries. Spain consumes by far the least alcohol on a per capita basis, and I think that's kind of interesting. And sorry, the least amount of wine, not the least amount of alcohol. That's kind of interesting because did I cut out? I cut out, didn't I?
No, you didn't.
Oh, because suddenly I was muted, and I don't know why. But anyway, Spain consumes by far the least wine on a per capita basis of these big wine-producing, traditional wine-producing countries, and that's because it's actually kind of fallen out of fashion in favor of light lager, kind of pretty light lager. It's very confusing, but I think it's a consequence of kind of a forced urbanization and a disconnect from traditions to a much greater degree than, especially say in Italy. Where the connection to that still exists to a much greater extent. And I think that might be why they started putting Coke into their red wine, to kind of start selling more of it, which is very odd because they have fantastic production potential. It's just that the most of the volume ends up being traded in, well, a different price bracket than it could if they tried with the rest of it as well. Side point. Where were we? Actually, why were we asking about Madeira? You got me all distracted and
I was highlighting Madeira also has a shipping register.
A separate one from the rest of Portugal?
No, it's not separate. It's just a very good location where you can put your companies.
Huh, interesting.
Tax.
Are there tax breaks in Madeira compared to the rest of Portugal? Because I know that in Azores they have lower taxes on various things to kind of keep the population there.
It has a load of administrative benefits, and in recent years, Madeira tried to become a crypto haven. Now, why would that help?
Lack of trackability. I guess, I don't know.
Oh my God, Dorman, you're becoming an investigative agent. We should be working for the ATF.
I'll stick with the A bit.
I knew you would say that.
So, who patrols the Baltic? Who enforces that ICA that you mentioned, Trade Monkey? Is it the various navies in the Baltic? Is there enough capacity to do that? And is that, you said that it's well observed, so it means it must be well enforced, right? Because nothing is well observed unless it's well enforced.
The classical way of enforcing anything is via port state control, which is when your ship goes to a port, then there's a certain inspection that happens, and then they're going to be like, okay, so what fuel have you been burning? and then you're going to tell them what you've been burning, and then they're going to be like, show us the fuel tanks, and then you're going to go and show the fuel tanks, and then they're going to do a report on your ship, and if the ship is not seaworthy, they will actually detain the ship, and you will get a detention. I once had a horror story where we took a ship from Australia to the continent on time charter. So we became essentially the owners for the amount of time that we had the ship. And halfway through the voyage, the captain stopped responding to our phone calls and to our emails. Started deviating the vessel to various places. One was Las Palmas, which is those islands, Tenerife area.
Canary Islands, yeah.
Canary Islands, and then we realized that he was doing repairs there, but he wasn't telling us. And because we were the time charter owners for a certain amount of time, we're allowed to know everything about it. And the vessel was doing 8 knots instead of 12, so we knew something was wrong. Eventually, we get to Rotterdam. Port State Control arrives on board and detains the vessel because they found, I think, 30 deficiencies. The lifeboats weren't working properly. The engine room was completely was a mess. There was leaking oil in different places, etc., etc., etc. So then, once you get detained, the owner basically gets put on notice, being said, well, first of all, you're not going to earn any money anymore. Secondly, you're not allowed to leave the port, and that becomes a very big incentive for the owner to actually do the necessary repairs to make sure that the ship is seaworthy. It's relatively rare that things are that bad, of course, but that is the easiest way to do any type of enforcement of any kind of rules is via Port State Control. Now, of course, if you have ships that are trading Russia, and Russia essentially doesn't have a Port State Control system anymore, or they have it in their own way, it's not really going to get enforced. The second way would be the Coast Guard. But of course, that would require the Danes. I guess they could work together with the Swedes, because I'm guessing that the area is also Sweden has a very strong interest there, and I mean they could work together to say, well, we're going to do the certain amount of controls. But I again don't think that there is political will to do that until a disaster strikes, and then when it happens, everybody's going to be super shocked. And there's going to be articles in the New York Times and the Telegraph and the Guardian, and everybody's going to ask, why didn't we do more about it? And then they were going to say, well, we couldn't do more about it because we didn't know. And then people are going to say, yes, we did know. And then something is going to happen, and then enforcement will happen. Essentially, that's how I view it. But it's not yet. It's not for now. It'll only happen when something bad has happened. So yeah, a bit like if you followed the story of the Yemeni tanker that was a floating storage unit sitting off Yemen, 1976 built or something like that, which has been a problem for years because of the war in Yemen. Which we can all thank the Iranians and the Saudis for making sure that it continues. You have this floating storage unit off Yemen that is essentially going to explode or sink. No one knows what's going to happen first, and it's the UN that seems to be doing. They've bought an old tanker to go and do one big STS operation to get rid of all the fuel that's on board, so that this thing doesn't sink to the bottom of the ocean with however many barrels it has on board. So it's always up.
That's just fabulous, isn't it? Like a spot check controls on environmental grounds at the Danish Straits? Yes, no.
I'm sure it can be done. But again, I've just never seen it. But if you do the Coast Guard, the U.S. Coast Guard model, yes, you Coast Guard comes on board, says, you know, where's your ballast water going? And you have to show. And they're like, do you have a ballast water treatment system? And you have to show. And you say, yes, I do. And then they say, okay, well, how does it work? Show me in practice. You have to show that your ballast water treatment system is working well. For those who don't know, ballast water is what you put on board the ship when the ship is empty to make sure that she maintains stability. But of course, if you load ballast in one area and discharge ballast in another area, you might be discharging all the organic components that don't belong in the area. So then you have invasive species, for instance. But also, you want to make sure that your ballast water is not contaminated with wastewater or oily water, because waste and oil is, in this case, a separate thing. So the Coast Guard does go and do that. They go and do those checks. And if you are found to not have everything in order, they will detain your ship. And then, you know, it becomes a very, very expensive bill. And then you might even get fined on top of that. So you might have $1 million fine because, you know, you've got the certificate of XYZ in the wrong space. And sometimes it's as silly as that, right? It's like they require a piece of paper that needs to be at a certain place on the bridge. It's not there, you get a fine, which is good because, I mean, it pushes everybody to higher standards and to make sure that they are trained to the degree that they are. And they go and talk to the crew as well. They'll tell the crew, okay, now you have to do an emergency evacuation drill of the ship. If the crew does not react the way that they're supposed to react, boom, fine, detention. So we know it's possible, but, you know, we're not all the US Coast Guard, and the US does not share its territorial waters in close proximity with potentially what would you call it, aggressive dictatorial states like we do in Europe, and that's what we're more afraid of. But I also think that there's a certain amount of American complacency to the whole thing because, you know, as much as I love our American cousins, they're much more worried at the moment about high energy prices and what oil at $150 or $200 a barrel means, especially for re-election purposes, than for the long-term potential environmental problems. Because on one side, they see a certainty, which is if we start playing smart, then we're going to have problems we're going to have pricing problems. And on the other hand, they see that you know, I mean, President Biden, at least in my opinion, views a correlation with his support base is on the energy prices. So if it goes up too much, then he's going to get blamed for it. Let's not forget how fragile the American public is on this subject. High gas prices back in 2021 were one of the main things dragging down Biden's popularity. So yeah, I'm talking too much about things I don't really know, but there you go.
Okay, so just like Free the Leopards was fundamentally an animal rights campaign, right? Clearly, we need to do a nice save the ocean, save the seas from Russian pollution campaign. And
I'm actually going to get Greenpeace involved. I don't agree with anything that they do, but for once they've actually got a good. I'm going to send them an email. They should go and send their, what are their ships called that go on the oil rigs? They should go and board some Russian tanks. That could be fun. It's a good idea, I think.
That could be amusing. Perform this instead. I mean, it just seems like a fairly straightforward approach, really. You know, strict insurance enforcement. Same goes for the Bosphorus as well. I think, I think the Turks should be very interested. They should be very interested in what might be transiting through their largest city, right? Because the Bosphorus literally runs down the middle of the largest metropolis in Turkey. And I think they should be very, very interested in what the insurance status of those vessels is, and who would pay for the cleanup if one of those vessels were to, I don't know, break in the middle of the Sea of Marmara, because that would be a very big problem for Turkey. Period. When a quarter of their population, or more than a quarter of their population, lives in the banks of the Bosphorus, the Dardanelles, and the Sea of Marmara.
Delman, excuse me, Delman, would you like a little story?
I'd love a little story.
Well, we have a little tale of woe. Another one. I know, it's a shame, isn't it? But this is actually an article that's been produced by Radio Free Europe. And apparently, and this is going to come as a shock, right? Everybody sit down, be careful. If you're holding a broom, just be careful. Wives of Russian soldiers are saying that they're not getting the money that was promised. I know it's a shock. But this is what happens. Bear with me 1 second while I cough.
But
right.
Remember that they are instead getting blocks of ice with fish inside.
Well, I'm sure that makes a massive difference. But yeah, apparently they are not receiving their pay in some cases. It's either late, not in full, or not at all. And the wives have started to have a moan. So one lady from Ivanovo, some 300 kilometers northeast of Moscow, told a regional news outlet that her husband Alexander was mobilized on October the 21st and hasn't received any pay. He asks about pay, but only receives empty promises. His commander's telling me he needs to wait, but there's no money coming in now. And she has a little baby. So, that's helpful. So, yeah, she's raising a child basically on next to nothing. So other relatives across Russia have said that pay is either being delayed or not being received at all. And the independent Ukrainian media outlet Vestka reported, based on monitoring social media posts in 52 separate regions in Russia, as well as Crimea. According to the report by Vestka, those impacted included professional soldiers and those who have recently enlisted, as well as the conscripts that have been dragged in the partial mobilization. So it's affecting everybody. And it's apparently being blamed on the bureaucracy. So with swelling numbers, they just can't get themselves together, apparently. This is the explanation, that there's never been so many people involved in the conflicts before. Neither volunteers nor the mobilized have ever been in the army before, so there's no experience of working with personnel, or with this many personnel, I think she means. The partial mobilization of Russian citizens to fight in the country's invasion of Ukraine triggered not only protests, but a mass exodus, as tens of thousands left. So in a bid to lure Russians to pick up guns and participate, they were given promises of hefty pay. And now, unfortunately, that hefty pay is either dwindling or not happening. So a starting salary for a Russian soldier is about $2,500 per month, 195,000 rubles. So that is higher, nearly 14 times higher than the median salary in some of the regions of Russia. So you can see why that was very tempting. However, realities are that one chap, Kirill, 25 years old, saw his pay drastically cut to punish him for returning a few days late to his regiment after a visit home to see his newborn daughter. He was paid only 6,000 rubles, which is about $75, for February, with a month-old baby. So that's kind of them, isn't it? She added that the commanders told her husband it was unclear when he would qualify for his full pay. And she also noted that in the previous 2 months, it had not been as much as it should have been. Previously, they were paid 220,000 rubles a month, and then it started to reduce to 195,000. And then suddenly only 6. So, yeah, upsetting. Yulia from Ust-Ilimsk in Kursk, Russia. I'll get these names right one day. That's the Siberia region, says her husband signed a contract to fight in Ukraine, but has only been paid less than a quarter of what he was promised. So a salary of 30,000 rubles has been paid for apparently the entire time. She's written everywhere. And everybody who's with him is also stated they're not receiving enough pay or any pay. However, funnily enough, there was nobody pointing the finger of blame to the top. Oh no, when asked about the reasons, well, we can only guess. We will be patient. The Russian people are patient. There's something, but yeah. Very downtrodden is all I can say, because if you didn't pay me for 2 months, I'd be murdering somebody, probably.
I
So,
mean,
yeah,
that's what they're trying to get them to do.
well, yeah, but you know, I would think more like my employer rather than you know, other people that had nothing to do with it. In fact, where I work, I wouldn't even know where to find my employer. It's a big organisation. But still, we've heard about people who are within Russia, who are working in, you know, factories and the likes, going to work and not receiving any pay, and still going to work. And you know, it seems crazy. It does, because I can be assuring you now, in the UK, if you didn't pay us, we wouldn't turn up. Absolutely not. But I suppose we've got a completely different mindset. So yeah, going to work, not getting paid, and just going in anyway. And obviously, these now poor mobilised chaps. When I say poor mobilised, I don't feel sorry for them. It's just an expression. So yeah, they're generally poor. So yeah, those unfortunates are promised all this money, and then shock upon shocks, they don't receive it. I mean, I know it came as a surprise to me, Doman, as well. I figure that you're suitably calmed from that shock now.
Shocked and appalled.
Absolutely. Becky, go ahead.
Hi, Markers. I'm chiming in on the topic of Russians not being paid. I was in Izhevsk, actually, which is hundreds of miles east of Moscow in 1998. And
home of the Kalashnikov.
Yeah, exactly. I actually have some vodka that's Kalashnikov vodka. It's very interesting. Anyway, I was volunteering in several different baby homes, but particularly spent a whole lot of time in the baby home in Izhevsk. And I was in 3 different areas of the Republic of Udmurtia, and none of them had been paid for 9 months. And I was stunned and said, why are you staying? And they said, well, you know, at some point money will flow. And if I don't stay, I won't have a job when it does. And I said, well, how are you surviving? And, most of them have a dacha or access to a dacha. And so they have, saved up at that. I was there in the summertime. So they were at that point, I have 3 to 4 different trips, but at that point they were feeding themselves off of food that they had grown themselves. And that was true in each of the 3 different regions. One was 3 hours north of Ijevsk in a city that wasn't on the map. And another one was about an hour and a half east of Ijevsk. And the people that I stayed with, he worked at a local radio manufacturing company, and they were much more tight-lipped. Well, they were surviving off of the money I was paying them, but he had not been paid either. He had received a few radios. So anyway, just wanted to add that flavor. It is quite remarkable how people adapt. I was there that summer was when the ruble was devalued, and by that point, I had made quite a number of Russian friends, and they were all quite in distress. I would say would be the way to describe it. Prices were rising for everything by the minute, literally, and they were trying to recall back how they saved flour. Did they put nails in it? What did they do? But there was no one. They just were resigned to their present and trying to figure out, what they were going to do in the moment on their own to endure. So that's all. Just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much for that, Becky. It's interesting to hear, and yeah, it's the fact that guy got paid with some radios. That sort of harks back, so he'll go and trade those radios then for something that he actually wants. It's a reminder of days gone by for sure. Ioana, do you want to come in on this?
Yes, hello, Marcus. So, I wanted to comment on a little bit on this because it seems that Russia has a problem with the money. I don't know if it's liquidity or money itself, but they seem to have a problem, and I wanted to link this with the arrest of Evan Gershkovich, the journalist. He published on 28th of March the article, Russia's economy is starting to come undone. I wonder why they arrested him. Anyway, they claim now that he's not even a journalist. That's what they said in the propaganda. And I wanted just to point you to this article, which is very well documented, and it's explaining a lot of what is happening in Russia. Basically, they have lower incomes right now, and they increased costs. And when you have this in a country, it's not good at all. So yeah, that's my comment. And also about some attempts of the Russian government to reduce costs. For example, going to pay retired people by card. This is an attempt to reduce some cost, but generally it works if the society and economic state of the cities and villages is okay, and if people are educated. So I don't think that the pensioners in Russia will enjoy very much having their money on a card when they do not have ATMs in their village and so on. Also, they try to reduce the governmental apparatus and some administrative costs. There are a lot of things that they are trying to do, and all of these are hints that they are not doing that. I'll just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ioana. And cracks are starting to show, eh? Becky?
Hi, just on that topic of getting paid in radios. It was not, there was a barter economy. Lisa, the woman who was the matron of the place where I stayed, she would go grocery shopping. She would go shopping to get food that she would make each day. And a couple of times I went with her, and It was literally in like a parking lot, and there were cars lined up with things in their trunks popped open, and they were offering whatever they were offering, dead chickens or turnips or whatever. It was interesting. There was only one grocery store in the whole town, and no one actually went to it. There was I don't know how you would describe it. Kind of like us in America, we have swap meets where it's a great big parking area, and individual vendors stake out their little piece of real estate and sell whatever they're going to sell. And that was the market in the capital city of the Republic of Udmurtia in Ijevsk. And some of them had pop-up tent things, and the people that were selling there would sell whatever they wanted to sell. It might be common products, or it might be whatever they happen to get their hands on. And this person, the woman and her husband, they literally had cash because I was staying with them. But I do know that in that community there also was a barter economy. So just wanted to add that.
Yeah, and that was very common following the collapse, right? Because there was no real conception of currency. Currency beforehand was kind of devoid of real economic power a lot of the time. And after the collapse, they just stopped stamping prices onto each article as it of produced stuff as it was made, and then everything devolved like this. It was kind of a price finding exercise in a sense, wasn't it? But what I wanted to note is, in the first 2 months of this year, defense expenditure. No, let's rephrase this. That's how it was officially called invasion expenditure. Was almost half of the Russian state expenditure. That's how high up it went. I forget who the source of the data is, but I think this might actually be their own official data. Now, that doesn't work, right? That's not that's not something that they can sustain. So no wonder that the soldiers aren't getting paid. But what it also says is that defense expenditure should be much more than what it was. Or again, sorry, I apologize. Invasion expenditure should be much more than what it has been, because had they actually been paying everyone what they said they will be paying them, it maybe should have been far, far more than what it actually was, right? So far more than half of all state spending. This isn't the reason why Russia will fail. This isn't the reason why Russia will fail in Ukraine, but it will be a contributing factor to making the failure quicker. No, probably not by much, but by a little bit. Maybe a few weeks, maybe a couple months. The only thing that can really make Russia fail in Ukraine is giving Ukrainians weapons they need to defeat them militarily, thoroughly. That will require many hundreds more IFVs. It will require longer range precision fire. It will require beyond sustainment of artillery shells. But it's a contributing factor. The collapse of the Russian economy is a contributing factor. The collapse of Russian state's ability to pay its dues is a contributing factor, and that's good. So the more stories of soldiers not getting paid, the better. Whether it's a failure completely at the state level of the state directly, or whether it's a failure of some kernel in between taking their salaries instead. But it's a helpful contributing factor. And anything that decreases additionally Russian morale, willingness to fight, effectiveness, all of that is definitely a good thing. Marcus, have we mentioned yet that there's been more explosions in Mariupol today again?
In Mariupol, I knew there was explosions in Melitopol, but I'll be honest, I did not know about Mariupol.
Apparently, also Mariupol. I have no idea what's going on, but yeah, it's all I know is that the what is he, deputy mayor, advisor to the mayor, Andrushchenko, saying this explosions again. It's very odd.
Very odd. Yes, I believe a train station logistics area has been hit. HIMARS, apparently, which would definitely be an explanation. So yeah, it would appear in Mariupol they've become very concerned, the Russian occupiers there. Apparently, every 200 meters along the road, there is now a patrol with at least 8 occupants. And a large number of police officers who were driven out of Donetsk, who are now patrolling the streets in Mariupol. So, yeah, apparently it's now a police state.
Yeah, that's a Russian occupation for you, right? It's Russian occupation for you. Mr. Porter.
Good evening, everybody. Just to add on the dacha and access to just different sources of food in Russia, I've read a thread a while ago about how there is a generation gap between those people who actually knew how to grow their plants and so get the food that way, and the current generation of city dwellers in Russia who have no interest in it and no idea how to do it. So it might be a bit of a bigger problem for them.
Makes sense to me. That sounds incredibly plausible. You know, it was long used as a way to sort of supplement earnings, right? It's kind of like allotment, basically. For anybody who doesn't know what people are talking about, they say dacha. It's like a weekend dwelling, often without really any hookups to anything. A small house. It can be very nice. So there's fancy dachas that oligarchs have, which are giant country estates, and then there's like little regular dachas, which are basically kind of like allotments with a little bit more of a constructed building on them as well. And indeed, yes, it's been there was long a way for people to kind of supplement their incomes. They tended to be relatively close to the cities, just on the outskirts of cities, just outside of cities, and a way to do that. And it's interesting.
You know how to explain the English concept of an allotment to people, right?
No. If look, now people have had 2 options: either knowing what a dacha is or knowing what an allotment is. And if they don't know what either is, I can't help them.
Such reticency.
Yep, that's I'm laying down the law. I'm already helping out by trying to explain it, and if they don't understand either the original nor the explanation, that's their fault.
Paul?
Did you say Kalle?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, so finally we are coming close to the subjects close to my heart, which is summer cabins and dachas. Some Ukrainians way back 2015, and I told them that I had to go to my dacha, and their comment was that I'm a Russian man, and now I'm thinking that they were insulting me after all these years. But just came to my mind. Sorry about that.
I think it's a it's a short way to explain, right? Kind of your countryside retreat. Yes, Norwegians would understand.
Yeah, we all the Finns have a summer cabin, and I guess it's similar tradition. It's just this kind of tradition, especially in this kind of sparsely populated countries where the countryside, getting a cabin in the countryside is cheap. But I think Russians actually have this kind of parking garage complexes where they spend their free time, but that we don't have in Finland. So I don't know if Ukrainians have. So I'm not saying this as an insult, just in case Ukrainians have them.
Ando, you've been trying to come up for ages. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry, I don't know what seems to be the problem. I forgot my first idea, so just have a second, which is on an entirely different topic. So it's about. I was laughing a bit earlier. So apparently Tuesday, the National Assembly in France recognized officially Holodomor as a genocidal endeavor against the Ukrainian people. And today, Zakharova, which is the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Russia, she looked. She had a comeback, so it took her 5 days to find her words, basically, on this topic, and come up with an idea. What can we say this time? Like, I think it's getting harder and harder for them to have a replica on everything that's been said and proved lately that they've done. So the responses are coming later, right? So it came on a Sunday, which is okay. And what she said is that again, we see another country which has a anti-Russian narrative. No, they're just stating facts. They are just stating and recognizing facts, things that happen. That's all. So yeah, it made me laugh. It made me smile, and I wanted to share this with you. So thank you.
So you know what's interesting on that? That resolution only had 2 votes against in the French Parliament. The 2 votes came from some, communist party that has, I think, exactly 2 representatives. And, they get elected on the first past the post component. Who knows, right? Doesn't really matter. What was interesting is that even members of parliament from, I don't know what they're called currently, but Marine Le Pen's party voted for the resolution. And she had also been spotted in the yesterday, wearing a Ukrainian flag pin. Now, this is a big departure from convention, right? There's now speculation in some circles about a melonization of Le Pen. Not that she's turning into a melon, but following the example of Giorgia Meloni. I wouldn't go this far, certainly not yet. The record of her and her co-partyists, is that a word? You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean. As is the point. The point of communication isn't to be correct. It is to be understood. Now, they've voted, against Ukraine repeatedly, against helping Ukraine, against this, against that. They're very cozy with Putin. They have an agreement with United Russia. I think probably still, they certainly used to for a long time, about cooperation, collaboration. I don't believe this, and I won't believe it for a long time. But maybe this is why Zaharova took 4 or 5 days to come up with some sort of a response or retort. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why it took them. It took the Russians so long to figure out what's going on. What's going on? So just a thought there. Maybe no. Eventually, everybody backs the winner, right? Eventually, facts become inescapable. Eventually, maybe even some of the more ardent non-supporters, even most ardent opponents of Ukraine, will have to come around. I don't believe it for a second at this point. Not yet, but if it happens, that's a good thing, and we won't keep anyone away, however wrong, misguided, misassociating they were previously in and how ridiculous they still are, and so very many other views and conditions. But if what it means is that it opens up doors to more stuff for Ukrainian defenders, then that's fine, and we'll take that, and then we'll assess other things on an individual basis rather than hold it against. I'm very conflicted about this particular case, but I'm just choosing not to believe it in the slightest until a whole lot more is evidenced. With that, Mark, would you like to explain what an allotment is? Because I have a hunch that you're a fan of allotments, and I don't want to explain what an allotment is, but I'm guessing you probably do.
Hi. Yes, Doran, thank you. Yes, as a chair of a parish council, we have a load of allotments in my town, and they're lovely. But I went to an allotment site last year in Jena, in eastern Germany, in Thuringia, and that was quite interesting. Around the city of Jena, there are quite a few places that have, used by residents, not just it's not just for relaxation, but also for growing fruit or vegetables, and it's wonderful. So I was wondering whether there are any allotments in Czechia or in Slovakia. Do you know?
I think so. I don't know how widespread it is, but I'm pretty sure there's some.
Absolutely.
The thing is, it's kind of a function of urbanization, I think. So places that urbanized a little bit earlier, and where the main drive of urbanization happened a bit earlier, don't tend to really those tend to be the ones where allotments are kind of a thing, right? Because you already have a disconnect between let's say the outside nature and so on, and gardening and such, and the people. Whereas in places where urbanization has only happened in the last, say, couple of generations, there is still a strong connection because everybody will have family or whatnot still in the countryside, or the majority of people will. So there definitely won't be as much of an interest in allotments. One thing that struck me, Mark, is at some point there was this must have been 15 years ago now, but I was reading this EU document, and it classified countries, probably still find it. It classified countries by proportion of the population that lives in an urban, suburban, or rural environment. And in Britain, it was something like, I don't know, 48%, 50%, and 2% respectively. So basically, only a tiny fraction of the country lived in what was considered a rural environment. Whereas population, right? Obviously, the spaces are larger. Whereas in some other countries in Europe, you'll find 30-40% of the population living in what could be what is designated according to that a rural environment. And then obviously you won't have a drive for allotments in the same way, because you don't need them, because everybody's grandma, uncle, somebody, some near part of the family lives somewhere and has possibly an excess of land that can be cultivated. So why would you have it a lot? I scared Mark away by outmarking Mark. I see what I did. But maybe Jana can help answer Mark's actual question. Czechia, Slovakia, allotments, a big thing, not so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought absolutely that I would answer this. And come on, that's one of our passions. It's the mushroom picking and having the little tiny wood cabins where we go to the woods, or we have the allotments in the towns. So you have a little like strip of land, and you can make something. Well, it's more. I think it was very popular during communism, because behind the Iron Curtain, I think people didn't have that many options for self-realizations. So they really absolutely adored the projects on their little cabins and their gardens. So everybody had a cabin, everybody had a garden for the weekends or for the summer. And I had to say that when I lived in Prague, I tried it as well, and it was very difficult, because you actually have to work on the garden, and most of my neighbors in the gardens were on pension, like pensioners, and they didn't really share my ideas about ecological gardening, and they kept complaining that I have a lot of weed, but not the weed, but the the bushy plants. So yeah, I got rid of it because that was very demanding. Yeah, so I hope this answers the question of Mark. And why I raised my hand, Domen, I just wanted to add a little bit to your idea when you said that some people will maybe come around, and that's why the horrendous spokesperson took so much time to answer. I don't think it's called come around. I think it's called turning code, because it reminded me when we had our Velvet Revolution, when we were in 1989 protesting against communism, and then the regime fell. Like many people who used to be avid communists and the proponents of the regimes suddenly appeared with like a little flag, the three-color flag that was kind of a sign that you are against it. So I'm absolutely certain there will be many people in Russia who are now spewing propaganda, and suddenly they will be on the side of the winners. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Yep, I absolutely agree. This is why with Le Pen, I definitely don't trust her 1 inch about actually being serious about this. But as you say, eventually people come on side because it becomes inevitable, and I think here is likewise. Absolutely, I mean, completely concur with that. Absolutely. Mark, we have you back.
Sorry, I got thrown out there for some reason. But I was going to say, when I've been to Vienna before, along the banks of the Danube, there are quite a few places where there are little collections of sort of summer cottages, more I think for relaxation than for growing vegetables. But I presume it's because so many people in Vienna live in flats. It's their way of getting fresh air and relaxation type of thing. So it's quite interesting to see that, though, right down in the centre of the city. Quite like looking at that. Quite nice. I would say our allotments, we have lots of fun and games trying to keep people being good neighbours, growing vegetables next to each other, not stealing each other's produce, not borrowing each other's manure or whatever it might be. And we do have to send people letters. If they don't look after their plot, we have to write them, say, please, your plot is getting very, I think we're calling it a dirty allotment letter. But it is amazingly popular now in the UK, especially since COVID. I'm not sure what it's got to do Ukraine. It's got to do with Ukraine, but it's interesting anyway.
No, but it is interesting. The reason why they got brought up was because who was it? Mockers brought up the case of Russian soldiers not getting paid and their families relying on what they grow themselves in allotments. I think eventually we got to that, but not actual allotments, because allotments are, see, this is the difference, right? Allotments are kind of centrally controlled, whereas dachas are more or less, in principle, at least privately owned.
Yeah, I guess at
so
some point the families will probably receive a nice bag of potatoes, won't they?
I think it will. I think it will depend on where they are, right? So
right.
In some places, it will be a nice block of ice with fish inside it. In other places, different things in different places. Now, of course, all the news from yesterday, and the one bit of news that I'm pretty sure it wasn't an April Fool's joke, is that the governor of the Republic of Tuva, or the president, I don't know what it's called, is going to be giving the Russian army 3,000 horses, and I don't know for what. Anything. There are several possibilities. I guess the armatas need to be propelled somehow, or maybe it's for, I don't know, towed artillery, or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's for eating. I don't know. Just saying. They didn't specify what they're going to be used for, right, Mockers? They never said why they're giving the 3,000 horses.
No, they didn't. But hopefully they won't end up in the butchers. But,
I was going to say meat, I think.
What was that?
Yeah, I do wonder, because it was really not specified. But it's the one bit of news from yesterday. There are two bits of news from yesterday, I believe. One is that Ukraine did really order 100 Rosomak APC IAVs from Poland. And the other is this about the horses from Tuva. I'm pretty sure both of those are true. G-Man.
It made me think, when you mentioned the 100 horses. Good afternoon. And it made me think of, I'm pretty sure I was listening to an audiobook yesterday, and it mentioned that. No, it wasn't the audiobook. Maybe it was. I don't know. Something yesterday I listened to talking about World War II and how MEC, the German Air Force had Me-262s taking off to attack the Allied bomber stream. But they ran out of fuel, and so they were being towed onto the runway by cows.
It wasn't an audiobook. You were listening to the MriyaReport.
Yeah, that's where it was. It was on Peter spot yesterday then. Okay. And it just made me think that, everybody thinks of mechanized warfare, but in the Second World War, the German army still used lots and lots of horses. So maybe the horses are needed for the Russian army, because it's now effectively like the Imperial Russian Army in 1914-18 war. Or becoming more so.
It does seem to be becoming more so. I did suggest, Doman, didn't I, that we're going to be getting horse and cart logistics at some point.
Yeah, it seems that way. It seems that way. Alrighty, that's. I don't. Every time I come on here lately, it seems to be it's like a complete conversation killer. So I'm going to have to up my game.
No, it's okay. I'm sure that it's important for logistics to have some of this sort of propulsion methods. I think the Armata tank, definitely.
It could be cavalry. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's why. That's what it is. That is it. Actually, gotta be. They're going to try and do cavalry charges.
I don't know if you saw, but there was a British cavalry unit a week or two ago which is stationed in Poland for the bulking up NATO's eastern flank, and they were actually taken out horseback riding with the Polish Ulan regiment or some such, who still kind of maintain horse riding skills. Yeah, they did a nice photo shoot of it. It looks pretty cool.
If you can find the photo of that, post it up on the nest. That would be great. I know that some of my uncle was in the Royal Irish Hussars back in the day, when the British Army wasn't a shadow of his former self. But I don't know even at that stage whether they would have had any. I mean, I know that obviously the household cavalry, because they have the ceremonial duties, still do a lot of horse. Still have horses, and that as well as they would normally be in light tanks. These scimitar sort of thing. I'm not sure what they're going to do because I think they're nearly out of service. But anyway, though, yeah.
I will find it for you. It's the Royal Lancers. You can find it at the Royal Lancers, and it's literally the most recent tweet they retweeted. So I know you know how to spell that. Mark.
Yeah, so I think I was going to ask you, Doman, because you know lots of random facts. So when was the last cavalry charge in Europe? Do you know the date of that?
No.
That would be in the
1939.
That would be the first week of the war in 1939 by the Polish against a German Panzergrenadier battalion.
It's not. Yeah, I thought the British had done something stupid as well, but yeah, I think it was the Second World War, I believe.
It was Polish.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were just hot marking there.
So, the last cavalry made on horseback by the U.S. Army took place in 1942 when the United States fought the Japanese Army in the Philippines.
Well, there is a U.S. detachment.
No, I'm not sure if that's
There's a U.S.
not
detachment.
necessarily the last one. So here we are. According to Wikipedia, the last cavalry charge took place on the 1st of March, 1945, during World War II.
G-Man, can you hear Axel?
No.
That'll be why you keep talking over him then.
Okay, sorry.
No worries.
Not a problem. It's fine. I'll cycle down.
He's going to cycle. It's all right. It's just I was getting both of you at the same time. It was a bit much.
Well, okay. It's a bit much even me sometimes. So.
Can you say that again then, G-Man?
Yeah, so the Battle of Schoenfeld, it's Polish. 1st of March 1945 was the scene of the last mounted charge in the history of the Polish cavalry, and the last confirmed successful cavalry charge in world history. The Polish charge overran German defensive positions and forced a German retreat from the village of Schoenfeld, today known as Gniezno, formerly known in Polish as Borysko, and I'm massacring that name, of course. It was the first army of the Polish People's Army was advancing into Pomerania as part of an overall push by and backed by Soviet forces to reach the Baltic and the area of Stettin.
Okay, so it was much more recently than we thought. Very well.
And not even necessarily the last one. Maybe we'll find another. I don't know.
No, indeed. Yes, as I was going to say, the question was regarding Europe and the Philippines, definitely not in Europe, even if they're named after a European monarch. Doesn't make them made them hero, but this is definitely more recent. That's interesting.
If you want to go for something very recent, but not in the European theater,
No,
but by
where
the US
is that? Was
cavalry,
that in
then you would have to go to Afghanistan, where the Green
Poland?
Berets.
Or yeah, must be. Oh, it's a Szczecin.
Doman doesn't hear me, does he?
That is indeed.
You can't hear Axel now.
I'm hearing him, but
I can't.
That's all right. So G-Man hears me, Marcus hears me, Doman doesn't hear me. That's sweet.
Correct.
Well, Axel, today you are the the designated person to
Yeah, but
to
the thing
not be
is,
heard.
the thing is, if you can hear me, and everybody else can hear me, but Doman can't hear me, then he's the problem.
Sorry, Doman. Apparently, you're the problem.
I'll cycle
Oh.
down and up anyway. I need to restart.
All his fault, obviously.
You know what this remembered? So I had a teacher. Axel, I have to say this. And sorry, mockers. So I used to have a teacher who said, if you can understand this, everyone else should or could. So this sounded a bit like this, right? So if I could hear you, everyone else should, including Domen, so it's his fault. But yes, I could hear you both times. So yeah, I have had very lovely teachers, didn't I?
And don't worry, one of mine, I told him that what he was teaching me was not the stuff that I was able to do and I could do a lot better. And so he told me never to attend his class again. So I didn't. I also aced the test, 98%.
Well, as you should. This is why you didn't need to attend his classes, right? Because you already know this, knew the stuff. Anyway, so I have a question, because Axel is here and we are talking. He's cursing with the closed mic, so he will not have to put anything in the swear jar. So we were talking about Polish, German, and history, right? So my question is the following. There are some similarities. So history does not repeat itself per se, but there are some similarities, right? It's like going up and around on a spiral, and you get in a similar place with different actors, more or less. So my question is the following. We have now a coalition of the willing, and we, as we discussed earlier with Domen and Jana and others, we have people who are kind of switching sides, not definitely, but they are starting to do some stuff on behalf of Ukraine, like Marie Le Pen voting for the recognition of Holodomor. So basically, some people who used to lie all the time and used to uphold the lies of Russia all the time, they are right now changing the tune, let's say, or at least silently approving and supporting Ukraine. So my question, because Axel, you know more about politics in Europe, is if this at some point could be the fate of Austria and Hungary. So if they, let's say 6 months from now, could reconsider some of their positions and support Ukraine more, or at least stop hindering the EU decisions and the likes. Do I make sense? Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think the situations between these countries you just named are so different, both in terms of political culture, importance for European politics, power politics, the specific role, for example, France has with its nuclear power and its nuclear armament, as well as its general military stance. Hungary as an economy which is very challenged and very dependent. Austria as an economy which is significantly wealthier and differently organized, but also dependent on a number of export markets which are full of authoritarians, and a political culture which ends up in a continuous and constant stalemate. Very different from France, and also very different from a party which openly is on the receiving end of Putin's money, because the Front National in its organizations has received, and to the best of my knowledge, has not yet even repaid the loan given by Putin's government. So it is very different. Would they, however, be able to change their position, or would they be forced to change their position? I think the Austrians will not change their position at all, even if they claim to do so. And the Hungarians are the ones who will economically almost likely fold, but declare themselves a winner for the purpose of having protected Hungarian minorities abroad. And they'll try to pull up the same game in order to attain more EU money in future, as long as Orban runs the country. And that's a matter of enduring continuous corruption, which is a pity. But then again, this is how pervasive corruption can become if it manages to infect the institutions. So I don't necessarily see a significant change there. France has to make decisions because it has a different kind of importance economically and seeks importance and relevance politically. So therefore, it has to make changes, it has to make decisions. And Ms. Le Pen wants to be elected. So as a consequence, if she wants to be electable in what is still an ongoing crisis in France, because the French have not come to terms with the end of the économie sociale, just like I tend to describe this current war as the tail end of the Second World War, for us to resolve those questions which we left unanswered between 1989 and 1992. It seems evident that the French economy, whilst still carried by a lot of private entrepreneurs and private companies and a lot of hardworking people, but the French economy, burdened with the participation in the state and the lack of discretionary spending power in its budget, vis-a-vis French economy is currently being suffocated, and they need to make decisions, and they will almost likely make decisions which are more on a European / military level, as what the Germans would call ein Befreiungsschlag, a Hail Mary pass. And unfortunately, French Hail Mary passes tend to be, not necessarily to the benefit of the rest of the world.
Thank you.
Good evening, Nick, and hello.
Yeah, not quite evening yet. Yes, Axel, don't forget, it's not the Front National anymore. It's the Rassemblement National. It's a completely different party. Do not look at the man behind the curtain. Ha ha. Yeah, no, they had a rebranding. They had a rebranding exercise. So they went from the FN to the RN. But French parties do this a lot. It sort of you change the name and retain most of the old structures for marketing reasons. I'm trying to think if there's another country in Europe where there's quite so much changing of parties, but really just renaming, the odd merger, but mostly just renaming.
Italy, to an extent.
To an extent, but those 10. I mean, you know, M5S was a genuine new party. Liga was a genuine new party, and the extreme right tend to rebrand and split, you know, every 6 months anyway, because they have some, you know, ideological split over whether one should machine gun dark people or merely hang them. But it's France.
Nick, that was perfect.
Well,
you should do this again. I love that.
But you know, it's true. I mean, yeah, there really are. I remember, and ditto on the far left. I remember when I was about 11 or 12 years old, there was a general election, and in the constituency where my parents lived, there was the Communist Party of Great Britain, the Communist Party of Great Britain brackets Marxist, and the Communist Party of Great Britain bracket Marxist-Leninist. And they were, you know, having these sort of intimate theological discussions, a bit like.
Did they have otter noses?
Do you know that the Emo Phillips sketch about the guy who's going to jump off a bridge, and he comes up and you know, convinces him not to jump off a bridge, and he says, "Well, you believe in God, don't you?" And the guy said, "Well, yes." And he said, "Oh, you know, are you a Christian?" And he says, "Yes." And he says, "Are you a Protestant or a Catholic?" And he says, "Yes." And he goes on, and sort of it ends up with, "So, are you a member of the, you know, the Southern Baptist Reformed Church Reformation of 1923, or the Southern Baptist Reformation Church Reformation of 1928?" And he says, "Reformation of 1928." So I said, "Die, heretic scum," and pushed him off the bridge. And that's what it always seems to be like to me with extreme left and extreme right parties. But even the central, in fact, the centrist party in France, the party that was between the socialists and the Gaullists, used to change its name about every 3 or 4 years and reform itself, but it was still ultimately very much the same people. And then they kind of died out, and then Macron came along with this quite remarkable movement, because everyone had just had enough of the corruption of both the recently ex-Gaullists and the Parti Socialiste. And Macron came along and basically just, you know, stuck himself in the middle and expanded out both ways, leaving only really the tankies and the fascists as opposition. And then the centre right have come back a little bit. The Parti Socialiste is still absolutely in the drain, but it's been a case of, well, be careful what you wish for, because if you are opposed to Macron for whatever reason, your choice is the tankies or the fascists. It's by and large, it's quite difficult, and but yeah. So anyway, they got rebranded, and they're definitely nothing to do with the Front National.
It's all the lessons from the 2002 election, right? Applied.
In what sense?
Well, it was, you know, the election between a crook and a fascist, famously.
Well, the thing in 2002 was the Chirac should have been opposed by Jospin in the final round in any sort of normal situation, and Jospin would have had, I think, a reasonable job, and he seemed like a very decent man. Famously, his most expensive luxury was a Renault 19 convertible. He very much appeared to walk the walk, but he was eliminated in the first round because there were 5 candidates to the left of him, all of whom got 2%. And as a result, Jean-Marie Le Pen got like 17.5 and Jospin got 17. And the French system is really designed for an election with 3 or perhaps 4 candidates. And the problem is that because it turns out to be not too difficult to get on the ballot, and they tend to have 10 candidates, they really ought to have 3 rounds of voting. And it is a problem because it can result in situations like we saw in 2022, where less than half of French adults went out in the second round to vote for the only candidate not financed by the Kremlin. So, because it tends to select for, well, because of that, it was always going to be either Macron against Le Pen or Macron against Mélenchon, tanky in chief, a man who makes Jeremy Corbyn look entirely reasonable. So, yeah, it's a bit of a messed up situation in France, as I often say, with constraints on them. Le Pen was photographed earlier last week with a Ukrainian flag pin. And it's a great deal of crocodile tears because I think she still has not voted for a single motion in the French National Assembly in support of Ukraine or condemning Russia. But she was photographed with this pin.
So we were just talking about it and saying that it was only the 2 communist MPs that voted against the Holodomor genocide recognition in France earlier this week. And I don't know if she voted for it, but definitely a number of her deputies voted for the recognition of Holodomor genocide. And yes, no, it doesn't mean anything, but I wonder at some point, even the most the most Le Pen people have a reality check, right, about who's going to win and whether it's worth tracking Putin any longer.
I mean,
if it's
most
kind
of
of
them.
lost cause.
Most of them are anti-Macron, not pro, or many of them are anti-Macron, not necessarily pro-fascism, because those who are pro-fascism could vote for Zemmour, who is he actually is a Jewish fascist. It was quite funny when everyone at the start of me said, "Oh, well, how can Zelensky be a Nazi? He's Jewish," and Eric Zemmour is getting that. He is the most right-wing Jewish person I know. He's to the right of Netanyahu by some considerable way. But the Rassemblement, National deputies only voted that the Holodomor was genocide because of course it was committed by the evil communists of the USSR, and we're certainly not having anything to do with the communists, which is funny. I mean, the RN is really a sort of, apart from being bigoted, it's really a kind of semi-socialist party. There's a famous meeting in the early days of the AfD, when the AfD was a Eurosceptic party, very liberal party, and they had a meeting with the FN, as it was, to discuss, see where there was possibility for cooperation, which is always funny when nationalists get together to discuss European-wide collaboration. And the meeting was scheduled to last about 4 hours, and the AfD left after an hour because they said, well, these people are just socialists with bigotry. They're in favour of more government spending, increased spending on pensions, etc. Subsidising failing industries, etc., etc., etc. And in addition, they're racists. And they said, here at the AfD circa 2011 anyway, was a fairly very liberal, in the European sense, but was not in any sense at the time. I think a particularly far-right party, and they said, we discovered we had nothing in common with these people. And an awful lot of people who vote for the RN in France are the people, or perhaps descendants, children of those who voted communist in large numbers in the 1960s and 70s, when the Communist Party regularly polled 20% in France. So, it's this constant sort of all these things you see in the West about, we're being run by the elites. The French have thought that they've been run by the elites for a very long time and have voted accordingly. And there is a fairly consistent 30% of people in France who will vote against absolutely anything that goes past, that goes past the bar at the end of the street. And I suspect that may be the same in some other countries, but in France it's just particularly noticeable. It doesn't surprise me, for example, that in France already in 2014, 2015, you had a powerful anti-vaccine movement powered by Facebook. The French like their Facebook conspiracies; they really do, because it confirms what they believe about them, whoever them is. It's quite worrying.
And like apparently, La France Insoumise in their entirely abstained in the Holodomor what about, which frankly I'm surprised by, in the sense that I expect them to vote against. But that's just, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's tanky, isn't it? But that's Mélenchon's lot, because there was this at the election. There was a sort of general gathering of the left, but LFE is very much Podemos type tankies, and I'm not surprised. If Mélenchon, as I say, he's sort of worse than Corbyn, perhaps not as bad as Galloway, if you want to position them in terms of British politicians.
So you're saying would occasionally appear on Hezbollah television, but wouldn't host the program there?
I'm not sure if he's where he is on Iran, but he's not. I don't think he's quite Mick Wallace level tanky, but it's all it's all matters of fairly small degree with these people.
I think no, Nick. Sorry, we need to discuss terminology here a little bit. There's a difference in a tanky and a vatnik. Difference being, a tanky finds excuses for Soviet tanks in the streets of Prague, legitimizes it. A vatnik goes and drives one.
Yeah, no, I don't think any of these people are actual vatniks.
I think
and actually, I wish we had a better word than tanky, because to me, I don't know. I think we need a wider. Some of these people would probably not be all that keen, have been all that keen on Stalin, but are nonetheless, left-wing appeasers. So, but I know for the purposes of this forum, we tend to use the word tanky taken fairly large, and it's handy. It's handy.
Very good. Let's go to Vojta, and I see if Colonel Jeff with us. Then we want to ask Colonel Jeff about Akinci after that. Vojta.
Hi guys, can you hear me well?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I want to walk with the kids, so maybe it will be a little bit windy today. And I just wanted to react on the Nick, one of two most favorite Dr. Nick on the show. And regarding the rebranding of the political parties, we have also very nice rebranding. Also, it was the franchise of the Front National of Levan. We have it used to be called like Dawn of the Direct Democracy, and they rebrand themselves as a SPD, as a they hijacked the shortcut of the German SPD, but basically they are the same as Salvini or this Front National. The funny thing is that it is this nationalistic party, and it is led by the Japanese guy. So it's kind of funny, and bizarre that we have the most nationalistic and racist party led by the Japanese guy, and the Czech society is kind of let's say, homogenic. We really do not have that much of the foreigners, so it's kind of funny thing. So that's just one anecdote on this topic. Thank you.
Japanese people clearly count as white, or at least some Japanese people.
Vietnamese, I think, would be the largest group in the Czech Republic, I think. No, right? Wait,
yeah.
Would that be right? Yeah, there was a lot of going to the Czechoslovakia in the 70s and 80s and stuck about. So if you go to a Chinese restaurant in Prague, probably run by Vietnamese.
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay, cheers. And you're right. Actually, I saw him in the news somewhere today, but I forget about what. That he said something silly about Putin, I think. Right. Wait,
Yeah.
do you know what he said? What did he come out with today that I saw regarding Ukraine, Russia, something?
Oh, not sure. They are having all the banners with we want peace and do not prolong the war and all this humanistic bullshit. They are trying to put on their actual support of the Russian narrative. So yeah, it actually doesn't matter what they are saying. They are making some demonstration on the in the Prague main square, but actually I didn't really pay that much of the attention to them. They had a nice sketch with the white dove. They wanted to release the white dove of the piece, and the white dove was so thirsty that he didn't want it to fly and just jumped on the puddle and drank from the puddle. So, but that was just yeah, just weird people doing weird things.
I found what it was. He said, with the money that you spent to help Ukrainian refugees, instead you could have saved several branches of the Czech postal service post office from closure. That's what he said. So that's why I saw him in the news.
Yeah, well, yeah, this just he will say whatever. This guy is not relevant, and nobody want to go in the government with him. Not even the Babiš, and it's everybody is walking around Babiš like he really stinks, and not even Babiš wanted to go in the coalition with the Okamura and his SPD. So yeah, this guy is not really relevant, and he will, he's always waiting for the notes from the Kremlin, and he always say what is actually currently in the notes. What FSB will send them. Yeah, so it's not really relevant what they say. Currently, Czech Republic is dealing with a huge deficit of the budget, and there will be like large restructuralization of the post office, or the company of the post, Czech Post, and yeah, it will be messy, and we will have a lot of internal issues with the budget cuts. Yeah, because populists are on the opposition, and let's say Tories or the conservative are ruling, and yeah, they lowered taxes and didn't know what to do to get the income. So yeah, but that's just too much details from the Czech Republic. Sorry about that. Let's return back to the Ukraine, please.
Let's. Thank you, Vojta. Colonel Jeff, I see that you're with us. Can I just check if we can hear you? Excellent, because I'm very curious about something. A couple days ago, the Turks tested out the Akıncı the larger Bayraktar drone with the two propellers, much bigger wingspan than TB2, including a 140-kilometer range air-to-air missile. And that sounds pretty cool. And my question is, would you think that there could be a space to employ them on the side of Ukraine? I know that Ukraine previously didn't buy the Akinci. I don't know why. Maybe you can enlighten us a bit on that if you happen to know. But this is something like a 4 or 5 times greater range than the longest air-to-air missile range that they currently have, that we know of, the Ukrainians. So would this be helpful to the Ukrainians? Do you think it could be employed?
Yeah, it's going to be extremely helpful, right? Because the farther you could push back the Russian air defenses, and when I say Russian air defenses, I also include the Russian Air Force, right? So right now we have a situation where many of the drone strikes happen. You've got the Bear bombers sitting well within Russia, outside strike range, and then going up in the air and then lobbing off all their drones. The farther you can either push that back or gain an element of surprise and actually launch one of these things when the Bear bomber is actually in the threat envelope, that would be, it'd be a huge, it would truly be a morale issue for good on one side and bad on the other. If Russia loses a Bear bomber, more importantly, loses it right before it has a chance to actually shoot off all of its drones, right? So huge opportunity. I have to do a little bit more and read about that. I mean, the physics of this, of having a missile, an air-to-air missile that can actually travel that far, it's got to have an active radar. It can't. There's no way it can be a semi-active or passive. The host that's shooting it would. I mean, what is this thing working off of? Like a monster, satellite dome dish capable thing that has the ability to cue and target at that range. It's really hard to imagine. So I'll do a little bit more homework. But yeah, I mean, if it's true, this is yet another good thing for Ukraine, right? We keep bringing up good things for Ukraine and bad things for Russia. I don't know how many good things have come out lately for Russia. It's the morale's got to just keep sinking and sinking and sinking over there.
Would there be any reason why Ukrainians would not want to employ drones like this? Would they be too vulnerable to Russian air defenses, maybe anything like that? Or if you were Ukrainian, you'd say, yeah, I'd have at least a handful like these to avert the threat of the air-to-air missiles that Russian fighters launch, for example, which are longer range than what Ukraine has available.
Yeah, I think that cost is going to be an issue. I think that did you say that these were built in Turkey or are they built in Ukraine?
No, they're built in Turkey. It's the Akinci. It's the TB2's larger cousin, right? With two propellers, I think. And they've been exporting these for a few years to a number of other countries, but Ukraine never bought any. It just stuck with the smaller TB2. What they did a few days ago is test it with the new munition that was created by, I think, Roketsan, the same people that made the Turkish TRLG MLRS system. And apparently it was a successful test of the supersonic air-to-air missile with 140-kilometer range.
Right. So that I guess the question is I don't doubt that the dual propeller UAV is available for export. I mean, it would be interesting. I mean, if you're a country that can create a weapon that's that much of a game changer and has that much range, right? Because outranging the enemy is a really important thing in the battle space, whether it be on land, whether it be artillery, whether it be whether it be aircraft, missiles. The ability to outrange your enemy is a huge factor in combat. And when you can outrange by that amount, it's significant. So I think the question is, and maybe you've already answered it, and I haven't read the article, but if Turkey's willing to export that, that's going to be probably the big issue. If one of them is a dud and lands in Russia, Russia will reverse engineer that really quick, along with China. and then whatever that advantage was, it's going to quickly be eaten up, and that now you're not going to outrange your enemy. You can anticipate within a few years, Russia's going to have the same capability.
See, that's interesting. Did you see the tear down KH-101 missile from Russia? The images of which came out in the last day or two as well?
Unfortunately, I've been entertaining out-of-town guests, so I'm actually now more in the listening mode of MriyaReport, trying to get caught back up on what's happened in the past few days. And I hope to do a deep dive in the next 48 hours to prepare for Colonel Hoffman, who's my next guest on the Dish with Fish. So yeah, I have not seen it. I will take a look at it, but I presume you're talking about the missile, that the ones that it's really fat, short. It's their long range. I want to say it's the AA-12, AA-13 NATO designator, and it's the one that was intended to actually shoot really, really deep into enemy battle space and take down high-value airborne assets like AWACS or Rivet Joint or J-Stars or Compass Call, right?
No, the KH-101 is air-to-ground cruise missile, the ones that they've been using against Ukrainian cities.
Okay, sorry.
But I'll send you both so you can get started on both of those. So maybe later in the week we can have a chat about this, because I think it'd be really interesting. Sure. We'd like to hear your opinions on it. In the meantime, shall we go to George?
Hey, Doman. Yeah, the interesting part of that rocket, that missile with 140-kilometer range, the rocket comes from Ukraine. The rocket motor was designed and made in Ukraine. So I don't see why the Turks wouldn't, turn around and offer them to Ukraine, since they're using their motor on it.
I thought it was the Akıncı whose engine was from Motor Sich. I didn't know that the rocket was propelled by Ukraine motor.
That's I think both the what is it, the Akıncı, whatever it's called. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce it. Yeah, both that, and I think the rocket motor for that missile was designed in Ukraine.
Well, that's extra interesting then, because then there really shouldn't be too much reason for them to be against it. Yeah, interesting, isn't it, George? So you were just as interested as I was when
because
when that news came out.
I heard I'm hearing that it's a scaled down motor from the that Krim 2. You know, the what's it called? Not the Neptune, but the Krim 2. That it's a scaled down motor of that. And if that's the case, then I don't see why Turkey wouldn't just turn around and say, "Hey, we're doing some kind of joint production," or whatever the hell you want to call it. Or, I would think that Ukraine would have some kind of, patent or whatever the hell they call it on that system.
Now that is very interesting. That's yeah. I mean, it's almost like I can only think of one reason why Ukraine wouldn't want it now, which is it would push the argument that they want Western jets to a lower priority level than it does than where it is now.
Yeah, I'm going to follow up on this, because this is like this would be significant, because then the other thing is this going to be made on something that can be launched, from a platform that Ukraine has, or now do they really need to get something that that can launch this?
Well,
Did I just lose
I
sound?
think Doman just dropped her. Doman, you're getting. Doman, try again.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I
Okay,
can.
so it's definitely too heavy for TB2. TB2 is weight restricted for munitions, much more so than this is. So it's not that, but it'd be interesting to see if it can be adjusted for one of the Soviet fighters, because that would make a big difference, obviously, right? If the MiG-29 can fire this. But I think it's Akensha only.
Yeah, and well, I think it was it Colonel Jeff that was on here. He said that this missile has to have some kind of active radar on its own, because I don't think the Akinci has a radar that's 140, 150 kilometer distance, unless I'm mistaken.
I'm pretty sure, George, that the IHA 230 missile is of Turkish production, but not the Ukrainian engine. I don't see anything saying that that has a Ukrainian rocket engine, but I am pretty sure. But the Akensha, the drone itself, the turboprops are Ukrainian made from Motor Siege.
Well, we'll see. But Ukraine definitely needs something of that distance. Now, the other thing is about these goofball bear bombers. The Russians can't build anymore. So, the more they lose through attrition or getting blown up on a runway or in the sky, means they can't be replaced.
No, that's true. And they're already using them relatively little, right? What does that mean? That means that they have problems, that they know that they have a lack of them, that they know that they can't replace them, that they know that they can't necessarily maintain them well, and it would take a lot to even maintain the capability they already have. So, the combination of all of those, I think, is significant.
The other thing is, it's not only the wear and tear of the parts. These I don't know. Someone please check. When's the last time one rolled off the assembly line? I mean, these things have to be like,
I don't know, 1965 or something.
yeah. So we were talking about, and these are big planes, right? And long wingspan. So stress, on those wings, so metal fatigue, it should be, bearing its fruit, pretty soon. I don't think the Russians have the capability right now to be able to repair those. I know that the United States has the B-52, right? That's been out for just as long as the Bear bomber, if not longer. But they've been maintaining them and switching out the main components, moving forward. And I don't think the Russians right now have the capability of doing that, because that whole production line has been completely shut down.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why that's why I think they fly them less, frankly, than they could, and that's probably where pushing them out of Engels and further east would have a bigger effect. Maybe, possibly, perhaps.
Oh yeah, because then
I'm not 100% sure, but
you'd have to fly. You'd have to, because depends on what they're firing. That means they'd have to fly into the a launch envelope at a far to the launch envelope a farther distance.
exactly, and I think it's not just a question of cycles; it's also, frankly, a question of a question of hours, like flight hours left on some of those airframes.
I just like to see the Ukrainians have a 1,000-kilometer flight drone, you know, and it doesn't need to have a big explosive, something that can just take those damn things out from those air bases, and that pretty much solved part of a major part of the problem.
I concur, George. I concur. I have a question for you. Yesterday, lots of news came out yesterday, but it was April 1st, so a lot of those news were not true. Yeah, but one that I'm pretty sure was true, George, is that Ukraine is going to be using EU and US funds to purchase 100 Rosomak APCs slash IVs. I don't really know how to classify it because it's kind of like one of those boxers, for example. It very much depends on what version you have. Because some of them have the 30 millimeter Bushmaster gun, right? So surely that then qualifies as an IV. What do you think?
Yeah, I would think so. I don't know what kind of protection they have on them, but remember, as I keep saying to people, we still see people, we still see, God bless them, organizations, donating, vehicles for the Ukrainian military. Now, whether it's going to the army or TD forces, it doesn't matter. These are things that are gonna eventually go to the front, and this 100 of these replaces 150 pickup trucks, SUVs. Not only does it replace them, but these things are, as you said, have Bushmaster 30 millimeter chain guns on them. Yeah, that's a lot more firepower than an SUV can bring to the front, which is zero. So the more armored vehicles Ukraine gets, the better. It's definitely a huge plus.
Yeah, and you know what I was thinking? Poland operates 1,000 of these across various versions, something like that. I don't know how many, but something like a 1,000, maybe more than 1,000. So if Ukraine orders 100, do you think that they have to wait for these to be new produced, or do you reckon they might be able to expedite things a little bit?
I would hope they'd be
backfilling.
I would hope they would be expedited. And the other thing that's important here to mention is that these things are wheeled, right? So when you have like wheeled assets that are armored that have firepower, we on tank routes we always on track routes we always talk about the upcoming offensive, how it would develop, how you get your breakthrough. But when you do achieve your breakthrough, and you've got vehicles like these that can move on roads, then it really is a benefit, right? Because now you can send combat teams, right, and to secure crossroads, to cut off avenues of retreat, to get soldiers there quicker, because obviously these wheeled vehicles are going to move a lot faster than something that's tracked, as long as there's sufficient roadways. So it does help speed up your offensive, especially after the initial breakthrough, depending on what your HQ, wherever your headquarters has deemed is an essential area in the enemy's rear to occupy. So having something that's wheeled, a lot of people say, well, it's wheeled with no mud, whatever, but you're talking about the offensive happening when everything is pretty much dry. So the fact that these things have a higher speed than your tracked vehicles is a big asset.
And on top of that, George, we've seen a couple of days ago, right? Not just strikers, but also cougars, show up in Ukraine in quite some numbers. I think 3 digits between them, maybe more. These aren't small forces, right?
No, they're not. You see, and because, like I said, that's a key to success of an offensive is not only just breaking through the enemy, is then how do you keep him on his heels? How do you keep him confused by having vehicles like this that can roll, quickly at like 40, 50 kilometers an hour down a stretch of road and retake a village? And they're like, where the hell did these guys show up? This is speed is what kills in an offensive. It's having the element of speed. You cannot slow down. Once you start slowing down, then you give the enemy time to start figuring out where your lead elements are, what might be your main tactical and then strategic objectives of your offensive. So when you keep moving, that keeps the element of surprise in your pocket and keeps the enemy from guessing. Slowing down on offensive is what kills it.
Protected mobility, protected mobility, protected mobility, right, George?
Yes, that's key. You got to keep moving. And that's what those were the things that made armored warfare successful. And I don't care where you take it from. If you take it from where the Germans, or then later on from the Allies, especially with Patton, you know, he would say, I don't want to. There's the movie Patton, and it's a dramatized speech, but one of his key elements was he didn't want anybody taking a position and holding it. Once you took it, drop off guys that could secure it and then keep moving, to keep the enemy guessing. And he was one of the more successful armored warfare combat commanders that the Allies had.
G-Man.
Just thinking about protected mobility, and thinking of the in British use, the FV-107 Scimitar light reconnaissance tank. These were built initially in 1971, but they're still in service today. I think it's a combat vehicle reconnaissance tracked is the British designation for it. They're a tank made from cast aluminium as opposed to or composite cast aluminium, and I believe some of them have been sent, or there's different variants of that family, and some have been sent to Ukraine. I'm trying to see if I can find out how many. The reason that they were ideal for Ukraine would have been similar to why in the Falklands they were the only tank that was used in the Falklands, because of the boggy ground. They're an awful lot lighter than a battle tank, or even an IFV. Conventionally, in terms of that's made of steel. So I'm just going to see if I can find out how many were sent.
So I had a look on Oryx, G-Man, and it says 35 Spartans and 40 Samaritans. I think that's the only FV designations that Oryx has.
Where did you find that?
Oryx, you know Oryx? You
No.
don't know, but no? Oh, okay. Oryx Spionkup. It's the guy who makes all the lists, like destroyed equipment, but also delivered equipment. I'm just gonna put this one in the nest. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm gonna put his list of lists in the nest because it's pretty cool. So you can find all the lists that he has because he makes lots of lists. It's over 100 lists and also other stuff that aren't lists. And it's the best, right, George? Isn't it?
Say again, Roman. I missed you.
Did I cut out again, Marcus? Is that what happened?
I think you might have done for a minute there, yeah.
Okay, anyway. Do you mind there's the link to Oryx's profile up there now, including his list of lists. And the list you're looking
you.
for is answering the call heavy weaponry supplied to Ukraine, is the one I was referencing. So it has a
Alright.
list of all of the Western stuff that was delivered and that is evidenced. So it's not comprehensive in the sense that it doesn't include anything that isn't either publicly announced or visually confirmed delivered. And everything that says to be delivered, some of it is already there. It just hasn't been visually evidenced to be delivered. So the way Oryx operates is everything that comes out on OSINT, basically, right? Pictures, videos, whatever that comes out, it has to be visually observed. And the same goes for losses. So all the equipment losses on both sides, anything that crops up on the internet, he includes and makes sure there's no duplicates. So though sometimes there's a duplicate, then that gets fixed.
Excellent.
Yeah,
thank you.
It's the best. George.
Yeah, so the Rosamac is derived from the Finnish Patria.
It was made on license. Yeah, it's the same
Yes.
thing as Patria, just made in Poland.
Yeah, and it's you know, it is the 30 millimeter Bushmaster M2 chain gun version is the IFV version, and you know, with all the cool things, you know, thermal sights. It has a passive defense system where it can it has a system that can tell when it's being lased by, let's say, an ATGM type system, and then the smoke dispensers are designed to shoot out automatically. You know, some of those smoke dispensers have this. It's not really smoke; it's smoke with particles in it that are supposed to deflect and scatter the laser. So all cool stuff.
And you can fit, 10 people in the back, I think, if I remember correctly.
I believe it's 8 or 10, yes. So
that basically means you can put a whole
squad.
You can put 1,000 people in the back of this, yeah.
You could put a squad.
But
in all of them, yeah.
No, but in 100 of them, right? That's 1,000 dismounts.
So you're talking about a battalion. You can move a battalion of light infantry with these things. So that's pretty cool.
Sounds pretty useful to me, George. Sounds pretty useful to me.
Yeah, and if someone were to be nice and maybe do some funding for Ukraine and get them another 100, that'd be nice too. We got another Ramstein come out.
That'd be pretty good. No, especially quickly, right? Because stuff like this doesn't require. Well, there isn't the lead up time because once they get them, they can use them. Same goes for like cougars, right, George? Because once they get them, they can use them. It's not like this night now takes a month and a half to learn how to use it.
How do you turn the thing on? Most guys will be able to drive it quickly, and you know, learning how to use the thermal sites and things like that. That can be accomplished in a day.
Yeah, exactly. So much more of this would be a great great idea, I think. Many more. George, what was your favorite April Fool's post yesterday? Clearly, it was the one that said, "Click here to get stable internet."
You know what my favourite was? The one that was saying, let's get Sweden ratified as soon as possible.
By Finland eating it right up.
Yeah. Never mind.
You know, it happens sometimes. Can't always affect it that much. What can you do? No, my favorite was I'll tell you what my favorite was because Latin didn't realize it, and I don't know if Latin's listening, but it was a post that said Denmark will get an extra 18 F-35s already next year due to a collaboration between Nordic air forces, and therefore it will be able to release the F-16s to Ukraine. And they said, it will be the F-35, but it will be the F-35 Draken. And now Draken is an old Swedish early to mid Cold War interceptor, and its Swedish designation is of course J-35, but various export designations had slightly different letter number combinations, and the export designation for Denmark was the F-35. So Denmark is the original F-35 operator because it operated the F-35 60 years ago. It didn't even wait for the current F-35 to come out. And of course, the inner military aviation geek in Latin kind of jumped at that and said, "Oh, that is kind of actually kind of cool. They get to fly these again, and they look really fun, and they're really exciting, and they get to stay current on a jet airframe, at least, even if they're waiting for the actual F-35s." She swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. I don't know if anybody else will have, would have, but our Canadian friend definitely did, because it was just perfectly designed for him. But I appreciated it. It was good. It was fun. Anyway, something that is, I don't know, is it fun? Is it interesting? Is it exciting? Today is a 3-election day in Europe, 2 of which I'm not really going to comment on. Those 2 are Finland and the Montenegrin presidential runoff. So the Finnish legislative election and the Montenegrin presidential runoff. Now Finland's already in NATO now, so I mean, what difference is it going to make, right? No, but seriously, it's a very close race. Who knows what's going to happen? We'll see later today or tomorrow. And also, Finland isn't one that was going to be exactly influenced by Russia, was it now? Because who in Finland trusts Russia? There's like 7 people, right? So who cares? And then the Montenegrin presidential runoff, I think he's really going to change anything. Don't think so. The third one is the Bulgarian legislative election. I'm sure we have some Bulgarians around who might want to touch on this. But I guess it's going relatively well. considering everything. The partial results based on exit polls by 2:30 local time, so this is quite a while ago now. This is 4.5 hours ago now. Seemed, I guess, okay, with Petkov catching up to Borisov, kind of, but those two being very much neck and neck up front. The third party at the time was actually the far right still, or already, which are complete vatniks, ahead of the tanky Socialist Party. So we'll see how it ends up, but it looks like it's headed for yet another, effectively hung parliament, which isn't really what we were hoping for, because the yet another hung parliament is effectively saying, you know what, yet another hung parliament is saying another few months, maybe even another year, maybe more, of the caretaker government that's nominated by the very tanky president of Bulgaria, and not much is going to be, changing for the more helpful going forward. However, and yes, there is a however. However, there have been indications from Bulgaria already previously, sort of last week, that despite its tanky government, the Bulgarians will still continue shipping weapons and ammunition to Ukraine, and that they never stopped. Now, they haven't been shipping nearly as much to Ukraine as they have during the early months of the war, when they provided more than half of the ammunition for the Soviet-era weaponry that Ukraine was using, so the 122 and 152 millimeter guns especially. But that they never stopped. That it wasn't just during the still reign of Petkov before the government collapsed. The one government that Bulgaria kind of had in the last 2 years collapsed. But indeed that it had been continuing, and that they're expecting to export many hundreds of millions worth of ammunition, especially to Ukraine during the course of this year. So let's see how it goes nevertheless. But it very much seems at this point like it will be a continuation of what's been going on thus far. The frustrating thing is that even though the two parties that are in the lead, kind of neck and neck, both are supportive of Ukraine, but they won't really enter into coalition with one another, despite, let's say, similar programmatic stances. One is kind of almost a protest party relative to the other, because the other has apparently been pocketing quite a lot of public money through the years in government, and the party that was founded to kind of counter it effectively wants to get rid of the corrupt practices of the previous one. That's an oversimplification of sorts, but that's why, despite agreeing on paper with a lot of things, they don't seem to agree with each other, and certainly don't agree to enter into a coalition, making it impossible for there to be a stable government, an actual government based on the parliamentary election. So it's interesting. Let's put it that way. It's interesting. And it's really going to be the aftermath that determines things rather than the election itself, I guess, especially if it continues and kind of stays where the exit polls thus far have been. The other thing that I think is quite, at least somewhat interesting, is that during the course of the week upcoming to the election, there was quite a lot of activity in Bulgaria, and the activity was primarily, the one that I'm referring to, was primarily in the form of bomb scares in Bulgarian schools. several dozen of them, maybe 3 dozen, maybe more than 3 dozen call-ins that there's an explosive device planted in the in the school. Why is this relevant? It's relevant because schools are also polling places. And my thought was, this is an attempt by either Russia or Russian-aligned forces to depress the turnout, to maximize the turnout of the, let's say, of the extremes, and possibly also to instill doubt in the capacity of the state apparatus to perform. Russians have previously employed bomb scares in schools in both Zaporizhia and Kryvyi Rih, possibly some other places as well, in January of 2022. And they did it with slightly different purposes, obviously not non-electoral purpose, right? But what does it do? It's one of the more visible places. It's one of the places that affects the greatest proportion of people, basically anybody who has a child in school or recently did or soon will, right? It poses or puts doubt on the people in the state's ability to function, maybe desensitization, preemptive desensitization to invasion even. There's a few different few different components there. But luckily it seems that the response of the caretaker government in Bulgaria would seem to have been sufficient. They said, "Oh, we'll place police everywhere. We'll prevent anybody from entering the schools the day before." Maybe that will have helped, and that's kind of what they did. And there seems not to have been any more of these bomb scares now ahead of time. Could be simply because nobody could believe that anything could have been planted anywhere because everything was secured. So we'll see where it all ends up. But hopefully, maybe perhaps it will actually be a regular election in the end, despite it all. Jörn, how are you?
Good evening, everyone. I'm good, thank you. Driving for Easter vacation. I just wanted to mention the arms production from Bulgaria. There's actually a deal with Norway there, so Norway is financing that 152 production that are being sent to Ukraine. So I'm not sure if the Bulgarians are formally sending it to Ukraine or if the Norwegians are buying it and the Norwegians send it to Ukraine. But we're involved there. And I understand you don't have the full results yet, but how's the balance in the new parliament between the pro-democratic forces and pro-Russian, both Watnik and Tanky people? Is there progress from the democratic forces, or have the pro-Russian parties grown since the last election? Thanks.
Okay, let me have a quick look. What's the most recent? Actually, a slightly increased turnout compared to the last couple of elections. Now, this is the 5th election in 2 years, almost exactly. So, there's a lot of elections. The turnout is actually slightly up, which is let's say unexpected. Let me just find the most recent exit polls released. Okay, the most recent exit poll I have. I don't know if that's the most recent, but the most recent exit poll I have is both Petkov's party as well as Borisov's party at about 26% each, 26, 27% each. So neck and neck. And then let me see, give me a second. Okay, let's look at this one. And then the sort of far right Kremlinite party, which is called something like Rebirth, something like that, Reanimation, Renaissance, something along those lines, at about 14%. So they're all out. I think they're very Vatniky, like heavily Vatnik. Then the Socialist Party, which is quite tanky, that's where the current president comes from as well. It's 12%. DPS, which is primarily a party of the Turkish minority, at 12%. And then nobody else gets into the parliament because I think you need 4%, I think is the threshold. So it's a proportional system, but I think you need 4%. So the thing is, Borisov's party, Petkov's party, and the Turkish minority party I think are all quite all right with sending stuff to Ukraine, at least in principle, right? However, Petkov and Borisov are not going to form a government together. So the two parties that are definitely against helping Ukraine is the far-right Kremlinite party. They're definitely fully against. The Socialist Party, which is the former communists, right? They're probably pretty against, but they're not going to be nearly as vocal about it as the full-on Kremlinites. So let's say the Kremlin, the far-right are the Vatniks, the Socialist Party are the Tankies. They're going to be against. The Turkish Minority Party, I think, can be worked with. Not 100%, but they can probably be worked with. And then the two big parties are both for it. The problem is, Jan, that Petkov's party, right? Actually, it's an alliance coalition between Petkov's continuing the transition and the democratic Bulgaria. It's an alliance between those two. Those are against Borisov because of Borisov's kind of let's say friends get contracts style of running the country, right? So Borisov was pretty friendly with Putin until the Russian invasion of Crimea, at which point he broke with being friends with Putin, despite exchanging puppies previously or some such. But the problem is they're never going to, they don't seem willing to go into coalition with one another, right? Because the newer party basically built its reputation on tackling the corruption of the older one. And that's the deciding factor why they probably won't cooperate. This is also what was the case at the last election, right? The last election was in the autumn, and there was a parliamentary vote soon after the election about supplying Ukraine with more stuff. But then the caretaker government said that they can't affect this because they're just the caretaker government, so they can't implement changes like this to Bulgarian policy, if that makes sense. So for a bit, it was actually kind of hopeful, Bulgaria and I'll be sending like their tanks and howitzers and stuff, but then they didn't, even though there was like a 65% parliamentary majority for it. So do you see what I'm kind of getting at here? It's more complicated than just what they think, because they're not able to agree together to form a coalition that would actually implement it.
Yeah, that's getting a working coalition that would be straight up positive that would be the dream scenario. But I'm also sort of interested in how is the information war going. So is there the Tanki and Vatnik parties, are they growing or are they declining? Even though we don't get the sort of coalition government that we wanted, are the pro-Russian parties, are they at least declining?
So let me have a look at the last election. No, they're both up. If it sticks, if the numbers stick, they're both up. Yeah. Well, yes and no. So, okay. So the Vatniks last time were at 10%. The Tankies were at 9%. But there was also another Vatniki Tanki party that got like 4.5%. That isn't anywhere this time, or maybe they are, but they're at like 1% or something. So, or maybe whatever they are, they're just not a relevant factor this time. So it looks to me like what happened was some of that support actually went into other ones. So their growth is they're just kind of concentrating as opposed to growing as much as it might seem at the first first order approximation. Does that make sense, Jan?
Absolutely. But this show our discussion yesterday with Peter Doran and information warfare, why that's so important, because given all the information that has been available to the world in the last plus 1 year, they should have been receding because common sense. So the Russians are obviously doing information warfare, and I'm not saying that we in the West should interfere in elections in any way or try to influence them, but we should at least make an effort for them to have more information available, so that the voters in any given country are more of a higher information voter than they are today. So I'm glad that they're not growing a lot, but it is depressing given what we've all learned in the past year. They should have been declining.
Oh, 100%. And Bulgaria is probably the most exposed country in the European Union to direct outside Russian influence. I don't consider Hungary in this, because I think the Hungarian one is more domestically generated to a much greater degree, whereas the Bulgarian one, I think, is much more directly from the outside. No, not to the same extent as Moldova, but still very very, very high. And yeah, it's I don't know. It's interesting for sure. And I was really worried that this would this would really amplify that all these bomb scares would amplify the Russophile, the tanky Vatnik parties. Because my thinking was, oh, maybe they were, in particular districts. Well, not actual explosions, obviously, right? Not actual bombs, but just the bomb scares, the threats. I thought might have been targeted in to electoral districts or just voting areas that were more likely to vote for the let's say the democratic forces, broadly speaking, pro-European forces, but it doesn't seem to have affected it that much. So maybe it's kind of besides the point anyway. We'll see how it actually ends up after the votes. The polls close in an hour and 45 minutes, I think, or 2 hours and 45 minutes, one of those.
Yeah. So okay, the polls are still open. So if anyone has a Bulgarian friend, please call them and tell them to vote in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how the turnout goes. I think last time the turnout was absolutely abysmal. Let me have a look. Last time, yeah. Do you want to know what would you think of as a low turnout? Yeah, what would be a low turnout in your mind?
Well, everything below 50% is abysmal. I know that with the Nordic countries where we're in the 70s, we're kind of high on an international standard, but I'm gonna guess 55%.
Yeah, no. The last election, the turnout was 39.3, and that was in autumn in October 2022. And the election before that, which is in November 21, it was 38.4. So if it clears 40% this time, that's an improvement.
Yeah, very high turnout elections is necessarily a good thing, because if it's extremely high, it is a sign of a high conflict level. But when you get so low as that, it's like it's the worst thing of all. Is when people are indifferent, which is our biggest enemy. We've discussed this here on this space a number of times. So I'm optimistic. The fact that they had so many elections should cause some sort of nihilism or defeatism. But if the turnout is going up, I think that's a healthy sign for the democracy. So we'll take the wins that we can get.
Yeah, it's just a question of, can it go down some more? Probably. It's hard to go lower than this already.
Absolutely, but if it goes up, then it must mean that some people has seen what's going on in Ukraine and thought that, well, maybe elections and politics and stuff is quite important, even though it's not very interesting or fun. It's important to participate at least. So let's hope that those extra percentage points aren't covered by the election day forecasts, but that we are surprised by a surge for the democratic parties.
Indeed, let's see how it goes. But yeah, and now I get to be corrected. So okay, Plamen, what all did I get wrong? So
No, actually, not much, Domen. So you had a bit of an older exit poll results, but the current ones are looking not that different. So 27.1% for the continuing the change, e.g. the one Democratic Party, the 26.7 for the Borisov's party, which is right-leaning, supporting Ukraine, but a bit corrupt, quite a bit corrupt, to be honest. 13.5 for the Turkish minority. And let me tell you this, the Turkish minority party will support completely deliveries of weapons to Ukraine. So in this sense, you have something like, I don't know, 70+%, which would support in the parliament, would support deliveries of weapons to Ukraine. The Vatnik's party stands at 12.7, and the Pankies, as you call them, and I agree, 10.4. So it's coming to a place where sort of the majority, really a clear majority, is for delivering of weapons to Ukraine openly. As probably you mentioned before, the weapons have been delivered under the cover, if you like, for quite some time, so that will continue. But it is about sort of direct deliveries, which with a direct help or aid, military aid to Ukraine. So that's that, and the turnout, and that's an hour old, is about 32.3% at the moment, with another hour and a half to go. I guess it will be similar result to the last elections in terms of turnout. Although the two right-leaning parties, they are the clear winner. Unfortunately, you're absolutely right. They are not going to form a government due to quite a bit of a difference in terms of, as you said it, we continue the change. This party has a bit of a aversion to Borisov's party due to corruption, and the corruption in the Borisov's party is not insignificant. It's quite widespread. So there'll be very difficult task for them to form a government. Although they could, after recalculating, they will hold more than the half of the power. Unlikely to happen due to the as a sort of divide and the very deep suspicion about the Borisov's party. So this is the update on my side. Yeah, that's that.
no, thank you, Plamen. That's really good. I'm glad I didn't get it too wrong on anything. And can you see any way for this deadlock to be broken? Is there a personality thing? Is there a staffing thing that can be addressed with regards to Borisov specifically? Obviously, I don't think it's likely, right? But that would facilitate the formation of a government, because otherwise, the election results that you just the exit poll result that you just read out, other than I forget what the other sort of right-wing Russophile party is called, the other one that's no longer above the threshold this time.
Oh, this is the showman's party. That's the what was it called? People's something.
Sure, right? Okay, that right. So
Yeah.
so their vote basically just went to the current Vatniks.
Yeah, that's straight transfusion from them to the Kostadinov is the name of the
Exactly,
former
from
Vatnik.
Vatniks to Vatniks, right?
Yeah.
But other than that, it looks like exactly like within 1 percentage point ish the same result as last time, right? Because Petkov and the Democratic Bulgaria joined forces this time explicitly, so their votes just added together. The Vatniks and Vatniks joined together, and all of the other numbers are pretty much identical to what they were last time, plus minus like 1-2 percentage points. So eventually there will have to be a 6th, a 7th, and 8th, and 9th election. But something has to give and something has to change, because this time they're just repeating the same election, getting the same result, and the same eventually non-resolution.
So the only way forward, and this is very big if, and it's a really huge if. It would be for Borisov to step down and let the party be led by somebody else, and not get involved into the government business. He may stay in the parliament, but I think with Borisov leading the GAP party, as it is called, the other side, PP and DB Democratic Bulgaria wouldn't really go into a coalition with them. That's a big no, and it's I mean, you have to understand the prehistory to that election. It's actually it started somewhere in 2014, 12, 2013, 2014, where Borisov was raising to power, and he sort of already back then showed quite a corrupt style of governance, and this whole coalition between DB and PP is based on the one overarching principle. This is to end up the corruption of the Borisov's governments, which stayed in power for 12 plus years. Now, with Borisov on leading the GAP party, that's not going to happen. They are not going to be. It won't be forgiven by their base, by their voter base, if they go and form a coalition. They'll be gone. So there are a couple of other examples in Bulgarian parliamentary history where such compromises have been made, and those who made them disappeared from the public life for good, really for good, and fast. So they're not going to make this mistake, and their fight would be to either somehow force GAP to reform and throw out Borisov from the leading position, and then a conversation would be possible. But that's a very long process, and I'm not very optimistic. And what will happen is, despite the parliament having like more than 70% of the representatives completely supporting for helping Ukraine, because let's not forget, Borisov might be corrupt till without end, but he's not he knows where the money is coming from. Let me put it that way. And he's not a friend of Putin, because he well understands that his corruption is completely funded by, the, how shall I say, slightly less careful European funds. So he's not gonna offend his European colleagues and partners, so he would always support a weapons deliveries to open a weapon aid to Ukraine. That's the problem. You will have 70% of parliament unable to elect a government, and then you have a Vatnik president who will continue his quite, I would say, two-faced policy, basically saying in the West something and doing something else in Bulgaria, and blocking all possible direct aids, military aids to Ukraine, which is very, very disruptive, especially if you think about the production of 155, which was discussed and it was thrown out. As Ukraine rearms on NATO standards, the capacities of such projectiles have to be increased. And there was recently a very good offer on the table to retool, and there is some capacity already in Bulgaria for 155, but the bigger capacities are on 152 and similar calibers, which are the Soviet calibers. And the president was completely against it, and his government, which he's due to constitution during such periods where the country doesn't have a government. It's not like in other democracies where the previous government just stays in power and keeps it running until the next election. In Bulgaria, if the government fails and there's a new election, then the president himself forms unilaterally a government. And that government can be quite disruptive, what we have seen the last maybe 6-7 months. So this is what scares me personally. But the current parliament is the same answer to the same question as the last 3 times, and unfortunately, the corruption in the GAP party is so deep that they are not going to get rid of Borisov reform and allow for a stable government to be formed. That's my fear.
Thank you, Plamen. This is exactly where my fears lie as well. And when you said disruptive, right? If we just look at that vote that happened, 2-3 weeks after the last election, where 65-70% of parliamentarians in Bulgaria voted for, much more direct help for Ukraine, and it sounded like
Correct.
heavy weapons and so on, right? And then the government said, nope, we're just a caretaker government. We cannot possibly fulfill this.
Yep.
Such is your luck.
Correct. And the parliament voted for for full military aid. And not selling the weapons, but really providing military aid at I think the scope was quite huge. It included everything from projectiles to through APCs, tanks, planes, all of the stuff which could be used by Ukraine now, and probably never after, but now is the point. So they made a pretty huge sort of a decision on that, put it into a law, and the president didn't fulfill the law. That's yeah. They tried to go to the constitution. There is a constitution court which is allowed to make judgments, pass judgments on anti-constitutional behavior and acts, but they couldn't. The constitution is such that they're hiding behind it pretty well, behind this temporarily caretaker government shtick, and they did nothing. So if the parliament cannot create a government, we are going to have another 6 months of the same shit. So yes.
And just one, Plamen, hang around, because I think Jörn wants to ask you some more details. But I'll just contextualize for anybody who's listening, who's like, well, why does it matter? Isn't Bulgaria kind of a small country? Well, Bulgaria is what I call the hamster of the Warsaw Pact, or was the hamster of the Warsaw Pact. It accumulated vast quantities, and I mean hundreds, close to 1,000 each, maybe over 1,000 howitzers, about 1,000 tanks, or many hundreds of tanks, and so on and so on. Bulgaria had a population of about 7 million, 8 million at various points. It was expected by the Soviets to field an army of somewhere between 2 and 3 million on a 2 to 3 day notice, fully equipped, heavy weapons, tanks, howitzers, the lot. And it had the lot. Now, quite a lot of this got sold off, scrapped, whatever. There is still a ridiculous quantity left. And having a government in place in Bulgaria that would say, yeah, Ukraine, here you go, here you have it. Can we have some old American stuff in, as backfill, or like semi-new American stuff as backfill? That'd be great. We'll take it, and we don't have to pay for it, especially. And this is a big deal, and this would make a big difference to Ukraine. Jörn, please.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, we've learned now that there are no small countries or insignificant countries in this war between democracies and despots. So we should hope to rid every country of the awful influence of Russian misinformation. But my questions are how is the electoral system in Bulgaria? Is 40% of 40% support in the election, does that automatically translate to 40% of the seats in parliament? Or is there any way, with a bit of luck and chance in the electoral districts, that there could be a coalition between one of the major parties and the Turkish minority party? And is there no way, we're very good at minority governments in Norway, is there any way they could form a minority government, or do you need a majority in parliament to form a government? Thanks.
So to answer the last question first, yes, you can form a minority government, but they tend to fall quite quickly due to the fact that their budget wouldn't be voted, and all of the stuff they announce will be completely shut down during the voting of initiatives. So the work of such a minority government will be short, quite painful, and they would have a chance to do at max 1 or 2 initiatives before they have to step down, or forced to step down. So yes, they can form a minority government, and no, history doesn't show any stability of that. It has happened, The previous government, before the two caretaker governments by the Vatnik president, I think they tried to do that. A couple of things came out, but they were gone fairly quickly. Now, the first question about the 40%, yes, they sort of translate directly to 40% representation. However, because you have the hurdle of the 4% to pass in order to be represented in the parliament, those seats are redistributed. So the large parties tend to get some additional mandates from the parties who haven't qualified. And if you have a lot of smaller parties, you might see quite a bit of additional mandates being channeled through to the larger parties. Currently, though, as far as I can see, we have 3 parties all well below the 4%, which wouldn't result in a huge number of mandates to the larger parties as a result of those 3 parties not being represented in the parliament. So yeah, it's fairly proportional representation system in place.
So then it's very unlikely that the biggest party and the Turkish minority party could get to 51% representation in parliament.
It is very unlikely, to be honest. I don't think that will be possible at that moment. We'll have to see how the arithmetic works out at the end, and we have 1 hour more to go, because then the exit polls tend to be quite accurate, and as soon as please be aware, they're not allowed to publish the exit polls. So we're just hearing stuff which is, let's say, illegally. Well, it's not illegal to publish in other countries, so that's what they do. But the official, the big ones will be coming out in an hour and a half, where we will know exactly what the situation will be. But it's very unlikely. And I just wanted to say something about what Domen said about the number of tanks. I believe at some point there were about 870 T-72s in the country, and comparable amount of BTRs, even slightly more, about over 1,200 BTRs or something like that. So in terms of old iron, there is quite a bit in the country. Old repairable iron, I mean, because we sort of, Bulgaria sort of gifted all of its old T-64s to North Macedonia. It was about 150, 200 tanks, I believe. But that was like 20 years ago.
And Pamela, maybe let's talk about 2 other things, right? One is the quite considerable manufacturing capacity that existed during the Warsaw Pact days, and quite a lot of that was retained. That's also why Bulgaria now is one of the principal suppliers of newly made ammunition to Ukraine, including suppliers, right? You know what I mean. Manufacturers of things that end up in Ukraine one way or another. Let's leave it at that. Regardless of who ends up paying for it, right? The current crunch in Europe is who actually is making it, is actually today making it. There's quite a lot there. And the other part, Pamen, of course, is the undue Russian influence in Bulgaria, which has been running rampant ever since, let's call it independence. Of course, Bulgaria was a standalone country, but the breakup of the Soviet Union and therefore independence of Bulgaria from direct control from Moscow, including when it comes to blowing up ammo dumps, destroying manufacturing capacities, from looking at media, financing of political parties, interference directly with the electoral infrastructure a few elections ago. All of that put together, Plamen, what can be done to try to counter that and maybe lead to different results on the ground as well?
So I think there are, let's say, 3 directions in which and this is quite unusual. You would see one or the other in other European countries, but all 3 together, it's quite rare to be seen. So the Russians have had a very huge economic, they had a huge part in the economic life of the country. So, for example, the refinery which supplies the whole country with fuel is Russian owned. It's directly owned by Lukoil. The let's say the nuclear power station, which has 6 or 7 blocks, supplies roughly 30, 35, 40% of the electricity to the country, is as well under quite sort of quite good control by the Russians, not directly controlled by the Russians, but all supplying companies, all companies performing maintenance and such tasks, they're Russian companies. Thirdly, in Bulgaria there are about 50,000, where at some point 50,000 Russian companies registered with direct Russian capital. So quite a huge chunk of economic activity, direct economic activity. Now, on the other side, looking back in history, the whole sort of transition period was dominated by let's call them oligarchs, and quite corrupt oligarchs, which were created by the combined work of directly KGB way back then, FSB later on, and the Bulgarian secret services, old Bulgarian secret services, which were quite well entangled with the Russians. And the third one is, as you mentioned, the political/medial presence. There are countless media personalities which are directly linked and directly could be seen with the naked eye, actually repeating and providing the Kremlin propaganda, or continuing the Kremlin propaganda. So all 3 directions, Russia was extremely active. And if you look for such a small country, the Russian embassy had about 150 diplomats, or 120 diplomats. Can you imagine 120 active diplomats and associated staff, which leads to quite a huge embassy. The first Petrov's government actually threw out 75 or 73 diplomats out of the country, 73, and that was even the half of them. They had more diplomatic representation in Bulgaria than in the US, if you can imagine. So they thought of Bulgaria as their own, literally backyard, their own turf. They had a fairly good grip on the country, unfortunately for them. And what's happening is, and Borisov was quite well in bed with the Russians. Let's not forget South Stream and all of the other gas initiatives. Puppies, yes. Gifting Putin puppies. That was a humiliation of, very, very big humiliation for the country. Well, that start with the strengthening of the sanctions. And let's not forget, there are a couple of people who are directly linked to the Russians, and they cannot deviate, otherwise they'll get killed. And there are some people who have been in this game for the money, for the big money. And the one thing which is getting visible is that Borisov was for the money in this whole game. He doesn't have necessarily the fear to deviate. He has more fear to object against the European line of policy compared to the Russian line. He always supported Russian interests under the cover and always held up the facade, the European facade. Now, with the sanctions biting deeper and deeper, one can see that Borisov is not only continuing to keep up the facade, but he's dropping the under the cover activities because they're no more profitable. Well, that's what you get when you work with corrupt people. They stay corrupt. So the Russians are getting a little bit of their own medicine on that front. And the party of Petrov and the Democratic Bulgaria, they have been always from the start quite anti-Russian, never been involved in any of the Russian shenanigans there. So they displacing, let's say, and when I say that, it's not only the political class. You have to look at the administration and how the police, the judicial system works, and so forth and so on. These are the battles where actually the Russian influence is being drawn bit by bit out. starting with the economic side. And I think this is very interesting because the sanctions had a secondary effect on the corrupt governments around Europe. They stopped them being able to profit that much from their relation with Russia. And for some of them, as Borisov, it was not good enough. So he sort of distanced himself from those interests and stopped doing that much of their bidding.
How much of it is about the person there, Plamen, and how much of it is structural within his party? That, you know, earlier you kind of suggested if one was willing to kind of quit it, maybe there would be a way to a way forward with that. Is that true, or you know, maybe yes, maybe no?
So I would say it's interesting because Borisov started his party is actually so it's there are some personalities in the party, well known and respected, and being in offices, being in office and so forth and so on, who are clearly not corrupt. So it's not as the interesting part is that this party had a two faces, and some of the publicly facing people are okay. The deep corruption was run by Borisov, and it was kept in a fairly well controlled, I would say, smaller circle. Why the others played along those games, and he's been quite good at hiding his tracks and not really being as open about the corruption he's perpetrating, he's allowing to happen. He wasn't that open because yes, the EU is a bit naive sometimes, but the EU still has quite some control mechanisms. Let's not forget the new prosecutor's office at the EU level, which is looking at, and this is Miss Kavishin, God bless her, by the way, a fairly useful tool to stop the misuse of EU funds. And so Borisov always has been careful how he did corruption. There was always some delivery, but you know how it goes, like, yeah, the quality is not the same, the work wasn't done too well, and so forth and so on. I think the infected bit of this party is not as big as people think it is, people in Bulgaria. And therefore I said the one condition which is a condition for the other right-wing party would be for Borisov to step down, to ensure that this influence is not more there, and actually not only ensure that there's no corruption, but that there is the possibility to prosecute past examples and past behavior. That's the main point. So in alas, the problem is time. And they got to the point where they have those election results, but I don't think they have prepared for this one. And let's not forget that there was a Magnitsky Act about some of the people, a second one. So there was a first Magnitsky Act against some Bulgarians, which were related to the Turkish minority party, actually. So let's not forget they are very pro-Ukraine and Western, but doesn't mean they are not corrupt, right? They were quite a bit corrupt on their own, and they worked quite well with Borisov. The second Magnitsky Act actually tackled people directly from Borisov's party, and I think that's a pressure which had to be applied a bit earlier on him, so that he allows or makes an arrangement for him to step down and allow for the two parties to work together. But to my knowledge, it hasn't happened. Well, at least not on the surface. So I'm not privy of any real private information about that. And but that would be one possibility for those two parties to work together.
Thank you very much, Plamen. Okay, so people might think, why do we care about Bulgaria? We care because it actually matters, both for the security and stability of the eastern flank of NATO. It matters for Ukraine, and it matters for how democratic Europe goes forward. Nick, how are you?
So there's a really big splody boom in St. Petersburg, where that horrible Russian military blogger dude Vladin Tatarsky has himself gone splody. And I put up 2 tweets in the nest. The first one, you can see it's from Rob Lee, and you can see the video from a CCT camera of the cafe where it goes splody. And the second one is a screen grab where they believe that the bomb in question was given to him in a statue that was presented to him at this event. And there's multiple videos that you can find roaming around on Telegram of inside the cafe after the event, and it is not pretty. And it is confirmed he is dead. So
I can confirm he looks very, very definitely not alive.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too. That video, it's since been blurred, but yes, pretty sure that's him.
Yep. So just thought I would throw that out there for anybody. And yeah. Anyway,
Did
couldn't
you
have
know? Did you know,
what?
Dr. Nick,
Yes.
who that cafe belongs to?
I'm sorry.
Well, that cafe apparently belongs to somebody very closely connected with Prigozhin. Maybe even himself, just maybe under a different person's name. That sort of thing.
Yeah. So who's the other person's name?
Well, that's coming out. That's being looked into, but it's
Right.
it's suggested that the owner is either Prigozhin himself,
Right. That's what I heard.
yeah, or it's somebody very, very closely connected to him, which is basically him.
Right. Mm-hmm. So that's the funny part, but yeah, because you can't own any sort of property anywhere in either St. Petersburg proper or the center ring around Moscow either, unless you are in like Putin's inner circle or have some sort of permission, which means you're in Putin's inner circle. Like, that's like prime property. So it kind of goes without saying that you're going to be somebody. So just for anybody else's edification. But anyway, this is really quite interesting. And we'll see who else might have been there or to hear this genocidal propagandist.
Yeah,
Speak.
unfortunately, Dr. Nick, the pictures from beforehand, which show like what disgusts me about this, right, is there's a picture of him on the back wall and he's got guns behind him and a drone hovering over his head, and it's supposed to make him look like an angel.
Yeah.
Which
Isn't
is
that like
just,
so twisted?
yeah, exactly. And I thought, oh, nice imagery. And then I'll be honest, I preferred how it had been redecorated after the bomb.
Right. Yeah.
But around him, lots of young people. People.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the disgusting thing, really. That he wasn't there talking to his crony or any other scumbags. No. He was indoctrinating the young.
Right, indeed. And and so we'll have to, we have to see if, because no doubt other people were injured in that, because the size of that boom, um uh I have mixed feelings about that, but it'd be interesting to see who else was in the audience. If anybody of note.
Oh yeah, apparently they've issued a photograph of some random girl who might look a little bit like she's not your whitest white Russian.
Did she wear a pirate hat?
She did not, but she did have black and red streaks in her hair. So if you were going somewhere undercover trying to be not noticeable, I'm not being funny, but you wouldn't have had that hair, surely.
Interesting. Anyway, so I guess we shall wait till more stuff unfolds, but that was a pretty big boom. So I'm
It's
interested
called
to know.
redecorating.
Yes, definitely redecorating. Yeah, but anyway, I'm just sitting here with my box of popcorn and scrolling through Telegram.
I bet you don't know which news to look at first, do you, Dr. Nick?
No, well, you should see my Telegram. Like, honestly, I've got like something like 50 feeds or something, and they get filled up so fast, and it's like I really don't. I'm like I don't even know where to look, like, because things keep popping up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like, where do I go? But no, it's pretty crazy.
I'm just shocked that you have popcorn in a box.
Okay, so I do have a popcorn maker that looks like one of those like old timey ones, and then I've got these little things that look like those old school. It's plastic that looks like those old school things you put popcorn in. So theoretically, I could. I'm just being facetious, of course. So there is a universe where that would be possible. Is my point, I guess. But anyway, I digress. So I'm going to go back to scrolling through Telegram.
Yeah, thank you. That explosion sounds like a relatively sophisticated assassination, successful assassination, if they're able to build a time bomb and conceal it in a statue and deliver it to the person at the place and not immediately get caught. So this is a step up from the fires that we've seen around Russia that might be arson, but might be, lack of maintenance and parts. This is an organized resistance with a targeted assassination and leaving a trail back to the statue that they would have to worry about, an evidence trail, basically. So this seems to show evidence of more organized resistance than I think we've seen concrete evidence before, and just wanted to hear people's thoughts on that. My guess is the Prigozhin connection is more of a red herring. I think if anything, he's a victim of it too, because he wouldn't want this to happen in his own space.
No, I think it's just a convenient thing. So, like, I mean, with this guy being a military blogger, it would, perhaps it's just that's where, he could go and do this thing or something like this. You
Yeah,
know what I mean? Like,
apparently,
it's
Nick,
probably, you
this
know what I mean?
particular
It's just
cafe, they
coincidence.
have
Yeah.
these things every week.
Right.
Or
Yeah.
thereabouts.
I'm sure. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. But I think you're right about it being. That's why I'm saying, like, I'm really curious, like, who did this because of that. It just seems to me like, they deliver this thing. It's in the statue. I mean, if you look at the statue, my guesstimation based on scale, it's the second picture in that nest. In the nest there, it looks to me like it's about like maybe, I don't know, 9-10 inches in height. And like a typical kind of bust-ish. And so like a quasi bronze, maybe it's painted, I don't know. And so that tells me, look, they're delivering it. They are going to walk away. I doubt this is a suicide mission. And maybe he put it on and then the person left.
Yeah, he puts it on the table right in front of him. And I think the person who was saying thank you to the female voice that you hear on the video, where he's sort of like going, "Oh, look at this." The female voice is stood well out of shot, probably right by the window.
I haven't seen that whole video yet.
A seat. Yeah, taking a seat back where she was sat by the looks of things. And you can hear her voice, and she's going, "Oh, you're very welcome," sort of thing, or whatever it is. And then he puts it down on the table in front of him and carries on talking. So, right in front of him. So, blew up properly in his face. And judging by the picture, I would say, yeah, he's probably not going to look the same ever again.
Right. And so I'm pretty sure he's the one that, because he's wearing a black shirt, isn't he, when he's speaking? And I'm pretty sure he's the one that has the inside of his head removed and out in front of him.
Yeah,
I don't
the
know.
black t-shirt is
Yeah.
still sort of on his neck. It's been sort of like blown off him, but you can see the neck of it around the
Mhm.
the top of his shoulders. So yeah, pretty sure that's him.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, it's pretty graphic, some of these videos that you see. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna see if I could see that whole video, because I haven't seen the whole video yet. There's just so many videos that are coming out. I just haven't gotten to that one. I only saw the screenshot of that. So I'm scrolling through and looking at all of these different videos. But I agree with you, Macfella, that this really seems like it's a very sophisticated level type of attack that we haven't seen quite at this level yet. And that's why I'm really curious. Is it these same people that were doing these sort of resistance things before? You know, and they're just sort of kicking it up a notch. Is it the same people that did this thing with Dugina, or whatever? I guess maybe. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it's a interesting situation for sure. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, I think the Putin regime has made a lot of enemies inside Russia with all these dead people now that were mobilized, and the amount of people that want to kill him or people under him that are easier targets just keeps on growing every day. So we may see more and more of this at different levels of sophistication.
Oh, I just noticed. I'm so sorry. His pants were blown off him too. I'm so sorry. I just noticed that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I may have
His
spotted that, but I left you to have that giggle. Obviously, you needed to.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah. His shirt. I noticed his shirt was blown up over him too, but I just noticed his pants were blown off too.
I'll be
Sorry.
honest. If I was sitting right in front of something that blew up in my face, I wouldn't expect to still be probably fully dressed either after it. But yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but that video where it's quite telling, where he's handed the statue and he kind of he's chatting with the other guy about it, going, "Oh yeah, it's heavy and all this." I think that's what he's saying, and then he turns around to look off camera and says something. You hear a female voice answer him, and I think she's sort of saying, "Oh, you're welcome" or whatever, and but she is
I
way off
bet.
camera. She's quite far away.
Yeah. You know what? They had to have made it into some kind of hollow metal, for them to buy the fact that it would be heavy. So I'm assuming that it's like maybe some kind of hollow bronze or something like this.
Well, you can make paste statues, can't you? And they will still be kind of heavy.
Right.
If they're solid. You can make them out of paste and then bronze them up.
Right.
I have a friend who used to do sculpture. So.
Right. Anyway, I'm gonna go see if I can find some more interesting videos. I'm
Yeah,
just having a ball with this.
Jorn, I think you were next.
Yeah. I just lost one piece of important information here. Who is this guy? Could you repeat who is?
This particular guy is a particularly nice mill blogger. He's one of these guys who I think we went. Here we go. He's called Vladlen Tatarsky or something like that. He's one of the most well-known Russian military propagandists, and he's the guy that came out of Putin's last speech saying, "We will take whatever we want because we are Russian. We will own it all and do whatever we like with it." And obviously, he didn't have a crystal ball, and unfortunately, prediction true.
So a very proper good riddance to him then.
Absolutely. Waypoint, go ahead.
Yeah, hi everybody. Mockers. Yeah, I listened to it and seen the picture that's been posted by Dr. Nick, or was it yourself? I didn't realise. Yeah, looking at that picture, it's not actually that sophisticated because 30 years ago the IRA were actually putting in British Army right-angle torches that are about 4 inches, 4.5 inches long. They were actually putting explosives in there that the young soldiers would see this torch that had been stolen or dropped by a soldier. They prepped it and then they just laid them down somewhere. When the young boy picked it up or whatever, it exploded. I mean, to put then obviously some sort of a radio-controlled trigger in there, it looks rather big actually in comparison. I don't think it's actually that difficult. I mean, they were putting inside bicycle frames. You can put them in table legs or anything like that. So it's not actually sophisticated. Maybe sophisticated actually for the Russians, but
do we lose audio?
Hello.
Only you, Axel.
Nobody can hear me.
No, we can hear it. Waypoint.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a P2P.
So actually, I mean, I actually didn't build bombs. I've shown how to take them apart, but not them. But maybe other types of like mines and stuff like that. But yeah, it's not actually that sophisticated. So the question is, how important is this guy? Is there any sort of security there? Did they look for stuff like this? Was this item actually looked at and stuff like that? So it's actually very, very simple to do theoretically. But seeing how the Russians are and how they're scared shit of everything, and with Bunker Boy and all this sort of thing, I'm actually quite surprised that they managed to get through with doing something like that with this guy. Yeah, but I'll step down. Thank you very much.
Well, at least we know this one is definitely not a smoking accident. It was what I would suggest is a targeted hit.
Waypoint, I have one question for you before you step down. Please wait.
Go on, Stephen.
Go ahead.
Oh, it's reported that there was 200 grams of TNT explosives in there. How much room does that take up if you use to make bombs?
200 grams of TNT. Well, I mean, I've seen the video, and I mean, David Brookfield actually must be the guy that would be able to say more than I can. I'm not actually not where the sort of thing that I was actually into. He was a guy who set up bombs and took them apart and stuff like that. So I couldn't really say if that was 200. I think there'll be more damage personally to looking at the video because a lot of the tables they've moved, but they seem to be intact inside. So and I think 200 grams I think would make more damage than that personally. And I think there'd be more damage actually to him, especially if it was anywhere near in his vicinity. But yeah, it's 200 grams still a nice boom. I mean, Mockers really likes the little booms and stuff, but that would be a rather large boom next to you. I mean, you can imagine a little torch that's I think it's about 1.5 inches in diameter, 4 inches long. And put them in something like that. This looks far larger than that. And if it's made of some sort of metal, you wouldn't even notice the weight difference really with 200 grams. I mean, yeah, I don't think you'd even notice it if you took in your hand, because you don't know what's actually being put in your hand, what sort of weight this item is. It looks like some sort of a figure, like a goldish looking figure, doesn't it? Thanks.
Thank you.
Very good. I'm just surprised that 200 grams did that much damage. Looking at everything being tossed about and so on. I would have thought that more would have been needed, but hey.
I was just going to say the tables being thrown about and stuff might have been the people themselves reacting.
Panic afterwards. Yeah, it's true. Luca.
Domen, good morning. I found an interesting report from a witness. I don't know how reliable it is, but I'll read it and then I'll send it to you. It says that there is a girl called Fontanka that was a witness at the cafe. It seems credible. I don't see why they would make things up. But she says that there were under 100 people and a girl called Nastya was sitting alone at the table. And she says, I'm an artist and I do heroics, but it's not easy. So I made your bust so far only. It's in the closet. Can I give it to you? She brings a box. He jokes. He says, I hope you didn't make me fat. She says, thanks, puts it next to, the dude, the disgusting guy. And then she sits down in her place. and 3 minutes passes. So that's what's interesting about it. After 3 minutes, there is an explosion. It appears that Nastya had not left beforehand, in which case it would be a suicide attack. I mean, feels like a partisan activity, right?
I mean, feels like FSB to me. I'll leave it at that. You know, like Dugina, like others, feels like an internal getting rid of possible competition, or some other Siloviki. I didn't really care which one.
Oh,
It looks like state.
you mean that lady did not know that there was a bomb in there? Because if she,
I don't know about the lady. I didn't really care about the lady, but what I'm getting at, Luca. I think it's a case of the Russian state getting rid of someone who got too big for his own good.
no, got it. But let's think it through here a second. If someone knows that there is an explosion, he or she would probably try to leave. But you're right. If that person was just manipulated into giving something that she didn't know it was gonna blow up, then she would stay. So in which case, yeah, you're right. It would be like this security services.
I mean, why would the Ukrainians take out people who are, screaming that the Russian government isn't doing a very good job?
Oh yeah, no.
Why would the Ukrainians take out people who are sowing division in Russia?
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sort of answered the question I was going to line up, because if this was sort of opposition or partisan activity, it's very impressive because it's a massive amount of risk. They will probably get caught, and that would be death. So, but this being a insider inside Russia hit from someone that can do it with impunity, that makes more sense.
Like I have no clue, who did this, why they did it really, but it just makes the most sense whenever something happens in downtown St. Petersburg or Moscow, it's probably the state, right?
Yeah,
Makes the most sense.
Absolutely. That's why I was so surprised of this attack. But if you apply Occam's razor, your answer makes the most sense.
There's a bunch of Russian mobloggery types who are getting a bit big for the Russian state, right? I mean, what if you're Strelkov right now? What are you thinking?
I
Are
was
you
about to
thinking?
say.
What are you thinking? Am I next?
Well, it's a heck of a warning, isn't it, to a particularly gobby blogger?
I think actually, funnily, Strelkov, I think, is the only one who is too big. I think he's the one who is too recognizable, too recognized. I think they'll just take everybody else out.
Dr. Nick?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like with, Nemtsov, right? I mean, you don't get to kill somebody within a shot of the Kremlin and the Kremlin not know about it. And similarly, this is right in the middle of St. Petersburg, which effectively is a federal city. And so, I mean, you have to think too that the person who handed the bomb, you can see who they are. All they have to do is just, because there's no doubt that people were recording that. You know what I mean? Like everybody, this is the day of social media and all that kind of stuff. The person had to know that they were going to be recorded. And no doubt in a Prigozhin nightclub, there's probably 5 million cameras of his own anyway, and the person's face is very clearly visible, or would be on 5 million different cameras, or could be enhanced, or any number of ways. So to me, that's very possible and probable. Of course, there's a slight chance that it's something else, but it's definitely one of the most likely answers there is that it's sending a message of some type to Prigozhin.
Yeah, right. Well, what are you thinking now? If you're one of these that have been pushing for more, right, or that have been complaining over it a bit? I think he's saying, you can be big. You can only be so big. You want to be big, get in line. Look at Sergei. Look at Defense Minister Sergei. He get in line, and be like him. Markers.
Right, he's
Yeah,
he's
I'm
been
just,
mouthing off a little
oh,
bit too much for his position. He was a lot better when he had his mouth shut and he was quote unquote cooking for Putin quietly like a good boy.
yeah, I just wanted to add that I've got a Russian here stating that he had many enemies, not only in Ukraine, but also in the Russian Federation, within the Special Service and the Ministry of Defense. So it looks like this guy's been, maybe just making some friends.
Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, I think that, you know, in a federal city, though, I don't think you can do something like this without Putin signing off on it. Right. So whether it be St. Petersburg or Moscow, you can't do something like that without Putin rubber stamping it. So if Shoigu wanted to do something, he would have had to have gotten the okay from Putin. Or if somebody else who has some sort of beef with Prigozhin, they couldn't have done it without the rubber stamp of Putin. So I completely agree with that. Putin would have had to have agreed to something like that. So no matter how you dice it, do you see what I'm saying? Because again, of that sort of federal city status.
Yeah, so whoever took him out, Putin was either fully aware of it or it was something extremely daring. But it does sound like it was a request rather than a target of partisans, perhaps. It serves a lot of purposes, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, of course, there is still a small chance that it was partisan activity. I mean, we have to, and if it was, it's extremely ballsy. But can't completely rule it out. But the most likely thing is that it wasn't. But we need to still leave room for the possibility that it was. Um, because again, it is possible. But it doesn't seem as the most likely possibility.
Stephen?
I can't help but be reminded of the line, "Would someone rid me of this troublesome priest?" And just thought I'd mention it.
Right. I mean, there are those people so Putin would have, had to have said something at some point that would give people and that would be a sort of tacit approval where they would know that means, or this person, meaning Prigozhin, targeted through his businesses or what have you, and that would act as a tacit approval, which would be effectively the same thing as an approval, but that is possible.
Have you spotted, Doman, we've been joined by someone quite mysterious?
Is it the favored?
It's Favid.
Is it Favid or Favid?
What did he
I
do
have
this
no idea.
time?
He's got his hand up.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Good to record you. Hello, everybody listening. Thanks, Doman and Mockers, for hosting, and Dr. Nick and everybody here contributing. I've been listening, and I just want to come on and say everybody should retweet and share the space and visit MriyaReport to give what you like. Last time I was speaking here, I was in a more emotional state, for which I don't apologise, but I do apologise for any offence caused to those listening, for any foul language used or raised voice causing offence. Didn't mean to cause offence except to one party, and I think he got the message. I'll say it again, all comers here are welcome, so long as you are honest enough to accept the logic of your own arguments and those put to you. You know, we do insist on logic here. So everybody is welcome. I want to make that clear, even though sometimes I tell people they're not welcome. Everybody here is welcome. So do come on and share what's on your mind, but do be prepared to be robustly challenged if you persist with nonsense. So yeah, I want to come on and say that much anyway, and then say about the bombing in St. Petersburg. I have been waiting. My God, I've been waiting for these guys to be hit where they think they're safe. I hope it's but the first Sunday, or the first of today. I hope there are a few more. Maybe when these guys go home tonight and think they're safe, maybe their house blows up, or maybe they go answer the door and someone blows their head off. Who knows? Many things are now on the table for these guys to know they can't be touched. So as far as anything else goes, that's a very important message, I think, communicated today, and I hope they continue to communicate it explosively. The Russians are claiming 200 grams of TNT. Why would you use TNT? It's much easier to use plastic explosives or some kind of fertilizer, but they will have already figured out that it was 200 grams of TNT. I noticed that we have photographs from inside the meeting just before the explosion. Now, unless these turkeys were posted on social media, that means somebody has their cell phones, which is fantastic and should make them feel more worried. And then finally, I wanted to say, I've already seen people filling this into their pre-constructive narrative that there is a power struggle, as if they live in a free country, a power struggle where people who they think have autonomy will now struggle for power under Putin. That's not what's happening. People who have been given positions and places of power are continuing to play the role assigned to them by the Kremlin. And it just so happens some of them are getting sticky and stuck to walls, as Ukrainians also have a vote. So I would just urge folks not to try and put this into a court intrigue bullshit narrative that's being given to us to distract us. No, Prigozhin is not an autonomous actor. Yes, people would like him to be, but no, there is no such thing left in Russia. They were all murdered or bought, and I think he's in the bought category. That's what I want to come and say, that it's great to see people getting just desserts for their work, and that I hope this message is understood by those in Russia, those imperialists, and that finally it was nice to see some non-Asian Russians being killed. I love to see those overweight white guys looking very, very well paid, very well bribed, running around with blood on their faces, looking worried in St. Petersburg. Good. I hope their wives see them. I hope their sisters see them. I hope their brothers see them. I hope the message gets out. This is what happens. When you start war in other people's countries, it follows you home. So, Slava Ukraini, please retweet and share the space. And visit MriyaReport to give what you can.
Thank you very much, Favid. And, well, yeah, accepted. What can I say? We love you. You know that. So, obviously, this guy's not going to be running his blog anymore. And hopefully, it does indeed send a little message. Oh dear. Yeah, I've just been sent a very high taste picture of that chap and Miss Dugin. Yeah, so they meet again.
I shall put that in the net momentarily for all to see. I just wonder, but they're back together. I just wonder whether it was a pirate that facilitated both parts.
Favid.
Thank you. I wonder, as a smoker myself, I could confess, is the waiting room in hell anything like that in Beetlejuice when they were in purgatory? Or will there be space in the smoking room in hell for me with all these Russians, is what I'm wondering. So Gina is down there, smoking away like a trooper. This boy now will be in there beside her with his one hand on a keyboard and one hand floating 6 foot behind his head. I do wonder, will there be space in Hades for me? But I will smoke on and hopefully earn my place.
And there's can't be any way that you're going to hell if these bastards are.
I didn't say
Don't say
tobacco.
that about yourself.
It's legal anyway, and it could never be a sin. That is natural.
So the state of Florida and the state of New York agree, so that's where I live my life.
So, Mockers, where's this picture at? Did you put it up yet?
Yeah, it's up there.
Yeah, it's in the nest. Just have a look at Doman's most recent message in the nest.
Oh, nice.
Okay. In the meantime, let's. Oh, why did Plummet leave now? Okay, we have exit polls. We have exit polls from Bulgaria, and I'll put that up as well. So,
Shall we
Axel,
wait for him, or shall we go to Finland first?
do we have Finnish exit polls?
Well, of course, we not just exit polls. We actually have already 43.5% of the Finnish vote being counted, and we have
go on, then.
But I
seating
mean,
and
Finland's
everything
just
else.
okay, but Finland's not going to change, that much, is it?
Well, what's going to change is almost likely who leads the government. That's all. So
Yeah, okay. But I mean, does it change things for Ukraine?
no,
really.
not at all. On the contrary, actually, what
Okay,
happens
so
today is that probably it's just that the Conservatives will, if they come in first, they will provide them prime minister as opposed to Miss Marine, and but the coalition is almost likely going to be blue and red together, albeit that there seems to be a trend that the liberal center and Christian Democrats together can actually join a coalition, and it's not impossible that Kokomo would force the Social Democrats to take the Christian Democrats to join in the government in order to fend off further attrition from the left and the right to the True Finn party. But who knows?
I mean, there's 3 options, right? There's basically 3 options. One option is a grand coalition between blue and red. Another option is a minority government of kind of led by either side with tacit support of the other one. And then the third option is the True Finns join a coalition with the center right, and that isn't very palatable to the center right because they don't want to lose further votes to them, right?
Yeah,
So,
not only because also the True Finn party has a number of policies which have nothing to do with conservatism. They are just absolutely useless. Sorry to say. there is a lot of stuff in there. That's the strange thing. Parts of that True Finn party is conservative and very, very should we say, fair-minded, and parts of them are full of strange views which neither fit the far left nor the far right, but are very isolationist. So what shall I say?
Okay.
Anyway, so
either way, Finland will continue to be a stable democracy.
Exactly. Finland is a stable democracy, will continue to be a stable democracy. The only thing which may end up changing is that you may have a different prime minister.
Okay. So, as I said, no.
This is good news.
I just assumed. I always assumed it was going to happen. I never thought of this as potential for news. We have Bulgarian exit polls, which are kind of newsy. So, Petkov Democratična Bulgaria coalition is in a narrow lead over Borisov. I'm just going to use leaders' names because it's more useful. Because the whole names are ridiculous. I'm sorry. So a 2-seat lead, 71 seats versus 69. The Turkish minority, principally party, that's very flexible ideologically, is in third with 38 seats. The Atatürkniks are in fourth with 37, and the Tanki Socialists are in fifth with 25 seats. Now, 71 plus 38 gives you. Oh, wait, I miscounted, didn't I? Never mind. I need to edit something. I shall be back. Basically, no. Unless there's a grand coalition between Petkov and Borisov, there will be a stalemate, as has been thus far, and nothing is going to change.
I was just about to tell you exactly that when you were listing those together. It's a complete stalemate.
No, it is. I thought it was 119, not 109 combined, because I'm being silly. So yeah, no change. No change. And we went through all the details, all the permutations, all the relevant ones earlier together with Plummen. So, I'm just gonna shut up and leave it there.
At least you're the real expert.
Well, he told me that my interpretation was basically correct as it was, and he didn't really have to say anything. So
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Isn't that good that you have a real expert confirming what you're saying? Which technically makes you a very well-informed man. You could say with expertise.
Ha! Favored!
Doman, thank you. And Mockers and everybody for being here listening. Please retweet and share the space. If you're not in a position to donate to MriyaAid.org, that is okay. Everybody contributes according to their means, and if your means don't allow a financial contribution, then you're more than welcome and encouraged more to do a retweet and share the space to invite somebody along who maybe hasn't seen the space or maybe isn't aware of the information available here, and they're looking online, maybe they're new to Twitter, they're trawling around, and suddenly they see this retweet from somebody, and you might, for some reason, algorithmically be thrown up in front of them, and then they can come along here, as most of us found the space in the same way. So return the favor, retweet and share the space. And then I was most interested earlier listening to Plummen and the conversation we had, and Jorn and other folks were contributing, and I wondered, I'll say hello to Jana as well. I understood what was said about the corruption in the Bulgarian context being artfully created so as to avoid the broader sweep of the EU's review or BDI. But I'm also minded to ask, and obviously the two countries are completely different, but there is a similar corruption and corruption resolution mechanism that I'm trying to get to, as was seen in the Czech Republic, or known as Czechia for folks who want to call it, and that the EU was able to certainly put a kibosh on what was really an excellent grade, or not a very sophisticated, but certainly a very robust gravy train that had been constructed to feed into large corporations in that country. And I wonder, okay, so it was done in a more Bulgarian way, but surely there could be a Bulgarian type solution of the same vehicle or of the same offices that was doing the investigation to make sure that the money given was not being just farmed out to political allegiances, which of course is a certain part of what happens with EU funding anyway, but to the extent of which it then subverts the state and the good order of sovereignty and administration, the public will, I suppose, is where I'm talking about taking action. Or is there a mechanism, or is that action even comparable? I suppose it was the Dominant and Mick and Plummen and folks here who have a granular understanding of the European Union, as I've been away too long myself. Slava Ukraini, please retweet, share the space, and you're listening to MriyaReport.
And I'll leave this one in Plummen's good hands, because his insight into Bulgaria is definitely an order of magnitude greater than mine.
Thank you, Domin. I'm afraid I just joined again. I had a bit of a Twitter pox. My phone died. David, would you mind repeating part of the question, which was related
Yeah,
to?
I have you. Sorry, Plum, I was laughing at the scourge which we live with Twitter Spaces, the tyranny. But anyway, it's the forum we have, and we like using it. I was asking in a clumsy way, but I'll try and boil it down. Czech Republic saw a similar head of government corruption problem, misusing and misappropriating and using for his own political advancement to the detriment of the state of EU funding. But I guess it was not done in a very sophisticated way. It was kind of crude, but it was still done for many years and took a while for the EU to cotton on and put the kibosh on and realize they were funding the Kremlin's Czech Republic office out of the central purse. And so I wonder, I know that the Bulgarian topic discussed here was described as being much more subtle and much more adept at circumventing the review or any potential EU oversight of the misappropriated funding. My question is there a Bulgarian solution similar to the one that the Czech and the EU was able to find in the Czech situation here? I know it's an election today and it's not really the topic, but as a more broad structural corruption issue. And then the caveat I shared at the end was there's a certain acceptance, whether written or unwritten, spoken or unspoken, that with EU central funding and development funds comes a certain amount of national corruption. Okay. But what the distinguishing factor I would draw would be when that corruption rises to the level of betraying the will of the people to an enemy, which in the Bulgarian case, it may have risen to that level. That was the question. Thanks, everybody.
So, thank you, David. Extremely good question, actually. And I think you hinted already at at least partially to the answer to it. So, for example, the system built in Bulgaria differed from the Czech one by a couple of components, one of which was the takeover of the Central Prosecutor's Office and the specific role of the prosecution office in Bulgaria. So if you know, one of your best defense mechanisms against corruption is your judicial system and the way how your courts work. If they work and if cases are prosecuted and pursued, you will have some corruption, but you'll be able to take it under control. Now, what happened in the very early days of Bulgaria was that the prosecutor's office was separated from the judicial system in such a way that once elected, the general prosecutor is completely irreplaceable and completely uncontrollable by any of the other organs of the state. He cannot be sacked. He is not politically responsible to anyone. He has a term of 7 years, and it's basically, as one of the prosecutors has said, about me is only God. That level of arrogance. As soon as you can control the prosecutor general, you're controlling all the cases going into the courts, you're going all of the investigations, and basically you can steam and completely suppress any investigations of corruption. That's the case in Bulgaria. That wasn't the case in the Czech Republic, as far as I know. Doman, please stop me and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they've achieved that level of
not that level, definitely not.
So what happened in Bulgaria was that the prosecutor's office was always misused for this particularly for corruption, and from time to time for, let's say, political opponent suppression, but that was never a sort of main use case of this office. The main use case was to be protecting the interests of the corrupt mafia oligarchy coming from, and this is a combined mafia oligarchy coming from Russia and Bulgaria. Let's not forget, there's a lot of Russian money in Bulgaria, or worse, at least worse, a lot of Russian money. Now, with the EU and the arrival of Borisov, they got a little bit more smarter than that, and they said, obviously, we are not going to be as contrary as, let's say, Hungary, because the main, and let's not forget, Borisov and his government was interested mostly in the money. He didn't really subscribe to any political agenda, and he was working for the Russians for the money, not for nothing else. All of these whole pipelines projects and all of the cooperation, that was for the money, and that was and it's still about the money for him. And the prosecutor's office was perfectly playing the role of an umbrella over these corrupt schemes, and therefore Borisov didn't have to involve much of his party in order to be able to run those schemes. Let's not forget, the prosecutor's general controls completely the way cases are brought up before a court. He can kill a case. He can bring a completely fox case, a completely dreamt up case, and so forth and so on. So that's the basis on which they built the whole schema. Now, with the arrival of the European Prosecution Office under Moscovici, that scheme has got a bit of a crack, and a bit of a large crack actually. And I think that's the way how this whole corruption system will be dismantled one by one. And there is a hope that the new political party around Petkov and the Democratic Bulgaria, those two parties are not related, not connected to those schemes. So they're trying to get enough power in order to start dismantling it as well. However, being let's say, having the economic power, there's a lot of corporate vote, the so-called corporate vote. That's not necessarily vote which people have bought, e.g. paid money to people to vote in a way, but it's related to their livelihoods, their jobs, and they get the very strong hint, if you don't vote this way, you know what, we will, you won't have a job tomorrow, or something like that. A pretty brutal game. And the large part of sustaining this game is to be having the state not investigating these cases of vote manipulation, because this is down to the core a proper vote manipulation, if you like. Now, with the, and this is why, for example, the first priority of the new guys is to do a judicial reform, which is actually there's a commission, I think it's the Venice Commission, I can't remember, but one international body has already suggested a way to reform the Prosecutor General's office in such a way that there is a democratic control over this function and oversight. Basically, to introduce the missing checks and balances in the system, which were, I think, quite intentionally left out of this position, because every other power in the state has its own checks and balances, and the other power centers can control and sort of limit the ability of the one to take completely standalone decisions, in stark contrast to what the prosecutor's office can do. And that's the way, therefore, judicial reform, which this two new parties want to introduce, the economic sanctions and the EU prosecutor's office are playing all quite a supportive roles. And let's not forget the fourth component, which I haven't mentioned, which is quite outside of the EU, is the Magnitsky let's say, mechanism, which the US has already used twice. And there's sort of a word on the street that they might use it third time if Borisov doesn't play ball this time. Which I think for this election, unfortunately, is too late, but it's a mechanism to clean up the system as well. Unfortunately, nothing will happen quick. Nothing will be decided by this election, but it will be a painful process of reform, prosecution by external parties like the European Prosecutor's Office, like Magnitsky Acts, and internal pressure from the two democratic parties, which are quite interested in cleaning up. Well, they are, at least as of today, let's say the two subjects which are pushing this judicial reform agenda. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm taking too much time and we're talking about Ukraine, but as Domen said, these things are important because the support for Ukraine is some part of it depends on these processes coming right, and the country being able to produce and provide ammunition. Let's not forget, for example, I don't know whether that was right, but I heard that at the early stages, every third projectile, every third ammunition was coming from Bulgaria in Ukraine for the older Soviet-style guns and howitzers. So it's a thing which has to work as well. Thank you.
So, Plamen, can we do a quick explanation of what the current situation means for Bulgaria? It means probably no government yet again, right? This was the fifth election in 728 days. This was the fifth election in 728 days, 729 days. And there's a reason for it, because a stable government doesn't get to be formed ever. So yet again, there is no stable government. No actual coalition forming, right? Probably.
Yes, probably no. As I said, the coalition between the Borisov's party and the other two is only possible if Borisov steps down and leaves the party. Well, not leaves the party, but leaves the leadership position and steps down to an ordinary, MP, member of parliament. But that's not. There are no indications that this is happening. So yes, you're absolutely right. The country will not form a regular government. The parliament will release probably some acts in terms of laws. It will pass, for example, the budget for next year. It will pass probably another law for supporting Ukraine and providing ammunition and military aid. And that will then be ignored again by the Vatnik president in charge, who will then form a caretaker government yet again.
Okay, thank you, Plamen, for that succinct summary. And this is a problem because it's frankly blocking, not very good, but certainly voluminous heavy weapons to Ukraine, which would be making a difference. And that sucks, is the short of that. I will say to all of our Israeli friends, you had 5 elections in 4 years. Bulgaria had 5 elections in 2 years. So come on, step it up. Favid.
Thank you, Doman and Plamen, for your answer. I really appreciate the information. Really was a fantastic answer, and something that I had hoped would be mentioned again by you, which you did mention, was the Magnitsky Acts, as exist in the United States and wherever else they have been adopted. I see these as something that will be known in future or looked back upon as one of the key pieces of legislation that was adopted by many nations, but had the effect of changing the flows of corrupt money in the world. Now, I'm not naive enough to think it'll ever stop that money system, but it'll certainly prevent the one which is dismantled in the terms and the different sections of the Act. So great to hear that has been. President, unfortunately, being of a certain fixed ideals. I don't know enough about their constitutional situation, but I do know about many coalition governments and rapid elections in succession, just from my own home nation's history and just various interests by reading. I am one who doesn't really despair at many elections and many attempts and shoddy coalitions which fail and then try again. And the reason is I'm a bit of a purist when it comes to the Republican system, and I think this will do either one of two things. I would hope it will eventually create a forced rationalization or a forced coalition. Of course, there's not going to be much use, or very likely, with the corrupt opposition, I suppose, a controlled opposition. However, I do think the cycling of democracy in its process is necessary. And so I don't really lament it as much as others. I mean, yes, we have seen what's happened previously after the previous elections. It is most likely to recur, but it hasn't yet recurred. Also, I think there has been a certain shattering in the Kremlin-friendly nations, as they were allied up until the last couple of weeks, a couple of months, because it's becoming more and more and more clear that not only can Russia not take Kharkiv or keep Kherson, they're going to probably lose Donetsk pretty soon. And the bribe money is running out. So if bribe money is running out, compromise becomes a lot more easy to trade away to a friendly Western power. And here's the part where I do a soapbox. If you're listening, or if you can get a message to any person who's under the influence of Russian money or power, please do remind them that they're very welcome to proffer information that they might have. Any EU or Western friendly embassy will take them in and put them in contact with the right person. Please do come. You'll be treated very fairly and humanely. If the information is of certain value high enough, you will be resettled. And I can't encourage enough people to do that. In all European countries, I'm not talking just in countries at the moment such as Georgia or Ukraine. I'm talking about any country where we know of a person or we know of people who are that way inclined. Remind them that they're welcome to convert to the light. But for the Bulgaria question, is it that they are bound by their constitution to keep having elections? Is there no way for which people could either compel a president to allow or to order a coalition government, like a government of national interest? I know it doesn't seem to be in the offing given these people's politics, but does that mechanism exist? Is, I suppose, what I'm asking.
Yeah, I'll answer that. No, there is no such mechanism. The Constitution says as soon as the Parliament decides it's no more possible to form a government. So basically, the procedure is relatively simple. So once the results of the elections are known, the president goes to the largest party and gives them the mandate to form a government. If they fail, the mandate goes to the second largest party. If they fail, then the president has the right to choose between the remaining parties to hand over again the government mandate. Usually it goes to the third largest party. It's not written in the constitution. There is a discretion to the president, but usually that's what he does. Then if that fails too, then the constitution is perfectly clear. There is a caretaker government formed by the president, and the president selects a new date for new elections. That's it, full stop. And the caretaker government is such that there is no working parliament, so then no new laws can be produced, no budget can be produced, nothing can be really done. This is literally a technical government which does tick the boxes and keeps the country ticking along, but that's it. So he can't force anyone to form a coalition. There is no mechanism in the constitution to do that, and the only thing he can do is, again, as I said, to form this caretaker government, but which can be quite disruptive, as mentioned before on the space, because he can then choose not to implement decisions by the previous parliament, for example, like to provide military help to Ukraine, which is extremely annoying. But that's what it is. Did
Thank
I
you very
answer
much. Yeah, really. Thank you very much, Plamen. You really did. I know you've been repeating at least 3 times that piece about the mechanism. It's just, I suppose, getting through my thick head, but I appreciate you taking the time. And then, if I might ask a last question, this president at the moment in Bulgaria, do we know what kind of interest he would have? You know, sometimes people are into agricultural bribery, sometimes people are into oil and gas bribery, sometimes people are into vacations in the south of France bribery. Do we know what this guy, what kind of money is behind him, or what are his interests? Or will we find him on the Greek islands on a yacht? Where does the guy like to let his hair down?
Well, this is the strange part of it, because the presidential system allows you to have only 2 terms as a president, and they are 5 years long. So he's on his 2nd term, and there are another 3 and a bit years for him to stay in this office. Usually, while the country is in a normal cycle and there is a government, the president is pure ceremonial function. It's a head of state, but has no other powers beyond chairing some committees and, you know, shaking hands with diplomats. That's what he does. While the country is not in a constitutional crisis. The very important role comes only when there is no normal government. And usually people haven't looked at the president, and as he doesn't wield real economic power, there weren't any sort of significant informations about any corruption around him, because he doesn't control any of the funds. He doesn't control under normal circumstances. He doesn't control any of the funds, any of the budgetary, any of the spend. That's nothing of his concern. So usually the presidential institution is quite far from the real big corruption, right? What Borisov usually would do, and we're talking about billions and stuff like that. The presidential institution doesn't have that. So they are not known big, or any, actually, to be honest with you, they are not known any corruption cases. And the suspicion is that it's a pure power play. He's trying to position himself for whatever reason. He has allied himself with one of the groups, obviously the Vatnik group, for whatever reason. And I think or at least that's what is said, this is a pure political stand, not related to corruption, but related to whatever afterwards potential there might be. There was a very brief moment where Vatnik people were talking about presidential republic, basically going away from the parliamentary system, arguing, well, look, we tried 4 times to do a government, it failed, so we need to change the system. And look how well the president did this the last time, which is not true. And he messed up quite a few things, but that's not due to corruption. That was due to Vatnik orientation and being completely blinkered in the sense of ideology, probably. I don't know. So in this regard, I would say his moves are purely political. There's no visible corruption, but as soon as you align yourself with the Vatnik side, there's somewhere corruption. There's something about money at some point, but it's well hidden. And it wasn't of the size Borisov has been doing during the years, because, as I said, his position is not endowed to have any control of the budget, of the country's budget.
Thanks very much.
Rich.
Hi, I just wanted to quickly check, have you guys already covered the news about St. Petersburg?
Yes. We went through the very big
Sound.
boom. Yeah. Well, Rich, if you want to comment on it, you can add your comment. I think it's the Russian, Siloviki taking out somebody who's too big for his boots, sending a message to some more bloggers and Prigozhin, and maybe, we'll see what other things they're trying to do. But what do you think?
I think that's more than likely the situation. I agree there. However, there's a few things that lead me there. One is it's happened in St. Petersburg, which is Putin's hometown. It has apparently happened in a cafe that once upon a time used to belong to one Yevgeny Prigozhin. And the other thing that struck me, and this is a very strange thing, but the last time an assassination happened on Russian soil, it was days before the Kharkiv counteroffensive. We are waiting currently for an offensive, and now someone has been assassinated again on Russian soil. Now, again, correlation is not causation and all that, but I just find it interesting.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, the thing is, I don't like looking at these causalities or pulling causalities out, because lots of events happen, and then lots of other events happen, and just because events happen vaguely close to one another doesn't mean one actually cause the other. And I'm just like, yeah, whatever.
It was just a mildly interesting point. But yeah, the first two, I wouldn't be surprised. I do think it's more likely to be people within Russia already, for the points you've made. And if I don't think the fact that it's in St. Petersburg, and if that fact is true about Yevgeny Prigozhin once owning it, I do think that was potentially taken into consideration as well. Usually when those things are taken into consideration, it usually means something a lot closer to home, because like you said, people are wanting to send a message. That is less likely to be the case if it was Ukraine, because they're acting out of country in a very hostile environment. They can't really afford to be doing things like that. They just need to be, if they were going to do something like that, they just need a successful hit. So I think it's far less likely to be that, and far more likely to be, as you say, people within a form of resistance movement, effectively within Russia itself.
Very good. Thank you, Rich. Then John.
Yeah, thanks. Just for the record, corruption doesn't have to be money or gifts or holidays, and that could also be favorable positions in the future. So to me, it sounds like the Bulgarian president actually is corrupt from that point of view. So if he is doing stuff to position himself for better position in the future as a favor, then yeah, definitely corrupt.
David?
Thank you, Norman and Plowman and John, everybody for contributing. And Rich, it's great to hear you. Please, everybody, this tweet and share the space. You're listening to MriyaReport. Follow MriyaReport account on Twitter. So when the inevitable happens and the space recycles and stops playing, you'll be able to go to MriyaReport profile and follow as the new space starts up. For the reasons mentioned, as to St. Petersburg, currently named, and the ownership of restaurant and the character involved, and the fact that it inflates in a very uncontrolled way the court intrigue narrative the Russians are peddling, I am determined to give credit to the dark and unseen hand of Ukrainian defenders. I say that because it is the narrative that the Russians are inflating determinedly everywhere, that they have these apparent free thinkers and they have, a college of thought and they debate, and it's bullshit. They're all simple, pathetic fascists and playing roles as assigned to them by the man who breathes life into them. And they are as slavish in their mentality as that. Yes, they are conniving. I don't think that they're choir boys and girls. Yes, they are viciously strangling, raping Russians, of course. But there is no internal revolution. There is no rebellion. There is no 1917 moment. It's happened once, and I don't think it's in the offing again. What I think is, we see a determined narrative to portray a panoply of different thought, and Russia is this complex thing with these different power players, and they all think different things and they have different points of view. Bullshit. They're maniac imperialists, and everything else I think is court and window dressing. And I very much look forward to them panicking to paint this into their narrative, to pretend they have control, much like after the Dugina bombing, or should we say the miss on Mr. Dugan. At least they got one of the bloodline, but didn't get him, so they'll get him next time. These are, to my eye, prime and rich targets for the Ukrainians to touch, because they are so close. These were pet boys. These were very, very well-kept young men, propagandists from these false republics who were meeting in St. Petersburg, thought they were safe. They knew well enough not to meet any closer to Ukraine. Oh, they weren't safe enough. No, it's not their own conniving sort. If that were the case, more bodies would be dropping, right? If they were this evil, inward fighting, different polities, different strengths, we would see more dead bodies. There's not enough dead Russians for that to be the case. What it is their nonsense and stagecraft. They had their little meeting behind lines. They thought they were safe, but oh no, they weren't. Everyone caught fire and got crispy for lunch. And I am as sure as I was when I saw the Dugan bombing, and as sure as I was when I knew it wasn't a truck that blew up on the bridge, that this is the dark hand of the Ukrainians. I don't expect them to claim credit. In fact, I expect it to be, as it is being perceived, just adding another into the fake politics of the court the Russians are propagating. Let them try and weave this one in. It's fascinating to see it already. They've told us there was 200 grams of TNT. Oh, really? You know that already? And they're still dragging bodies out of the fire. Interesting. That's what I would like to say, and invite everyone to please come up and share your mind, retweet and share the space.
Thank you very much. And I am now going to hand over to the lovely Amanda. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you, Makars. Hello, everyone. Good evening. You're on my hands now. Hello, Danjon. Hi. Glad to see you up. David. And Luca. Oh, we have a lot of people. Thank you very much for being here. I'm gonna rule your world for a couple of hours. That being said, please share and retweet the space. Let everyone know I'm here so that they will run away, screaming probably. And if you have questions or anything else, please push that mic button and request to come up and speak. And we will do our best to answer if you have questions or talk to you if you just want to discuss something with us. That being said, I see Dr. Nick came up. Good evening or good afternoon. Actually, it's afternoon, right?
Oh, hi. Yeah, it's 2 o'clock here. I just came up and just thought I'd say hi to you, but I'm just perusing all of the videos of Vladen going splody. Again, couldn't happen to a nicer guy who continually advocated for effectively the genocide of Ukrainians. So really don't feel bad for him. And from the videos, it seemed like he was talking to a packed house of people who wanted to hear him talk about his interest in Ukrainians being genocided. So, you know, anyway, so I'm just perusing all of these videos, and it just seems like there's tons of videos on Russian Telegram as well as Ukrainian Telegram. And it's interesting on Russian Telegram, there's lots of loving little tributes to him, which is kind of disturbing. And of course, lots of people posting pictures of him and Dugina together, which is, of course, disgusting, but also kind of hilarious. And, so I'm just sort of strolling through here and finding out there's conflicting reports of I'm seeing different pictures of different people who that woman could have possibly have been. So I'm not going to post a picture yet until it's definitive because they look like completely different people. So I'll withhold the pictures and names until there's a more definitive note. But anyway, so I'm just going through all of that because it's kind of interesting right now. But I don't know. There's lots of different, in the fog of the bomb, I guess, ideas about who it could have been or what. But regardless, I think that it will probably be used as a weapon against Ukraine, regardless. There was also another bombing that Rebar. Hold on, let me see if I could find it. Let's see. Rybar mentions one that occurred in the Kursk region. Let's see here. It is Nikolaevo Dorino. in the village of Nikolaevo Darino that I think went off today. 7 civilians were injured. Residential buildings were damaged. I'll post this one also. And it's near Belgorod. Belgorod. So let's see. So I'm kind of thinking that they might. I don't know. Because they're blaming it on Ukrainians.
They blame everything on Ukrainians. Like
Right.
this
Right.
is
No, of course they do.
this is a
Mhm.
staple, right? So ever since the war
Right.
started, it's like that how do we put when you have a rapist, you know, and he says she made me do it. She had a short skirt. It was her fault because of the short skirt, and this is why I had to do it. It
No, of course.
it's not clear to me when how can this would be used when you hear reports about very old ladies being raped. But yeah,
No, no, of course.
so
But I think that they're just trying all of these false flag things. Like earlier we were talking about that the St. Petersburg thing could possibly be a situation where, uh, that the state may have done this, or agents of the state may have done this to send a message to Prigozhin or something like this, because it was a bar that he owned. And that's possible. But at the same time, I worry that they could be trying to pull like a rise on type situation. I don't know. I mean, it's too early to know, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But it's just all very sketchy, the whole situation. But it's very early, so we'll see what happens. But that's just my only worry, is that they use these things to try to justify some larger action on their part. So, but we'll see what happens. No concern on my part about uh, especially the blogger who died. Uh, I had a hearty chortle about it, but anyway, that's just my thought.
I totally agree. I mean, we will wait and see because we have no other options, right? But they they have tried, so they have done 3 things over this war that I can remember. One, there is this type of accusation thrown to Ukrainians for all the things that Russia did. So if I rape, you rape. If I I don't know, treat prisoners bad, I will say you treat my prisoners bad, and so on and so forth. So this was one. Second, they cried wolf every time. So they will come up and say every time they don't like something and they don't have any other response to it, they are like, we are moving our nuclear arsenal from this place to that place. We are training, they bring up this topic every time they don't have a better answer or a better, it's like the ultimate response in order to pull people's minds from what was discussed to another topic, which is actually more frightful, and people are like, oh, what if this happens? And yeah, so this would be the second. And third, they, over this past year, they have tried several times to stage some false flag attack. They tried this in Ukraine, and they tried this in Moldova also. So it's like the, I don't know how to put this. It's like when
It's their modus operandi.
yes, that's correct. So we will try to stage something and then say they did it. Look what they did. It's awful. It's a criminal thing. So
Right, like at the beginning of the full scale invasion, they leading up to it, they kept trying to do the same thing. Remember they were saying like, "Oh, look, Ukraine has bombed this kindergarten in the east, and look, they've bombed this residential building in the east," when it never happened. Look, they've bombed over here, and they're preparing to do this, and blah blah blah. And every time U.S. intelligence was like, "Oh, yeah, no, that never happened," and Russia's the one that's getting ready to invade, and they're preparing all these series of false flag events. And if you remember, it was so frustrating because the Western media, in particular, was I remember there was a press conference with the White House, and the Western media was just skewering the press secretary about those claims that these were false flag attacks. And as someone who is an expert in Russia and all of that, I was just like, could you please just do your due diligence just once? With some of these people, because they were just really giving him the riot act. And it's like, this is literally what Russia does. This is how they operate, people. Just please. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but this is exactly what they do. But now they're finally realizing it, that this is the unfortunate truth, but this is what they do. This is how they operate. This is how they engage in warfare. But anyway, it's just frustrating. But that's kind of why I'm like looking at this whole situation side-eyed, like, I wonder if this is them setting up for something. Who knows?
I saw yeah, I saw David came up real quick, and I think he has something to add to this, or I will respond, but I wanted to include him if he wants to add something. David?
And thank you. I salute you on Palm Sunday. No, I just unfortunately was suffering a Twitter glitch here and was struggling to come back into the room even, and then thought I was as a listener, but found myself in the speaker spot. So thank you for including me. It's a good advertisement for MriyaReport. You get invited to speak even when you're here by accident. So if you are in the audience, stick your paw in the air, and come on up and share what you're thinking. Visit mariaaid.org and donate if you can. If you can't, that's totally understandable. Retweet and share the space. It's probably more valuable because we will get fresh eyeballs in here.
All right. Thank you, David. So it's true. My thought went away. That that happens from time to time.
More coffee.
More coffee. I need to have more coffee. That's true. Well, I will go make some coffee. But to what Dr. Nick said, and I wanted to actually to bring up one thing that I read very, very recently. Doesn't go well with recently, does it? It's not good. So yeah. Anyway, there is a piece of news speaking about false flags, speaking about Russian disinformation. There is a piece of news, a declaration. This is actually priceless. This is a declaration done by Victor Mikita. He is the head of the regional military administration in the Zakarpattia region. And he's speaking about Hungarian oppression, supposed oppression, right? Because it's supposed oppression. And the statement is, there are no oppressed Hungarians in Ukraine's Zakarpattia region. And the state is taking care of the representatives of the national communities in the region. So the background of this declaration is a visit, a working visit, which the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs had in Zakarpattia region, and he met the parliamentary state secretary, which is Levente Magyar, and they discussed the issues of national communities, right? So on the everlasting discussion, speculation about Ukraine being oppressing Hungarians, the discussion about terrorist states, the discussion about third pro-Russian forces, and so on and so forth. And we have had here in the space Sergei, couple of mornings actually last week, and he has Romanian descent, right? I'm struggling. I'm trying to learn how to say good morning in Ukrainian. I'm butchering that one. I'm sorry to say. I'm awful. But he said the same thing. Like, they lived happily together. It was local banter between the nations, but there was no strife, no actual strife between them. So I think that's relevant, right? When we talk about disinformation and about what comes out from Russia state side, because it's from its state side, so it's not something you only hear at TV, some obscure TV channel that says something at some point. You have, what's her name, Zaharova, which is actually the spokeswoman for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So they represent the state in outside foreign relations, and she affords herself to state nonsense, right? To come up and say all sorts of stupid stuff. That sometimes, I don't know about you, Nick, but I know for sure Gunny is fighting that back more often than not. Also on Twitter here, but not only. So I wanted to put this up. So yeah, I wanted to say this. Do I make any sense? Like,
Rarely, but you have done just now.
thank you, David. Gary, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at Irish whiskey on Amazon and I pushed the wrong button. I ended up a speaker. So while I'm here, David, I've just sent you a DM, mate. Could you just post that tweet up in the nest? I'm suspended for 7 days.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, and let Lando know what it is in it, though.
Yeah, I can't post anything. I'm a naughty boy. And then I thought we might chat armor warfare for a couple of minutes, and if any of the T Farms army guys are listening, they could have a look at the tweet and see if they agree with my assessment of what we're looking at there. It's quite informative.
Dunions, it's up there now, Mr. Gunny.
Cool. I don't know if Angry Ants is on, but there's a tweet in the nest, and it's a picture of abandoned Russian armored vehicles. Really interesting if you zoom in on it, and you're a bit of a turbo nerd like me. So if you have a look, you'll see Russian vehicles with no crews. Now, what's interesting is the majority seem to be intact, and a large number of them seem to have problems with their tracks. Their tracks have come off, which says straight away they've run onto a minefield. There's a couple of really interesting things. So first of all, if you have a look at two of them, there's long, big logs of wood lying on the deck by the vehicles. So clearly they are resorting to using chunks of wood as a form of standoff armor. That was a deep sigh. Which is proper World War II stuff. You know, you would hang logs off the side, and the idea was it would give you a fairly low level, but an increase in armor on the side, particularly against high explosive anti-tank. There's a couple of BMPs there that have got wire mesh screens. Looks like temporarily welded on. Again, that's interesting. That's very much a throwback to the Second World War when the Russians, when they were confronted by German anti-tank rocket launchers called Panzerfaust and Panzerschreck, they took mattresses out of German homes and spot welded them to the sides because the springs on the mattress would detonate the warhead before it hit the main armor. So there's a bit of that. Have a look. The turrets are pointing everywhere. So proper Predator stuff. They were firing in all directions, Major. So clearly they didn't. They thought they were being shot at from multiple directions. So I think, looking at those photos, what you're seeing is what they thought was a safe route for an armored group, say 3 tanks, 4 or 5 infantry carriers, and they ran onto mines. Multiple vehicles ran onto mines. There's an armored recovery vehicle in one of the pictures. And having run onto mines, I think they were engaged probably by a squad, maybe 1 or 2 javelins, killed a couple of vehicles, and I think everyone else just went, fuck this, and bugged out, opened up the hatches and legged it. And what you have there is 3, if you repair the tracks, you have 3 usable T-72s. I think they are, maybe one's a T-62, and 3 infantry fighting vehicles that have just, all they've done is they've had mine strikes and the crews are bailed out. So they are probably recoverable. Why is that interesting? Saw the similar thing about 6 weeks ago outside Vuhledar, and there was a similar gathering of tanks together. All the hatches open. The crews had obviously bailed out. None of the vehicles, bar one, had been destroyed. But most of them looked like they'd sustained some kind of mine damage. And the crews obviously just went, screw this, opened up and then ran back. So why is that interesting? Primarily because training. They ran onto a minefield. They didn't have a mine clearing vehicle first, or they were sufficiently confident that route was safe. First vehicle hit a mine. Probably the other vehicles drove round just to carry on with the advance. Then hit mines. Then probably an infantry ambush, classical ambush, 1 or 2 anti-tank missiles. whoever shot at them probably didn't hang around. They displaced, went further down the road or something, and the Russians just panicked, jumped out the vehicles and legged it. And that tells us a lot about the state of training still of these Russian mechanized forces.
Gani, I have a question. I have many questions, you know that, but I have a question related to something you just said.
Is this back of the class?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm there. I advanced one road in front, and then Axel sent me back there, back to the back of the class in
I would
the
never
last
do
row.
that. I would never do that. Anna.
All
Seriously,
right, hold
no.
on, hold
I
on.
would
Let me.
always, like a good boy, I would walk around the whole class and make sure that everybody is around and everybody has everything they need.
All right, I need to sit down for a back of the class. Hold on, let me have a sip of wine first, and then carry on. Okay, go for it.
All
Go
right.
for it.
Okay, so I will talk until you get your glass of wine. So, two questions. You mentioned Second World War, right? About the logs and everything. And I know during the Second World War, they also used how do you say, we call them maquette. It's a mock-up made from wood that looks like a weapon. It's in full scale in order to attract enemy rounds. Basically, they to make them shoot at nothing. Basically, they will see a wooden turret which is hidden in the wood in the woods between trees, and they will mistake it for a tank or something else, and they will shoot at it. So is this something that is related to what you said, or they are using the wood on the side of the tanks in order to, like an armor sort of stuff? So if they are shoot, it's for what's the purpose of it? Like, how does it work? If it works, does it work? It looks like a carriage with something on the side. I don't know. I guess if you don't have any other option, that is an option. But so that's one question, and the other question is
No, that's enough. No. No more. I beg you. That's like a 10-minute. That's like a 10-minute answer, and I'm trying to formulate a. All right. What's the second question?
More wine.
Intravenous.
more wine.
Intravenous.
So the second question is about training. So how should they what's the, like, I understand running is not an option. So I should run. So if I don't know what to do, I would probably, and everything is blowing up around me, I would probably run. I have to tell you that. But what else? What else could they do? Like, they don't have sappers. It's clear as day for me that they don't have sappers, they don't have deminers, they don't have anyone. I don't know what other option they are ordered to march forward. and probably shot if they don't. So they don't have many options. And what I saw in Vuledar was they weren't even phased, Gani. That shocked me. Like there was a tank which was blocked in the middle of the road. 3 or 4 soldiers were outside around him, trying to make him work or move from that place. I don't. They were around. It was filmed from afar, so I could not tell exactly what they did. And there was another tank which was very close to it. They were both sitting, and from behind a third tank arrives and blows up. And these 4 guys, they don't even flinch. Like they don't even turn their head. It's like they didn't hear. And it was like 30 meters behind. So I was wondering, how can one get in that state to not even turn their head when some of their colleagues are being blown up?
Okay, that's really 2 easy questions, isn't it? I mean, this will. Okay, so right on your second question. So imagine you're in an armored vehicle and you're looking out at 7 periscopes. So you're the tank commander and you're looking at 7 periscopes, and each periscope gives you about I don't know, about 20 degrees field of vision. All right, but you've got to look through one periscope. All right, unless you're Uzi looking at, right, and you've got woggle eyes, you're only going to be able to look through one periscope at one time. So your field of vision in an armored vehicle is pretty much restricted as to what you're looking at through the periscope. Now, there's a reason Western tanks have something called the open protected position. So if you imagine the hatch, big armored circular hatch, what you can do is you can raise that up a few inches, and you will have eye line, so you can look around, but the hatch is over your head. So the hatch protects you against artillery fragments and sniper fire and stuff like that. And the beauty of that is you've got 360-degree vision. So the chieftain, when he does his tank talks, because he was an ex-American cavalry tank commander, he says even in Iraq, he would only, unless it was desperate, would he be closed down fully, what you call closed down. He would have the hatch open in the open protected position because you can see what's going on. Now imagine you're looking through all the periscopes and you close down. You're in a tank, it's extremely noisy. You've got the engine, you've got the main gun going, you might have the coaxial machine gun going. If you're looking to your front and a tank following you blows up, you're going to know about it? Probably not, because you are stuck with this very limited field of vision. Now, Western tanks have independent sights, so the tank commander will be able to traverse like his optics and his thermals and stuff like that. But Russian tanks, especially the older ones, you are literally stuck to looking out of periscopes, and something can happen to one side of you, and if you're looking the other side, you won't know it because it's just too noisy. Crews, everyone in the army goes through training, and one of the things you'll go through, well, all of it is set piece. Right, A happens, therefore you do B, C, D, and E. If F happens, you do G. Right, and it's kind of train. So it's automatic. So say you're ambushed, ambush drills. There is a set procedure of things a group of armored vehicles will do. I can't tell you what exactly because I'm not a tanker, but there will be a set procedure, and you practice it so often, it's second nature. So, you might be ambushed from a tree line on the left. Immediate action drills might be to swing around to the left and hose it down with coax machine gun fire or something until you identify who's shooting at you. The infantry and the follow-on infantry fighting vehicles will do B and C, and it's all sort of second nature. So when we see the Russians bunching up together and turrets pointing in all directions, that kind of tells us that there isn't that set piece kind of drill. Two vehicles in front of you run onto mines. Probably a good bet there are other mines. Probably not the best thing on earth to drive around those vehicles and then you run onto mines as well. Because anti-tank mines won't always kill a tank. Might kill an infantry fighting vehicle, but they won't kill a tank. But it's what you call a mobility kill. Once the track's off, that's it. You're screwed. You're kind of stationary. So what that means is the Russians don't have that set piece drills. They're running into trouble. Lead vehicles are hitting mines. Maybe they're shot at. One or two javelins or NLAWs, something like that. And everything goes to hell in a handcart. No one knows what to do. And if you're been in the army 7 days idiot and you see other people through your little vision port bailing out of their vehicles, you'll probably bail out as well and you'll run. So it's just bad training. Reference the armor. So this goes back. Such a hard question, right? So this goes back to the Second World War. So very quickly, Germans and Brits, and then later on Americans discovered that the tank that you're in isn't always well armored enough. And what do you do if you're on operations and you see tanks around you blowing up and anti-tank shells going through the front? You look for some way to improve the armor. You use wood, you use concrete sacks, you use bed springs, you use spare track links because most tanks carry spare track links. And what crews started doing was bolting these to the front and the sides of the vehicle. It wasn't officially recommended, and a lot of the time it doesn't really work, to be honest with you, although track links do work because tracks on tanks are obviously quite heavy bits of metal. But crews would just stick essentially anything, spare road wheels, anything they could get their hands on, just to give even an inch, 2 inches of extra armor. The problem with it is, unless it's already carried by the tank, what you do is you overload the suspension. And that can affect the running gear. It can affect the vehicle's mobility. It can maybe, if you stack loads of spare road wheels and things like that on the front of the hull, you're going to get a little bit of a nose down attitude. It's going to stress the suspension, things like that. Does it work? Yeah, it does. There's performance data from, I think it was a Tiger 1 tank, and the British did firings against a captured one, and they did it just against the front armor, and they did it with track links kind of suspended on the front as well, and it did make a slight difference. The same as wooden logs. Yeah, they might activate a high explosive anti-tank round, which is just think of it as a cone of copper with an explosive behind it, and what it does is it melts the copper, turns it into a jet, and that burns through the armor. If you can get the warhead to detonate further away from the hull, it dissipates a jet. So wood, yeah, a little bit. Track links probably better. Metal springs, yeah, that might work on a sort of fairly old weapon system. But what's more interesting is it tells you just how scared the crews are, how worried they are about the armor on their vehicles. So a lot of Allied tank formations in World War II, they officially discouraged the hanging of track links on the vehicles because it was supposed to be bad for morale, because they said, well, it just means that you don't really trust the armor on our vehicles. And the Sherman crews and the Cromwell crews were going, oh, fucking duh, yeah, absolutely. And we're going to, and that's why you see pictures of Allied tanks covered in spare track link sometimes, and German tanks as well, especially on the lower front plate, that kind of thing. So that's why it's informative. It just shows you that crews are being driven to the expediency of sticking stuff on the sides of the front, anything that they think will work. We do the same, but we do it formally. So anti-RPG cages, what we call applique armor packs, big boxes of composite armor, or even just maybe 1 inch, 2 inches steel fitted round the holes. And these are official modifications called theatre upgrades. The Russians aren't doing that. They're just sticking whatever on the sides and on the front that they can do. It's also interesting as well, but you still see Russian infantry traveling around on the top of their infantry fighting vehicles. This is not a good thing for you to do. If you're an infantry fighting vehicle is designed to move infantry around under cover of armor. If you're sat on the top of the bloody thing, then it's pretty much a waste of time. You might as well fucking walk or travel around in a Ford Fiesta. The reason that the Russian infantry are riding on the top of these things is because of the mine strikes. Because they know that if a BMP or a BTR hits a Western anti-tank mine, it's not going to just take the wheel off. It may well kill everyone inside, if only because the vehicle might jump up about 15 feet and you smash your head against a roof. Because they don't do protected under holes like we do, V-shaped holes. The seats aren't sort of cushioned against that kind of thing. So what you do is you get lots of Russian infantry riding on the top of infantry fighting vehicles. And of course, they just get hosed by small arms fire, or the Ukrainians do air burst artillery. Infantry die, tanks are on their own. And if you remember what I said, tank crews looking round through periscopes, they can't really see what's going on, and they end up sort of acting unsupported. Now, interestingly, that quite good video of that Russian T-72 shooting up the Ukrainian T-72 shooting up that trench, not great drills, to be honest with you. I don't think. A few tankers have kind of raised an eyebrow because you had a lot of Russians. They clearly had an anti-tank weapon because they near missed one. What you really needed was that BMP at the start of the video with the Ukrainian infantry in the back, dismounting and then clearing that trench as the tank provided overwatch. Because what you saw was a Ukrainian tank just shooting high explosive fragmentation, trying to get at these Russians who were kind of hiding at the bottom of a trench. So both sides are making mistakes still, I think, probably driven by necessity. And it goes to prove the point that the Ukrainians probably need infantry fighting vehicles as much as armor, main battle tanks themselves. Need to be able to get the bayonets up there with the tanks so they could jump out the back, clear the trenches, and save that save that Ukrainian tank. Because if they'd been equipped with RPGs or something, it might have got a little bit emotional for them. So still quite a lot of work to do, but with CV-19 Marders, Bradleys, Bulldogs, things like that, hopefully we'll see a lot more coordination. There's a long couple of answers.
Well, thank you. I had long questions, simple ones, as you said. But thank you. It kind of how should I put this? When you're in the back of the class with me, some things, you acknowledge them, that they are there, but don't have exactly an answer on them. So whenever I get people to answer my questions, to clarify stuff that was overlooked, I I asked them. This morning I asked Domen what's a think tank, because we were talking here in the space about OC, some organizations on environment and not only, and about what's happening in Romania and future NATO meeting and in Brussels and so on and so forth. So I can understand that part, but actually I didn't quite understood until Domen explained to me what's the role and what are these think tanks. So thank you. It's really helping me understand more what's happening and what I'm looking at, right? Because we have had in my family, we have had seamstress. Is there a name for a male who is sewing stuff? I don't know. Anyway, lots of times you look at things and you don't understand what you're looking at, right? So I feel like that when I look at the front and some of the videos. So this is why I'm asking. So thank you. You want to add something?
Yeah, a think tank is a collection of academics and intellectuals who sit around in an office stroking beards and each other's egos all day and come up with completely unsustainable and stupid ideas, but get paid vast amounts of money. That's what a think tank is. Think tanks are great. Just go and ask people actually on the ground how to fix something, and they will come up with a solution in 5 minutes. A think tank is an exercise in nothing, to be honest with you.
In futility, an exercise in futility.
Yeah, because otherwise intellectuals and academics would have nothing else to do, would they? But to sit around and come up with fabulous ideas that have no real application in the real world. I suppose that's what higher education does for you.
I love this part. Have I told you how much I love your frankness? Just like David, you're not mincing words, and you're not hiding behind your finger. Thank you.
That's why I'm on a 7-day ban. So, okay.
Well, at least you had to. You could say. Yeah. Evening. Welcome up.
Good evening, or good morning, or hi, which depending on which part of the globe you are. Don't you mind that I change a topic a little bit from the tanks to religion? I mean, tanks are also part of some kind of religion, if you know what I mean. But the religion, I mean, we are in front of Easter. Some part of Orthodox, they are having Easter a little bit later, just simply because the Julius Caesar was not the best calendar maker, comparing to another guy who called himself Gregorian. The religious thing is, maybe you've seen that in Twitter. Many people got angry recently because they saw a video how the Russian Pope is making violence against the military person in the uniform, and that was happening in Khmelnytsky. And like many thought, like, no, damn, is not gonna end up well, because it's kind of complicated thing that first Russia on their TV, they need kind of the picture that Ukraine is oppressing religion. They start making this kind of propaganda, while in fact Ukraine is just defending its own sovereign church, instead of Russian, how to call it, branch of the FSB, Russian church still being in Ukraine. Don't ask me why it's still in Ukraine. Most probably because Ukraine is a young democracy, and Ukraine is trying to avoid any radical decisions and radical actions related to the church. And that's why Ukraine is trying to make it in a way that it will not provoke any more troubles, because you can imagine if Russia starts making this all show in their TV, putting also the religious component on the other side, they can bring to their TV whatever they want. They don't need any reason, as we already know. But just to give you that interesting example, which is the pure expression of Ukraine, what means Ukrainian democracy, when we saw that video when Russian popes were beating the military men, at least men in the military uniform, many had like hard emotions. What did locals? They gathered in front of this church, and you guess what they did? They burned that church? No, they gathered with their religious community, and they have called for a transfer of that church from the Russian church to the Ukrainian one. And in the evening, already the Ukrainian church were doing the prayers in the church in Ukrainian and making the prayers on Ukraine. That's, to me, the pure sense of democracy, how democracy is powerful. And unfortunately, it took time for people to get, to understand what is their power in changing things. And I hope that all story with Russian church in Ukraine will be solved in a similar way, with with the right decisions and wise actions of those who are responsible for that.
I have a question.
Tweeted. Yeah, please.
So, I always have questions. So I have a question. I have more, but yeah. I'm sorry. Simple ones. Just 10 minutes of an answer. So, what's different? First and foremost, I need to, for the people in the room, which are some of them are from US. When we say the popes in Russia, it's not about. There is one pope in the Catholic Church, named as such in English. It's about the priests, right?
They were bishops, right? The ones that were smacking the guy were bishops.
Yeah. So
yeah, the correct word are the bishops. You're totally correct.
Obispo, if you want to do a bit of Spanish.
Yeah. So that was because in Romanian and probably in Ukrainian also, we call them popa, right? So the priest, another name for priest, it's popa. So you can also, which is different from the papa, which is the pope, the one.
Oh, padre. Got it.
Yes, exactly. So I think this is from where it came. So it's a name for the priests and higher ups in the. It's a generic name for all the priests and bishops and other higher ups in the church, in the Orthodox Church. So I wanted to bring that to make that clear on one side. And the question is as follows. You have so basically what's different between the Catholic Church and the Orthodox one is that every Orthodox church basically is independent, right? Ukraine kind of migrated to independence, but not fully, right? So usually every other country has an independent church with its own patriarch, which is equal in rights with others, and only the patriarch from Constantinople, which actually it's right now it's Istanbul, is called first among equals. So basically, the other patriarchs are listening to him when he's speaking. But it's not, how should I put this? It's not
State religion.
It's the same religion.
Sorry, it's not a state religion, right? There's no official state religion in Ukraine.
No, it's not a state religion. They are separate from the state. The patriarch is independent. He has no
And what if I put
seat
it
in
that way?
parliament.
Orthodox Church is more like horizontal structure of versus the like vertical structure versus the Catholic one. So let's call it that way. There are many like subordinates to the main Constantinople, but they are like more horizontal structure, as you said, where the main priest is like first among the equals, as you mentioned. So that's probably that way would be more clear around. And all the story about the difference between Russian church and Ukrainian church, same as we see on the front lines where Russia is trying to capture and destroy Ukraine since many ages. Russia was doing the same in the religion. They tried to justify their Russian existence through the church, despite the fact that the Christianity in Rus was like when the Rus was baptized, actually there were just frogs on the swamps from their part of their lands, but still they try to justify their existence, saying that there is only one church, which is Russian, Moscow. They say Moscow Patriarchy, and this Moscow Patriarchy, they use the same narrative as like Ukrainians and Russians are like the same people, are brothers. They say the same they do in the church. Once they even bribed one, I don't remember the name of that priest in, if my memory doesn't fail me, in 15th century, to subordinate the Kiev Patriarchy to the Moscow one, and since that time, Ukrainian Kiev Patriarchy was subordinated to the Moscow one, and in fact. With the Tomos that Ukraine obtained as Kiev Patriarchy, as like the Ukrainian Orthodox part of the independent church, that was something that many Ukrainians were expecting and waiting as another element of their not only state independence but also religious independence, remembering that Russian church, this Muscovy Patriarchy, was actually, if my memory doesn't fail me, twice excommunicated by Constantinople. At least I know, I remember, I can recall in my memory the one excommunication when they called themselves as the Third Rome, at the moment when Constantinople was almost had a risk to be destroyed by the Ottomans, and Russians felt that this is the right moment to proclaim that they are the main church, Orthodox church. And what did Constantinople? They excommunicate, and it was never lifted, by the way, never lifted, meaning that even the researchers, historians, religious historians who are how to call it, shyly mentioning in their research that despite the fact that those excommunications were never lifted, as they say, it melted through the course of history. So that's the beautiful expression that they use. One day we believe that Russia as a state will melt in the course of history, and Ukraine will prosper, winning that war against the aggressor. So that's the story of those two churches, and that's why, to me, it is an important symbol of Ukrainian democracy being able to solve the problems not in the violent way how Russians are doing, but gathering in a community, not being okay with what was happening in that religious institution with Russian bishops and priests. And what they did, they gathered a community and they transferred that church from the Moscow to the Ukrainian Patriarchy. And that's the thing to me, because it's a symbol of being able to solve the problems in the democratic way, but not burning the church, bringing the right picture on Russian TV, and bringing also the religious component to their conscription campaign that is failing. That's something I was going to tell you. Thanks. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thank you, Verdogo. I was thinking, I think that the first, so when this is the tradition, right? If the head of the state is baptized in one religion, and he declares the state to have that religion, it basically the state changes the religion, regardless of the fact that people in that state are not all of them in the new religion, right? So
no, actually, Ukraine is the multicultural, multi-religious country. You have the Jews, you have the Muslims, Tatars. Like, there are many of them.
I wanted to point out something. So many years ago, before the schism, actually between the Catholic and the Orthodox Church, when Volodymyr, I think it was his name, but baptized himself, and he built the first cathedral, and declared Christianity as a faith for Ukrainians. I don't believe Muscovy was formed at that point. So
you're referring to the ancient times,
yes.
when the Rus was baptized. Look, I mean, Vladimir or Valdemar, considering his roots, we can call him anyway. But when the Rus was baptized, there were frogs on the swamps in the Muscovy area.
That was my point, right? So Ukraine's roots in Christianity go far deeper and further than whatever Russia wants to say right now.
The funniest thing is that the Muscovy Patriarchy was at all cancelled by the Bolsheviks, because they, at the first decades of being in power, they completely canceled all their religions. Let's call it that way, and they were even oppressing the religion. They were destroying the monasteries. They were sending to Gulag the priests, and then I believe after 30s, no, in 1943, if my memory doesn't fail me, Stalin actually understood that they need kind of unity factor, and they restored the Soviet church, this Moscow Patriarchy. So we can say that the Moscow Patriarchy actually is re-established by Stalin. So this is the totally government ruled church. Today is like affiliate of the FSB. If you want, we can call them Witness of Dzerzhinsky. They're founder of their KGB. Let's call it that way. And twice excommunicated by Constantinople. Nice church, no? Nice religion.
Well, what can I say? Yeah, it's complicated. It's a complicated history, but I hope it will be sorted out, and I hope Ukraine will get their own patriarchy run by Ukrainian priests who actually believe in God and do the right thing, right? And I'm not talking here because, how should I put this? I know there are a lot of faiths in Ukraine, right? I know, and actually I learned last year that you celebrate 2 Easters. I find that really sweet and really inclusive.
You cannot imagine how we like that. I mean, the whole January, you just coming from one holiday to another. It's so beautiful. No, it's part of the joke, obviously. We do that only simply because, as I mentioned, Julius Caesar was not the great calendar maker, and that's why you have the delay in days. And Ukraine is transferring
Actually,
the Orthodox Church to the Gregorian.
I have an objection on that slightly. Not because he was not the greatest, but I have an objection, but I will not indulge on it here. I will have a 2 hours discussion on on religion and
But
and
in
foods.
Romania, the Easter is next week, right? Next weekend.
No, we are, so our Easter is 2 weeks from now. Next Easter is Palm Sunday, and 2 weeks from now, together with the Orthodox, basically all Orthodox churches celebrate Easter on the same day. We celebrate how do you call it, Christmas differently.
Yes,
So
it's for Christmas. Yes, you're right.
it's so we basically what happened for most Orthodox patriarchies is they shifted the calendar for all celebrations except Easter. Easter is the only one who was left on the old calendar, and the reasoning for that is actually I have to say this because otherwise it has no sense. You have the light coming in Jerusalem, and it only comes in on a certain date, right? And that date is this date on the Julius calendar. This is basically it. So this is why they kept it this way, because the yearly wonder happens on that day. So they kept the day for Easter because this is when it happens, and that's it. For the rest of the celebrations, they shifted all the rest of the celebrations on the new calendar, which also matches the yearly calendar, the natural calendar. So this is basically it. This is the reason. The wonder doesn't happen in any other day. So it's not a choice. It's a fact. It happens. And that's it. But it's anyway. Chris is, I think you're Anglican. Chris, you're not Catholic, right? David should be Catholic. He's from Ireland, and Ireland is Catholic by tradition. But you must be from Anglican church.
I'm just
No,
looking my table and I see just several USB types laying on the table. That's for religion. It doesn't surprise me a lot. We as humans just like so much to complicate. So religion thing does not really impress me much by being complicated.
Well, basically, you have two rules, right? And these are actually universal: to love God and to love your neighbor. And basically, everything beyond that is added, right? These are the two main directives that you have, no matter what. And it doesn't say there that your neighbor should be on a certain religion. It doesn't say there what color his skin should be, if he is, I don't know, a sinner or a saint. It doesn't say that. It says love your neighbor. So I kind of stick to that, you know. It's pretty simple for me. It doesn't matter what religion you are. I also meditate, and I don't see any. It really doesn't matter what religion you are. I will help you if you need help, right? This is basically it. Ukraine needs help right now, and I'm here to help. I'm just showing up and asking questions from time to time. Chris, welcome up. Join the
hi,
talk.
Angela. How are you? Lovely to hear you. I hope you're feeling better. Are you? Sounds like.
I'm better. I'm better.
Good.
I cannot sing yet. My voice is not
Ah.
fully recovered, but
Soon
yeah.
then. Soon then, I hope. Now, on religion, you're sort of close, right? Yeah. However, it's slightly complicated because part of my family went over with Brigham Young to America. So part of my family is Mormon or Latter-day Saints, right? The other part of my family is like Wicca, if you know what Wicca is, right? People think it's witchcraft, right? But it's not.
I heard about it. Yes.
Yes. Okay. But in order not to confuse the Navy, I just put down Christian because that seemed like the easiest thing to do. You know, I didn't really want to explain to them that I was part Wicca and part Mormon.
All right. So basically, you simplified everything. So
I
what
did.
what do we believe in?
I simplified everything, and now I hold the keys to the church next door. Yeah, so which is a Christian / Catholic church. Yeah, so I've got the keys. I can lock the door and stop them all coming in if I want to. So, I was Oh, and I got to tell you, right? I've been fuming like the last day or so because I keep seeing these priests kicking people around the place, like in Ukraine, and I'm like, who the heck are these people that they think they can kick, you know, men and women around the place and that, you know, and I'm like, gee, get rid of them, you know. But it looks like War Doggo is like playing it cool with them. Is that right? That's the idea, is it? Not to inflame. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to let you know I learned a word, autocephalous.
Yes, autocephala. Yes.
Ah,
Yes, this is basically it. Yes, that's the definition of how the churches, the Orthodox churches are organized. Yes,
what language was that in Romanian? Did you say autocephalous in Romanian?
autocephal. Yes, it means the same thing. That's
Okay.
it's
Okay.
autocephalous. It's the same thing. So basically, your church of the country answers to himself alone. He always he consults with
It's like kind of the autonomy in the church language, right?
exactly.
Yeah, and that means, and so what you meant, War Doggo, when you said horizontal, not vertical, right? Does that mean they don't actually like report to the Moscow patriarchy? Then is that what that means?
Yes, by obtaining the Thomas document is like the recognition of his autokephalia, meaning that they are recognized by the horizontal institutions and plus the one higher among equals as the independent state. By the way, this Thomas Muscovy Church never obtained.
So okay, so like in no way or in some way do they report to the Moscow patriarch?
No, they were before, but they were running that process of obtaining its own recognition of the independent Ukrainian church, I think, since 2000s. And that was a complicated process, which finally finished in 2018 by obtaining this recognition document that is called Tomos from the Constantinople Patriarch. And he was in Kiev. He presented this Tomos in Kiev himself, and by that start the process of Ukrainian church independence, because it's like NATO, you know. One country
Yeah.
is getting to NATO, but then all the members need to approve that. Let's call it that way. But the good thing, same as in NATO, Russia doesn't have Tomos, so I believe I don't know the specifics, but I believe that Russian vote doesn't count. And I don't know at what stage Ukraine is, but I believe that from what I see, Ukraine is already like acting as an independent church, and they are already proposing the Muscovy church if there are some priests or bishops, as we mentioned earlier, if they would like to transfer to the independent Ukrainian church, they can do so. But of course, many of them who are representing Muscovy and its ideas and its ideals, of course, they refuse. And then one by one, the local religious communities are gathering together and they are deciding, like for instance in this case of Khmelnytsky, city Khmelnytsky, they decided to transfer that church into Ukrainian autokephalic, let's call it that way. And that means that Russian Muscovy popes have to be not the popes, the bishops have to be replaced by the Ukrainian one in that church, in that particular church. And that's why I said in my tweet that I believe that this is a good precedent. How it's not the first one. There were already many of them since 2018 happening such kind of transformation, but this is the big one that was in the media for couple of days. And I believe that this is an example how this transition should go, not getting it to the conflict of one beating another, but just simply the local religious community gathering and making a decision of such a transfer.
Yeah.
It's little, yeah.
So sorry. Yeah. So if I may just so I saw a video, War Doggo, where I think they said that they had 1,000 signatures from the local religious community to make the transfer. Does that sound right?
The decision is actually by the local religious community. So there is like a community in every city, and they represent people in these religious questions, and this community, if they appeal for such kind of transfer, this transfer should be happening. Is a little bit more complicated to one of the main UNESCO protected cathedrals in Kiev, that is called Lavra, where the Muscovy bishops who have been having a document that was saying that they stay there based on the lease agreement with the Ministry of Culture, and they have broken that agreement because they did something that was classified as the violation of the terms of this rent, and this rent was cancelled by the Ministry of Culture. But unfortunately, from one of the main cathedrals, that Lavra conflict that you can see also happening on the Kiev street, because it's just simply happening that Muscovy bishops doesn't want to leave the territory of that complex. They actually left the one of the main buildings of that complex, where the I don't know how it's called. The first word I have in my mind related to that is like service, but I don't know if it is correct one. When there is a mass or a mass, no, that's totally not the correct word. I mean that there is a religious process of prayers during the holiday, which is like religious service, let's call it that way. They were already happening the last Christmas over there. Ukrainian church being doing the prayers over there already. So they left the main building, but they still got in the monastery, in the buildings of monastery of Lavra, and they don't want to leave from there, despite that they have no reason for staying there.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, War Doggo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will drop to make space for Nefo Dave, and in the meantime, I will say hello to David, who came up to
Hello,
co-host.
Ando.
Hello, David. And also, thank you very much, War Doggo, for coming up, and Chris, and everyone else. I really appreciate it. So thank you. Hi, Ivana. Welcome up.
Hi, Ando. Hi.
Nice to see you up there, and I'm glad you're feeling better. And I really enjoyed the discussion. I came up to just clarify a little bit the difference in calendars between the Easter Catholic and Orthodox Easter, because it's kind of more complicated. It's not just the difference between the Julian and the Gregorian calendar, because if it would be like this every year, the distance between the two Easters will be 13 days or 14 days, because it has to be on Sunday, which is not the case. Sometimes it's the same day, sometimes it's a week difference, sometimes there may be 5 weeks between the two Easters. So in fact, there are 3 events that are taken into consideration. It's the spring equinox, the Jewish celebration of the Passover, and the full moon. So the calendar change plays into the date of the equinox, because the equinox is considered according to each calendar differently. The Jewish Passover is always on the same day. So it's according to this that the date for the Easter is set. It has to be after the Passover, and then it depends on the full moon, because it has to be after the full moon as it was written in the script. So basically, the moon plays an important role, because sometimes that big difference between the two Easters is determined solely by the moon. So I just wanted to give you a fun fact. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Hello there, David. How are you?
Hi, it's the Dave and David show.
It is.
So
That is a
we can't.
unique event. That is
Yes.
a real unique. I need. Do you want an announcer? And in the red corner. I mean, seriously, that's great.
Yeah, we'll take an announcer if anybody wants to announce this. Or does this mean we're going to have a SmackDown here?
You do that. I need to
You
take
don't
a
want me
quick
sitting
call. I'll
on
be
you.
back.
I can tell you that now.
Well, I'll just roll over your toes, and then you wouldn't be able to walk. So we are switching. Both of us switched out. Had Anda who was up. I didn't see David. You were here before me, but I didn't see who was here before you.
Oh no, no idea. I was busy with family doing things, and then
Axel.
and then came up. So yes. Oh, there you are. It was
Axel was co-hosting with me. Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, Axel is talented. He can do like 10 things at once.
Yes, he can.
So just since we were talking about religion, I think you had brought up that part of your family is Wicca and part of them are LDS.
You talking to me?
Yeah, was that you or Chris?
Yeah, that's not me.
Chris.
Oh, that was Chris. Sorry.
I'm an atheist. I was about to say thank you very much to Wardogo for an explanation. Religion goes past me completely. I appreciate that people are religious, but I just don't get it really. But if people want to be religious, that's of course a choice. But I was wondering, because I did see the tweet earlier with the guy who'd been kicked out of the soldier who'd been, I say he was sort of attacked by the priest, and then they were saying he was arrested, and I was going, hang on, how comes he's arrested? So it was a good explanation. Thank you very much. Now I get it.
Oh, sorry. I still have a trouble with the English accent, and so to me it's like David's English, Chris is English. You know, you guys sound about the same to me. Sorry.
Chris from Birmingham sounds like me.
But remember, David. First of all, I'm not from Birmingham, mate. I'm Celtic.
Dudley,
so...
you're from Dudley.
No, Dudley, not Dudley. No, not Dudley. No, so well, David, whatever I was, when I went to Dartmouth, they beat it out of me anyway, as they do there. You see, so
They didn't do a very good job of that. I can tell you that now.
Why? What accent are you telling me that I've got? You're not telling me that I've got like a Birmingham accent, have you? And I'd say buzz.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
yeah.
you have you still have a black country accent.
I do not.
You do. You do. Don't deny
Okay,
it.
well, I need to take more opinions on that, David. But anyway, yeah.
Okay, let's call it Black Country Light then. Okay.
I
Or the
don't know.
taste, but without the alcohol.
People have always, well, I think they've told me anyway, that I've got a nondescript Southern English accent. Or
That's
perhaps that's
utter
what.
tosh. Whoever told you that is.
But yes, like the NAFO, Dave, the one branch of the family. If you're familiar with the Mormon Church, John Windley went over with Brigham Young, and so as I understand it, in Salt Lake City, we're a big deal, NAFO, Dave, right? So yeah, and we have I've seen like the Windley name on like markers, you know, where Brigham Young travelled across the country and settled and all that blah. Yeah, but I don't know anything really much about it. But you know, I know there are lots of Windleys in Salt Lake City.
Yes, there are. I've run into a few. So it's quite possible our ancestors were buddies on the Trek West.
Well, it's a small world, isn't it, NAFO, Dave?
It is. Though I have to say, even though I'm in Utah now, I was born in Oklahoma, so I claim my birthplace is Oklahoma, and that's where I grew up. So I'm an Okie. But I just brought up that you know because the different religions have at least I've been a member of the Mormon Church is technically where our full name is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which is a handful, and it usually comes out as the Church of Cheese and Rice and Rattlesnake Eggs or something like that. So Mormons are good, but there's the church there. There's quite a bit of LDS members in Ukraine, and the church is a worldwide church, much like the Catholic Church. Not nearly so big, but they have been continually donating humanitarian aid. They gave $4 million recently for a whole bunch of different projects, and there's a big there's been a large contingency of Mormons in Germany. So there's a lot in Germany actually that have taken in Ukrainian refugees. Not quite so many in Poland. There's not as many there. But I just wanted to bring out that I don't know what the Catholic Church has been doing for aid, but this I guess this from what I know, just because I'm a member of it, that the LDS Church has stepped up. I know that there's a lot of. I have some friends from Oklahoma. Being Oklahoma, I don't know if whoever's familiar with the geography of the United States, but the southern part of the United States tends to be much more Bible oriented, religion wise. So there's lots of Baptists and evangelicals and things. I grew up with a lot of Baptists, And I know that many of them have done missions, what they would call a humanitarian mission, go over to Ukraine and distribute aid that they collect at home or take money that they've collected. This seems to be it's one of the fundamentals of religion. I think, as Anda pointed out earlier, that the two in Christianity, in Judaism, in Muslims, Buddhist, Hindu, all have the basic fundamental principle of you need to take care of your neighbor. You need to be kind to people. That and of course, I won't get into the whole conversation about which religion does what better or whatever. The fundamental principle of all that is that you help people, and that you respect laws that your creator or higher power has set up. So it's kind of an organized structure. You help people and you do it this way. I think this is one of the very fundamental things that religion should do. There's a lot of things religion should not do. This is one of the things I think they are, totally in their lane, of providing aid for Ukraine and the families that have been displaced and the horrors that have been going on there. Yes, Chris. Chris, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, sorry, no, for Dave. I was going to say, have you come across Phil Windley, who's in Utah, Linden in Utah?
No. Linden
Okay.
is about 40 miles away from me.
Okay.
But yeah, there's a lot of Wimbleys.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I gather that, but he was in the university there. What's it called?
Brigham Young University.
Yeah,
or
it is Brigham Young University. Yeah, it is Brigham Young. Yeah. I think he is or was a professor. Adjunct professor at Brigham Young.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I would have a much better chance of knowing him if he was a professor at the University of Utah, where I work. Go ahead.
No, sorry. There you go. Anyway, the other thing I was going to say is it's interesting actually because when I was talking about a while back, we were sort of like talking about connecting, if you like, with communities in America. And of course, both the Catholic and the Orthodox churches and that have actually stepped up in terms of, supporting fundraisers and all that sort of thing across America as well. So that's like a powerful network in its own right, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and that's one of the things about the Mormons is that they're well known in the states because they have stockpiles of aid in every state, and so it's like usually they're the first group there. They're there before FEMA. They're there before anybody else because they have a whole part of our whole philosophy is that we help others. And so you can't help others unless you're prepared to help others before they need the help. It doesn't do you much good if somebody needs help and you can't help them because you didn't prepare for it. So they were one of the first groups into Ukraine. I think within 48 hours, they had aid going into there. And I know that other churches have the same kind of setup, but I don't think it's quite as efficient because there have been many memes. If you look up for different Mormon memes, a lot of people have made memes about this Mormons just showing up and helping at the oddest times and places. Anyway, enough about that. Anda had her hand up, and then Jamie. Maybe we continue on this subject, or we can change, whichever you want to do.
Well, I have questions. I'm sorry. I'm awful. I'm sorry. So
Well, at least you're honest, because that's what your picture says. That it's just right out there. I have questions.
I do. I what can I do? So this is so you were talking about you pointed out a very interesting and important thing, which is in order to help others, you need to be prepared, right? I think it's not only among the church, but among the people and the countries, right? So one of the reasons for which, for example, UK was able to help militarily, and other countries were able to help, it's because they were prepared, right? They didn't had to check, double check, triple check the tanks. I'm sorry, someone is making fun of me. I'm sorry. I need to.
Come on, stay on task, Anna. Stay on task.
Stay on task. Okay, eyes on the ball. So what I wanted to say. So UK was prepared, right? The US was prepared. The Germans were not prepared. Because when they were asked what they can give, and they said reluctantly and lately, this is what we can give, but we need to check them, right? So I think this is an important thing. The Spanish needed to do the same. The Portuguese the same. So how prepared are we, right? You were talking about the missions that left the second day, and I think this is actually something that we should do, right? We should help the people in need. We should be able to help, which means we should be prepared, like each and every one of us. Mockers is not here, but she had an expression yesterday or the day before about the 6 P's that I needed to I wrote that down actually. I liked it so much. It was about planning and what lack of planning provides. So most of the times we are as we go into really comfortable situations, we forget to prepare ourselves, and I'm not talking only as churches or as organizations or as countries. I'm talking about us as persons. We are not, the better our life is, usually the less prepared we are to face adversity, right? Because we kind of get accustomed, like so everything's okay, we're gonna manage. we're gonna handle whatever comes. We kind of forget how hard times look like in the first place. So when hard times hit, not necessarily us, but friends, family, neighbors, and they ask for help, we are like, oh, but we are not prepared. Oh, but we need to do this and that and that and this and that and that and this and that and that before I help you, because I have all these problems that I haven't solved them when I was in that state of having everything and being comfortable. So I think it's really like a wake-up call for each and every one of us, that we need to kind of fix our lives and be prepared, not only to help ourselves but to help others, to be open for this. Not to, we have an expression in Romanian, hey rup, when when you basically summon all your forces and manage to do something overnight because you need to, in a rush. But it's taxing on yourself and on your loved ones when you're not prepared. So I think we could take a lesson from this and kind of reevaluate our lives and see if there's anything that we could fix about our lives in order to be able to help and to be easier for us to help, if that makes sense.
Well, that makes very much sense. Thank you very much for that. Yes, it's very important that we, be prepared. As growing up, I was in the Boy Scouts of America, and that's our motto: "Be prepared." Jamie, you've been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. No, I don't remember. It was religion, but okay. But there's also something, I guess, being from Oklahoma, you probably understand that when like tornadoes or bad weather are gonna happen, don't be scared, be prepared. Like to have a weather radio that would tell you when to go to seek shelter. As far as working on ourselves to make sure we don't become a burden to anything, well, I can tell you a little story about what happened to me. In July, I hyperextended my knee, and my parents helped with bills. And then I hurt my other knee because I was, working, putting too much stress on that. And so I was almost out of PT, and then I rolled my ankle. And it's almost a year later, and I have not been prepared to spend almost a year out of work. And it's been taxing on those who love me and I love. And I don't know how I would have prepared for that other than banking more money and yeah. But I'm going to go back to the religion thing for a couple of seconds and go with the Mormon. My friend grew up in Utah and Salt Lake City, and it's really like 95. Salt Lake is like the only city where you might get diversity, apparently. and she said she was the only one in her class that wasn't Mormon, and she was like generic Christian. And she felt so, they didn't mean to ostracize her, but she felt ostracized because, you know, she didn't fit in. But I live here in North Carolina, which is religious in a bad way, you know, where religion is used as where people use Bibles basically to smack people over the head and take away their rights, which is really sad because religion can be beautiful. Like, yeah. And
Yeah, it can be, but you know, or it could end up like the Russian religion and be just an arm of the state. That's a where. You said you're in North Carolina. I lived in North Carolina in Raleigh area, and then out on the Outer Banks on Emerald Isle.
yeah, I'm in Chapel Hill area.
Oh, I've been to Chapel Hill, yes. But so I think so where you're going, I think that religion is it can be used. It's a good thing, but it can also be used for as a bad thing. Is that correct?
Yeah. It shouldn't. Like, the first days of the first Gulf War, we had a bomb threat called into our religious school, and we had to climb out the windows. I remember being a 9-year-old being lifted out the window because, you know, attack the Jews.
Yeah, we have a large, well, not a large, but we have a very consistent Jewish contingency in the space here, which I appreciate, because you guys, I think, of any people, you guys understand what never again should actually mean, and I learned from especially from finance. I've learned a lot about what that means. Anda's popping her hand up. You have something to add here?
I'll step. Yeah.
Jamie, are you done? Want to make sure you're done, okay?
Yep, I'm done, and I'm going to watch the women's NCAA championship, so I'll step down totally.
Oh, is UConn in that?
No, it's LSU, Iowa.
Oh, wow. A championship without UConn finally.
Yeah.
Well, I've heard good things about LSU, so I guess I'll go with them.
The Iowa one is the one that the Iowa woman is the one that put up 40 points a game for the past 2 games. So it should be a good game. But
yeah. Unfortunately, I am here co-hosting 24/7, so you can watch it. Send me a DM. Tell me how it works out.
This place is wonderful because it is here 24/7, and I love MriyaReport, and I love this community. You all are wonderful, and even I don't speak that often, but I love listening to your voices. I love hearing all the accents. I love hearing all the people from around the world, and it really feels like a worldwide support for Ukraine and each other, which is important. So have a great day, y'all.
All right. Have a great day yourself, Jimmy. It's really late here. Actually, it's almost 11. So I will pester them a bit more, and then I will I will go to sleep and let them untangle the the mess I've left behind. So I
Are you
was.
saying this is your fault?
It's always my fault. I've learned years ago just to accept the reality. It is my fault. Global heat, global warming is my fault also. The ice bank is melting. Yep, my fault also. So basically, everything that you can imagine is my fault. And yep, it's no. I don't fight this, right? I simply accept it. It's acceptance is the key. Accept what you cannot change, right? I was wondering. We were talking about preparing, right? And Jamie told us about her own history, and we all have in our past moments when we thought, well, if I would have been more prepared, well, we could do this and that. I could have. I love these words. Could have and would have are two lovely words. So I was thinking about Ukraine. What could we do today for Ukraine? How could we prepare? Because Ukraine is the objective of this space, right? We are all here from all over the world, different faiths or no faith at all, but different stance on politics, different everything. But we have one common thing. We support Ukraine, and we work together for this. So, unfortunately, how I see it, maybe Gunny can come up again for me to pester him again with military talk. From my understanding, from what I understood until now, we are not. The war is not going to be over soon, right? We don't have a time frame yet, but what we know is that it's not going to end soon. So what I'm asking is, how could we prepare? It's spring, and in Romania we have a beautiful saying that goes something like this: prepare during the summer with building a sledge, and prepare during winter building a chariot. So what are the lessons that we learned during the last year, the last winter, which was not a very cold winter? What are the lessons we learned during this winter that we could apply, that we could prepare for the next one? What could we take into consideration going forward and prepare during summer in order to have in fall, and not bang our heads on walls, raising money and ordering everything on the spot, right? How can we do this during summer? Like, we can lay out a plan. It's spring, so we have all the time in the world until winter. 6 months is all the time in the world. That is, for who's asking. So we have 2 months, 2 months, let's say, to set up a plan, and then raise up money and buy stuff for next winter. But what is the stuff? What are the lessons that we learned during this winter, in order to know what to do different? What can we do different next time? I really wonder about this, and if anyone listening to us in the audience that can come up and help us with this one. I'm really wondering. I really want to know. So that's why I raised my hand to basically ask further. What's next?
That's a good question. We should always be asking what's next. Look ahead. It's if you've got something to do today, well, if you need something to prepare for, the best time to start preparing for it was yesterday, and the next best time to start preparing for it is today. So don't say, well, I didn't start preparing for it for when I should, so I'm not going to do anything. I see this in the U.S. and the West response especially in providing weapons. I think that over the decades that the West's got a little complacent about, especially once the Cold War was over, quote unquote, air quotes, that we got a lot less prepared militarily than and so it's taking a lot longer for us to ramp up the level of preparedness that we should have been at, and now we're slowly getting there, and I think it's sad, and it's sad that Ukrainians are losing their lives because some of us were not as prepared as we should have been. And of course, I could say that Ukraine, they had their own issues with being prepared, and the West had a lot to do with that. So, does that help? I appreciate you bringing that up, and that it's this being prepared. We need to start and think ahead now for what's going to be coming up in the winter. The U.S. especially needs to be ramping up ammunition production. So does the UK, or the EU, NATO. Let's say that. So that when wintertime comes around again, I think equipment-wise, the Finns will have time to really supply the Ukrainians with absolutely everything cold weather related. But then they could get enough artillery so that, because a lot of times in winter, I'm not a military expert, but it seems to me that when you can't do maneuver warfare, you tend to fall back to artillery, and they need more and more artillery shells and guns and barrels. So I'm sure maybe I'll get Gunny up here with that comment and tell me how wrong I am, because I don't know if I'm right or not. But Bearded So Bearded, you've had your hand up. Bearded Brit. Is there any other kind of Brit? Go ahead. It appears that, hello? Can anybody else hear him?
No, Bearded Brit. You said you're former MIB. Do you have glasses? Black ones, right? You should have black glasses. Do you hear us?
I guess not.
Bearded Brit? No.
Oh, he dropped. Twitter bug. Twitter pox. The Twitter pox is still out there. Yeah.
All right.
And,
it happens. Actually, it happens to it happened to me earlier today. So I was approved and I dropped, and I had to request again to get up. So I don't know if it's a new bug for iPhones or something, but yeah.
So Chris has his hand up. Chris.
All I heard was, is there any Brit out there or something? Was it? What sort of Brit are you looking for, guys?
Well, Black Country Light. We discussed that earlier.
Look, I could do his landfare, pork welling,
Can you do
and all that.
Can you go on? Do a Harlech for me. No, but anyway, no. Better still, do a Wolverhampton. We've not had that yet.
I can't differentiate between Black Country and Wolverhampton. That's impossible.
And for the rest of the world, we have no idea what you're talking about.
Different places. Right. So as you know, people from slightly different towns may have different accents. So if you were in the Black Country, is an area in the Midlands of England, right? Birmingham, Wolverhampton, Dudley, and a couple of other places, but they have between all of them, and they're not that very far away, but they have very distinctive accents, and they are different. And if you said to someone from Dudley, you've got a Wolverhampton accent, they would be very offended. But
Dudley,
I'm afraid it's
Dudley, David, Dudley.
Yeah, Dudley. Yes, they would be very offended. So it's an in joke. I do apologise. But anyway, Andrew, I didn't hear your question. I think you said I heard something about military, but I was trying to get stuff sorted for later, so I completely missed it. What was the question?
So the question was, what are the lessons we take from this winter? And I think we can safely assume we will see at least another winter in Ukraine. So what are the lessons that we take from this one? And how can we prepare this summer in order to deliver what needs to be delivered and to have the Ukrainian army prepared at the beginning of next winter? So
okay, stop. Stop asking, say more. Right, that's the sort of question you might ask of the general staff, right? The Field Marshal at Montgomery, what do you